Chapter 1, Never Tried? Presidential suite in a five-star hotel in Paris. Under the dim light, Gu Lianqing was sitting at the table in his bathrobe, shaking the tall red wine glass in his hand. Wet hair, slender body, stern features, deep eyes as cold as the stars in the cold night. This made his assistant Wen Ruoyan dare not look directly at him. Because she came to borrow money from him. How much? 30 million, she answered timidly. He raised his tone, and his chilling voice seemed to strike the sky. You can deduct it from my salary every month. If it's not enough, I will find a way to borrow from others. She tried her best to explain. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. 30 million, your monthly salary is 20,000, it will take at least 100 years to deduct all the money, can you live that long? You can only help in emergencies but not in poverty. With your ability, what can you use to pay it back? Wen Ruoyan had long expected that this might be the outcome, but for the sake of her family, she had to give it a try. The creditor just said on the phone that if the 30 million is not repaid, my mother and brother will not have peace. For this reason, Wen Ruoyan has called all her relatives and friends, but everyone is avoiding her as if she were the plague and no one is willing to lend her money. As a last resort, she turned to the boss she had just worked with for a month, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Okay, I got it. She put away the disappointment in her eyes, stood up and walked towards the door. It's not impossible for me to lend it to you. Gu Lianqing's voice came from behind her. She seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, so she stopped and turned to look at him. He signaled her with his eyes to return to the table, then turned to the kitchen, poured her a glass of red wine and pushed it in front of her. But you know, I'm a businessman and I never do business at a loss. She stared at Gu Lianqing with wet eyes, waiting for the conditions he would offer. Gu Lianqing walked over to her, leaned close to her ear, and lowered his voice. If you can't pay it back, you can pay it back with your body, 50,000 a day. Although the words were not loud, they were very penetrating. When Ruoyan's pupils dilated, her lips trembled, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something. Her mind was blank, and the shock made her unable to think. The man in front of him was only 30 years old and was the president of the country's largest business empire, Gu Group. He was tall and handsome, but also arrogant, cold, and ruthless. Most importantly, he was well known in the business world for not being interested in women. I thought he was just afraid of his rival's honey trap and must have secretly kept many lovers. However, in the month since I worked as his assistant, I didn't see any signs that he had any mistresses. But how could he, a man who has always been abstinent, make such a request to himself? Have you made up your mind? Gu Lianqing raised his glass and gestured to clink glasses with her. When Ruoyan closed her eyes in pain, and the frail figures of her mother and brother appeared before her eyes. Her brows tightened, she suddenly opened her eyes, picked up the wine glass in front of her, clinked glasses with Gu Lianqing, and drank it all in one gulp. Gu Lianqing quickly wrote a check, held it between his fingers and waved it in front of her, then raised his chin to signal her to go to the bathroom. She understood what he meant. Walking into the bathroom, she turned the hot water to a very hot temperature, trying to use the steam to cover up the tears of shame and anger on her face. She didn't allow herself to cry for too long, fearing that her only financial sponsor would go back on his word, so she had no choice but to return to him with wet hair that she hadn't had time to blow dry. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan in front of him, who was as fresh and charming as a lotus emerging from water. A white bath towel was wrapped loosely around her body, but it still couldn't hide her hourglass-like curves. A waterfall of black hair was wet and stuck to the fair shoulders. A few drops of water slid down the hair, sparkling with crystal light under the light. The skin all over her body is as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, with a faint pink hue, as if it had been soaked in hot spring water and was particularly delicate. Her innocent cheeks were tinged with a sunset-like blush because of the steam. The only thing that remained unchanged was her stubborn look and red eye sockets. The sharp contrast between her eyes and figure made Gu Lianqing's pupils tremble uncontrollably, and he tried hard to control his rapidly rising breathing. He couldn't help but put down the wine glass in his hand, stood up, walked to Wen Ruoyan, and held her shoulders with both hands. The moment he touched her, her body trembled slightly. He leaned down and met her strong, fearful eyes again. He reluctantly returned to the table, poured a full glass of red wine and handed it to her. I drank it. Wen Ruoyan took the wine glass and drank it all. She wished she could get drunk and pass out right now so that she wouldn't have to face the impending humiliation. Unfortunately, this little bit of red wine is not enough to make you drunk. Seeing the blush on her nose, Gu Lianqing shook his glass and asked nonchalantly. Are you still afraid? No. I'm not afraid. Her teeth were chattering like leaves trembling in the autumn wind. He slowly stood up and walked to her side, staring at the empty wineglass in her hand, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and asked in a low voice. Never tried it? She didn't know if he meant wine or. But no matter what he meant, she didn't want to see his arrogant face as a superior. No, I tried. She blushed, clenched her hands unconsciously, and raised her head stubbornly to deny it. Oh? He raised a playful eyebrow, the smile on his lips growing wider. Then I'm welcome. Ruoyan was stunned. What did he mean? He raised his head, drank the remaining red wine in the glass in one gulp, and gestured to her bedroom with his eyes. She walked slowly into the bedroom with heavy steps and lay down nervously. Gu Lianqing sat beside her, his eyes like a searchlight, looking at her from head to toe with satisfaction. She shuddered at the sight. Suddenly, he roughly pulled off her bath towel. Her body was completely exposed under the light, and the scene was extremely eye-catching. Her cheeks flushed instantly and she instinctively quickly covered her chest with her hands. Can you turn off the lights? She stammered, asking him in an almost pleading voice. No. He rejected her flatly. He just wanted to appreciate her fearful, disappointed and stubborn look and her unyielding expression under the bright light. The more determined she was, the more it aroused his desire to conquer her. He rolled over and pressed on her, his Adam's apple sliding uncontrollably. He gently held her hand and kissed her cheek lightly, as if triggering a slight electric current in her body. She closed her eyes nervously and held his hand tightly in fear. He felt the cool sweat on her palms, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He is no longer polite. The piercing pain made her clench her fists. She wanted to hide, but she couldn't move. She wanted to scream, but she was afraid of showing her weakness. He was like a vicious wolf with bloodshot eyes. She stubbornly held back the tears of pain and humiliation. The bright light in the bedroom seemed to become dazzling, and the whole room was filled with the sound of pounding heartbeats and overflowing emotions. Chapter 2, One Day, Not One Time. The morning light shines through the gaps in the curtains and gently falls on the Baroque-style bed. The light on the ceiling is still shining brightly. When Ruoyan woke up with a groggy head, and the memories of last night came flooding back without warning. Her brows were twisted into a knot, and she subconsciously clenched her fists and hit her head hard, really hoping that everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. She moved her body slightly and glanced at her bare shoulders. There were still traces of last night on her fair skin, big and small, red and purple. Is this Gu Lianqing born in the year of the dog? She felt the dull pain in her body again. It seemed that she could not deny what happened last night. She tilted her head slightly and slowly looked at him beside her with tense nerves. The scene before her scared her so much. At this moment, Gu Lianqing was lying sideways with one hand hanging down and the other hand supporting his head. His eyes, as aggressive as a wild wolf, were staring at her, his prey. Seeing her wake up, he turned over swiftly without saying a word and pressed her heavily under him again. Mr. Gu, you said. She was in panic, like a little white rabbit running away in a panic. What did you say? He asked teasingly, his hands exploring her body under the quilt. One day. She answered timidly, trying her best to push him away with her arms under the quilt and keep a certain safe distance. Oh. The corners of his mouth raised a familiar and chilling smile again. He whispered in her ear again and added in an ambiguous tone. I said, one day, not once. Her hands stopped, she couldn't refute this reason. She is just a senior student, how can she fight against him, a scheming old fox in the business world? He looked at her slightly flushed face, which still had a sacred and inviolable fortitude, which formed a sharp contrast with her curvy figure. It was simply a visual feast. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his evil eyes were filled with the desire to conquer. His hot kiss fell. She felt hopeless and closed her eyes again, letting him abuse her violently in the quilt. The rain outside the window was dripping, the raindrops were hitting the glass, the fine water droplets were sliding down the glass slowly, blurring the world outside the window. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her face and body, but she bit her lower lip tightly and looked quiet, which was completely contrary to his expectations. He turned over and lay on his side. She didn't dare look at him. She sat up quickly, grabbed her clothes in a hurry, turned her back, and put them on quickly, not wanting him to see her panic at the moment. She bit her lips tightly, trying her best to suppress the humiliation in her heart and calm herself down. Then, she said to Gu Lianqing behind her in a cold tone. Boss Gu, it's almost 10 o'clock now. If I go to work in the afternoon, they won't deduct half a day's salary from me, right? Gu Lianqing's eyes trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. This woman actually said something so depressing at this time. She must be crazy about money. He pretended to be calm and replied in a steady tone, no. When Ruoyan silently calculated in her heart, this time between now and work in the afternoon should be enough. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for the check. She threw down an even colder remark, took the check, and left without looking back. Gu Lianqing looked at her graceful back as she left, and was startled to catch a glimpse of the glaring color on the white bedsheet, which made a ripple in his heart. He leaned slightly to the side, his slender fingers gently touching his mouth, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This woman is quite interesting. A rainy day in Paris is like an impressionist painting soaked in water. Fine raindrops fall one after another, casting a hazy veil over the ancient streets. The plane trees along the street swayed in the wind and rain, and the seats in the open-air cafes and restaurants were empty. When Ruoyan walked quickly on the street in the rain, she had no time to feel sad. There was a 6-hour time difference between Paris and China, and she had to remit the money before the bank in China closed. She pulled out the check and told the bank clerk her intention in fluent French. After receiving the payment receipt, she immediately called the creditor and said in a cold tone, "The money has been transferred." A provocative and sarcastic remark came from the other end of the phone. She got the money together so quickly. Did this beautiful lady need some sponsor? Is she 60 years old? It was also accompanied by a piece of unbridled ridicule. That's right, I'm hooking up with a big boss. So, please don't bother my mother and brother again, or you'll be in trouble. After all, you should know that even a broken boat has 3 pounds of nails. The resolute tone is awe-inspiring. After hearing no sound from the other end, she decisively hung up the phone. Then, she hurriedly called her mother. Mom, I have paid back the money. You and your brother don't have to worry about your safety anymore. Yenner, where did you borrow so much money? The worried voice of the mother came from the other side. When Ruoyan suppressed her inner sorrow and said calmly, Mom, don't worry, I got it through legal channels. Child, you have been wronged. After a long pause, the mother's distressed voice came from the other end of the phone. When Ruoyan's eyes were filled with tears, but she still raised her head, looking at the ceiling which had no warmth at all, trying to hold back the tears that were about to roll down. She adjusted her voice and said to her mother with a smile, Mom, I'm fine. I haven't been wronged. When I return to China in June, you and your brother can come to my graduation ceremony. When Ruoyan hung up the phone and walked out of the bank, she didn't dare to cry, for fear that she would become the focus and be targeted by the black thugs on the streets of Paris. She felt a severe pain in her stomach, as if it was falling. Besides the pain, she was also hungry and wanted to eat something. Passing by a bakery she often visited as a child, she looked at the bustling customers in the shop, leaned against the window to check the prices of the freshly baked baguettes, but left in disappointment. She went to the pharmacy and bought a box of the cheapest painkillers, then went to the supermarket and bought a baguette that was about to expire and was on sale, and then boarded the subway that was filled with the smell of urine. She opened the door of the staff dormitory, rushed into the bathroom, turned the water to the highest and hottest temperature, and let the hot water scald her body. She rubbed her skin all over her body vigorously with the scrub, letting the tears of humiliation flow down her face. It is working hours now, and there is no one in the entire staff dormitory except her. She wanted to burst into tears under the cover of the sound of dripping water, but she habitually held back her tears. Yesterday and today, these shameful scenes are still fresh in my mind. What was he now? What was the difference between him and those women in the red light district who were soliciting business in large fishnet stockings? She hated the feeling of powerlessness that made it impossible for her to make decisions about her own body. She hated being looked at like a plaything by a superior, and she hated even more when her most basic dignity was trampled underfoot. However, she is not qualified to talk about dignity now. She still has to support her mother, who was over 50 years old, and her 8-year-old brother, and the real cause of her father's death needs to be found out. Chapter 3, Beauty Trap? When Ruoyan called Officer Lee. Uncle Lee, are there any new clues about my father's death? Not yet, I'm still checking. After a pause of 1 second, Officer Lee's concerned voice came from the other side. Miss Won, are you okay being alone abroad? After so many years, only Officer Lee still affectionately calls herself Miss Won. However, the former Miss Won had long since fallen from grace, and she was now just a small clerk burdened with a huge debt, not even as good as an ordinary person. When Ruoyan held back her tears and said calmly, Uncle Lee, I'm fine. If there are any new clues that require my cooperation, just let me know. Okay, you need to take care of yourself. Amid Officer Lee's concern, when Royan hung up the phone. Officer Lee is a good friend of my father. Because my father once lent a helping hand to Officer Lee when he was in the most difficult time, Officer Lee returned the favor and has been silently investigating this unjust case without any reward. When he was 14 years old, his father was framed for financial fraud and was wrongfully imprisoned. His company, which was worth tens of billions, was declared bankrupt and liquidated. When her mother heard the news, she lost her temper and gave birth to her younger brother prematurely. She also went from being a well-dressed Miss One to a burden who had to borrow money from acquaintances to make ends meet. 4 years later, my father died in prison due to excessive worry. Her younger brother had a congenital heart disease and her mother was unemployed. When Royan relied on her own abilities to be admitted to the top major of the best university in the country, and relied on a full scholarship to support her family. During her internship in her senior year, she saw a job posting. The best company in the country, Goose Group, was looking for a French-speaking assistant to the president, with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, bonuses and overtime pay not included. However, she had to stay with the president in France for a period of time and could only return home after the business in France stabilized. Most job seekers hesitate because they have to be stationed abroad, but when Royan was ecstatic when she heard the news. This salary for fresh graduates, which is far higher than the market price, can greatly improve her family's financial situation. So she couldn't wait to submit her resume, and with her excellent French skills and the top score in the school's finance major, she successfully got the position. But now, she had no time to feel sorry for herself. She needed to wipe away her tears and go to work quickly. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the office of the president of Gu Group. Gu Lianqing was sitting at the table, staring at the stock market chart on the computer. There was a blue folder on the table. Mr. Gu, this is the project information sent by the project department yesterday. I have translated and preliminarily screened it. You need to finalize one of the remaining 3 names before this Friday. In addition, you will have a meeting with the chairman of P Real Estate Company at 7 o'clock tonight at the Rosewood Hotel. They will provide an interpreter, so you can go alone. At 6 o'clock, driver Wang will pick you up in the parking lot downstairs. When Royan regained her professional image, Gu Lianqing took the information and read it calmly, but his heart was filled with turmoil. Can this woman really be so rational as to pretend nothing happened? When the HR director recommended her to him, it was because he was attracted by her rationality, which far exceeded that of her peers. He decided to keep her in the final round of personal interviews because her eyes looked exactly like the person in his memory. Boss Gu, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait a minute, sign this document. Gu Lianqing picked up the coffee and gestured with his eyes to the blue folder on her desk. She opened the folder suspiciously, and what she saw was actually a loan repayment agreement. No, to be more precise, it should be a sponsorship agreement. It clearly stated in black and white the price they had agreed on yesterday, and used obscure yet precise language to avoid all legal risks. From 10 o'clock this morning to now, such a perfect contract was drafted in just 4 hours. She couldn't help but sigh that the legal team of Gu Group was so efficient. But it's no wonder, as Gu Group is the largest investment group in the country, with its industries covering real estate, energy, IT, minerals and other fields. After Gu Lianqing took over the core business department at the age of 18, he made great achievements in the expansion of this business empire with his decisiveness, unscrupulousness and ruthlessness. When Royan sneered and rolled her eyes countless times in her heart. It was true that there is no businessman without fraud. Halfway through reading, she hastily signed. She knew that she was the fish, so why should she waste time with the knife? What's more, she never thought of defaulting on the debt from the beginning. She couldn't afford to offend this cruel and ruthless devil. Don't take a closer look? Gu Lianqing put down his coffee, raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of wanton provocation in his eyes. No need, Mr. Gu, your lawyer team is beyond doubt. I'll go out first, call me if you have anything. She left behind a free and easy back. Today she was still wearing an ill-fitting light gray OL suit. But her slender legs, tight hip curve, slim waist and the rise and fall of her chest are still clearly visible through the loose dress. From the first day she started working, she deliberately chose a size larger for every piece of clothing she wore, as if she wanted to deliberately cover up her curvy figure. However, in the eyes of Gu Lianqing, who had sharp eyes, this behavior seemed so naive and ridiculous. He picked up the folder on the table, opened it and checked her signature. She wrote with great force and one could imagine how angry she was when she signed. When Gu Lianqing thought of this, he actually laughed mischievously. From the first moment he saw her, he was attracted by her cool and noble temperament and her familiar eyes. He had been in the business world for so many years and had seen all kinds of women, but he was curious about this mysterious woman. Out of his usual caution, he secretly observed her for a month, but she really looked like just a poor, pretty girl. And last night, she actually came to me and asked to borrow such a large sum of money. She borrowed money even though she knew she couldn't pay it back. Wasn't it obvious that she was ready to pay it back with her body? But he didn't know whether she was a corporate spy or wanted to marry into a wealthy family. He was curious and wanted to confirm whether she was like the women who had deliberately approached him before. So, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and lure the enemy into a trap. That's how he got the agreement he has now. However, after what happened last night and this morning, he couldn't help but recall it over and over again. Her strong and innocent expression under him, like an unruly horse, successfully aroused his strong desire to conquer her. This novel experience made him burn with desire and couldn't stop. Even from the moment she left the hotel this morning until now, he has been anxious and distracted from his work. Where have his former coldness, rationality, and abstinence gone? Could it be because it was the first time I ate meat and I finally realized that meat tastes better than vegetables? Gu Lianqing picked up the coffee on the table and took a big gulp. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and sat back for a while. He wanted to wake himself up. Suddenly, he stood up suddenly. A terrible possibility occurred to him. Could this be another honey trap sent by his good brother? Chapter 4, Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils. Gu Lianqing's younger brother Gu Lianyan is the illegitimate son of the Gu family, 5 years younger than him. When Gu Lianqing was 13 years old, his mother committed suicide. Despite his family's opposition, his father insisted on marrying Linya, who was his mistress. From then on, Gu Lianyan's status as an illegitimate child was legalized. Over the years, Gu Lianyan and Linya had been doing bad things behind his back, whether in business or in the family. The honey trap was their usual trick. Fortunately, Gu Lianqing was alert and did not fall into the trap. This time, the stepmother whispered in her father's ear to send Gu Lianqing to France. Ostensibly, it was in the name of developing overseas markets, but secretly she wanted to arrange Gu Lianyan into the group to replace Gu Lianqing as the new helmsman. Gu Lianqing is well aware of his stepmother's methods, but his father is always confused by her innocent behavior. No matter how he explains, it is in vain. Fortunately, he has a sharp-eyed and sharp-eared grandmother in the country who can't stand his stepmother's mistress-like face, and has been helping him to keep an eye on his core business in the country, both openly and secretly. For the past 17 years, Gu Lianqing has been living on thin ice, having to prove his business acumen with his strength while being careful to guard against all kinds of attacks. As a result, he has developed a cold and aloof temperament and has almost no friends. The phone rang. When Gu Lianqing saw the caller ID on his phone, a rare and genuine smile appeared on his cold face. Brother Lianqing, I've arrived at Charles de Gaulle Airport. I'll go to your company to find you right away. Please tell your subordinates not to stop me. A lively and cheerful male voice came from the other side. What kind of surprise attack are you planning again, kid? Gu Lianqing's voice was cold, but there was an uncontrollable smile on his face. My dad sent me here temporarily, saying he wanted to train me. I won't say more. See you later. Gu Lianqing hung up the phone, this brat. He said to himself with a smile. When Ruoyan saw Yi Yinju beside her walking out of the president's office happily while talking on the phone. Yi Yinju is also Gu Lianqing's assistant. She is 28 years old and has been with him since she graduated from college. She is very efficient and approachable. So Gu Lianqing specially brought her from China to Paris so that she can take care of Wen Ruoyan, a newcomer. When Ruoyan was sitting at her workstation, feeling unbearable abdominal pain, so she took out another painkiller from her clothes pocket and took it. When Ruoyan was puzzled, I took a pill at 10 o'clock this morning. It's been less than 5 hours, how come the effect of the medicine has worn off? Yi Yinju put down the phone, pulled over a chair, and quietly told Wen Ruoyan the good news. Dear, you don't have to work overtime tonight. Mr. Gu's good friend came to see him from China. Wen Ruoyan said oh disapprovingly and continued typing. In fact, she doesn't really care whether she works overtime or not, because the overtime pay is twice the normal salary anyway. Unlike Yi Yinju, who doesn't care about overtime pay and just looks forward to going home after get off work and video calling her boyfriend every day. Sure enough, after a while, a handsome guy about 1.85 meters tall and carrying a backpack appeared. He was wearing a light blue casual suit jacket and dark blue straight jeans with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing his slender ankles. He paired them with a pair of white casual sneakers, which was simple and stylish. He wanted to go straight to the president's office, but was attracted by Wen Ruoyan at the door before entering. He walked straight up to her, leaned over, raised his eyebrows, and asked kindly, "Beauty, are you new here?" Wen Ruoyan looked up and met his eyes. His facial contours were smooth, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose bridge, but the slightly upturned corners of his mouth always had a hint of cynical smile. "Yes, her name is Wen Ruoyan. She is a student in the finance department of Peking University and Tsinghua University. She can also speak French. She has only been here for a month." Seeing that Wen Ruoyan did not answer, Yi Yinju immediately took over for her. "Wen Ruoyan, what a poetic name. I'll remember it." After saying that, he narrowed his eyes slightly at her, with a sly smile in the corners of his eyes. "Please come this way." Yi Yinju guided him into the president's office. Wen Ruoyan watched him go in and calmly return to her workstation. "Honey, it seems that Mr. Lin is interested in you?" Yi Yinju started gossiping again. "Sister Yi, don't talk nonsense." Wen Ruoyan was not moved at all. "I'm serious. He is Mr. Lin, Lin Chanyu. He is the only heir to the Lin Group for 3 generations. Wen Ruoyan seemed to have an impression of the Lin Group, which was the largest hotel chain in the country. Although its assets could not be compared with the Gu Group, it was also an industry leader with a market value of tens of billions. "So what?" Wen Ruoyan asked casually while flipping through the documents. "So, if you can become his girlfriend, you will definitely make a profit. Although he changes girlfriends frequently, he is very generous to each of them, unlike our President Gu. Okay, Sister Yi, it's time to get off work, let's go get some food." Wen Ruoyan was not interested in a playboy at all, so she simply interrupted her. The Gu Group's office building has a dedicated floor used as an employee cafeteria, which provides 3 free meals a day. Wen Ruoyan hardly missed a meal, euphemistically calling it fleecing the capitalists. In fact, she was saving money to send back home. After all, in Paris, where a serving of fodder costs more than 10 euros, every meal she could save counts. In the president's office. When Lin Chanyu saw Gu Lianqing, he went up to him and gave him a big hug. Gu Lianqing also patted Lin Chanyu on the shoulder sincerely. The two sat down and talked intimately. "Who is Wen Ruoyan, the assistant at your door?" Gu Lianqing frowned when he heard this, but immediately returned to normal without showing any expression. Could it be that this playboy had some thoughts about her? What kind of background can she have? She is just an ordinary poor student, old-fashioned and boring. It turns out that in his eyes, this is just ordinary. That's easy. Thinking of this, Lin Chanyu blurted out, "She has nothing to do with you, right?" But he immediately regretted asking the question. This good brother who was like a brother to him was well known in the business world for not being interested in women. How could he have any relationship with any woman? It turned out to be true. This good brother was really planning to take advantage of her. Gu Lianqing's mind was now full of thoughts of trying to stop him. "Don't try to flirt with anyone all day. She is the top student assistant I just hired. She is here to help me with my work." Lin Chanyu showed a look of disdain. "I didn't stop her from helping you with your work, just don't stop me from pursuing her." Gu Lianqing was anxious. "I say, you little brat, why do you have to chase after someone close to me when you can chase after anyone else? Brother, you don't know what's good. You don't know how stunning her face is. She's so beautiful even without makeup, how much more beautiful she is with a little makeup. Also, her body is hot, with breasts, waist, and hips. Whenever she wears clothes that fit her, it's enough to make people bleed from the nose. I don't know how good it feels." Gu Lianqing became more and more agitated as he listened to Lin Changyu's description. It seemed that he was not the only one with a keen eye. This woman is really worrying. Chapter 5, Sleep Suit? It's almost 6 o'clock. I'm going to have dinner with the chairman of P Real Estate Company tonight. You can come with me. Gu Lianqing wanted to change the subject. That's great. My dad wants me to meet him. Lin Chanyu became excited, but then became worried. But I don't speak French. Don't worry, they will provide translation. Gu Lianqing put on his Patek Philippe watch, put on his suit jacket, and said casually. That's the translator they prepared for you. I'm going there on short notice, so I must bring my own translator. Lin Chanyu blinked and looked at Gu Lianqing pitifully. What is this guy planning? Gu Lianqing knew that he hadn't held his fart well just by looking at his tea-flavored expression. As expected, Lin Chanyu gave his proposal. I think Wen Ruoyan is very suitable. No. Gu Lianqing rejected him loudly and decisively. Lin Chanyu was startled. Gu Lianqing usually did not show his emotions on his face and had never yelled at him. Not only was Lin Chanyu shocked, even Gu Lianqing himself was scared by himself. It was just the 2 times yesterday and today, and this woman seemed to have become his Achilles heel, and no one could touch her. No, I can't have any weaknesses. If he didn't sleep with this woman, but was slept with by her instead, wouldn't Gu Lianqing become the biggest joke in the world? Looking at Lin Chanyu, who was dumbfounded like a puppy in front of him, Gu Lianqing thought about how to make amends. I mean, that Wen Ruoyan has already left work. Besides, she looks so unfashionable that she can't handle this kind of situation. That's all. Give her more overtime pay, I'll pay for it. Let her buy a new set of clothes quickly, there's still time. Lin Chanyu's brain is really quick. Seeing his expectant and innocent eyes, Gu Lianqing finally gave in and reluctantly called Wen Ruoyan. Come to the Rosewood Hotel right now and be the translator. Gu Lianqing's familiar and cold voice came from the phone. Wen Ruoyan was lying on the bed at the moment, holding her stomach, curled up in pain. Hearing the voice of this living devil, she was furious. Boss Gu, the other party said they will provide translation, and I'm already in the staff dormitory. Overtime pay is tripled, and taxi fares are reimbursed. Here I come. When Wen Ruoyan heard this condition, she agreed without hesitation. After all, she would rather make money by performing. Wait a minute, for this occasion, I don't care what method you use, you have to dress appropriately. Gu Lianqing added. Okay, Mr. Gu. Lin Chanyu was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. She agreed to such a small amount of overtime pay? What else? By the way, you pay for her overtime pay. Gu Lianqing took the last sip of coffee and pointed at Lin Chanyu to remind him. Okay. Lin Chanyu agreed with a smile, muttering, what a stingy person. When Ruoyan looked at the time and realized that she only had half an hour to prepare, so she could only go to Sister Yi to borrow clothes. When Ruoyan knocked on Yi Inju's door and saw that she was on a video call with her boyfriend, and it seemed that the two of them had some argument. Seeing Wen Ruoyan coming, Yi Inju immediately hung up the video. After Wen Ruoyan explained her purpose, Yi Inju personally picked out a piece of clothing for her, picked up her own cosmetics, and started the transformation mode for her. At 7 o'clock, at the Rosewood Hotel, Wen Ruoyan appeared on time. She had a pure face and eyes as distant as autumn water, with an air of nobility that could not be easily detected. She wore a French retro black 3/4 dress with a square neckline that perfectly showed off her charming collarbone and slender swan neck. The ribbon around her waist was casually tied into a bow, highlighting her slender waist, plump hips, and long legs. When she came from a distance, she looked like a French flower that was isolated from the world, mysterious and elegant, making people unable to take their eyes away. When they arrived at the box, the chairman of P Real Estate was also attracted by the noble oriental girl in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaim goddess and then stood up and kissed her on the cheek. After Wen Ruoyan responded politely, she greeted him in fluent French. Lin Chanyu was dumbfounded by the scene before him. He turned sideways, lowered his voice, and said to Gu Lianqing, you call this earthy? Besides feeling embarrassed, Gu Lianqing was also shocked speechless by Wen Ruoyan's transformation today. Why does this woman never play by the rules? Today she is a graceful and elegant socialite, but usually she is a dull and poor academic master to him. She usually wears a large size OL suit, but inside it is a perfect figure with curves and curves. Is this a deliberate contrast to whet people's appetite? Then, when Ruoyan sat down next to Lin Chanyu, she translated accurately, spoke elegantly, was well versed in French social etiquette, and could make appropriate jokes to liven up the atmosphere. Gu Lianqing couldn't control his accelerated heartbeat during the dinner, and he would steal glances at Wen Ruoyan sitting next to him from time to time. He recalled those 2 times when she was under him, her curvaceous figure, her soft and tender touch, her innocent and lovely face, and her resolute and stubborn expression. He couldn't help but want to kill her right there and then. During the 4-hour dinner, all his thoughts were focused on how to control this impulse, and he had no mood to listen to what everyone talked about. At the end, the chairman of P Real Estate specifically praised Wen Ruoyan in front of Gu Lianqing. Mr. Gu has a good eye, and your assistant is great. After seeing off the chairman of P Real Estate, the medicine in Wen Ruoyan's pocket unexpectedly fell out. Just as she was about to pick it up, Lin Chanyu picked it up first. Wen Ruoyan's face turned red instantly. She had hidden the money in her skirt pocket just in case because she couldn't bear the pain in her stomach. Because her pocket was shallow, she deliberately cut only one pill from the board and put it in, but it still fell out accidentally. The top priority is to get it back immediately. After Lin Changyu picked it up, he looked at the name of the medicine carefully and asked loudly, "Where does it hurt? Do you want to take painkillers?" When Ruoyan's face turned even redder, and she stammered, "Well, it's just. I didn't sleep well last night, and I have a headache." After saying that, he immediately snatched back his medicine. "How can you translate so well even though you have a headache?" It doesn't affect. How can this not have an impact? You're definitely not having a headache, are you? Where exactly are you feeling uncomfortable? Gu Lianqing, you don't even know that your assistant is ill, how unkind. Even Lin Changyu could see that this reason was fake, and of course Gu Lianqing could see it too. In order not to embarrass her further, Gu Lianqing pretended not to hear and did not respond. He blamed himself, thinking that he had been too rough last night and had caused her to need medicine to relieve the pain. But then I thought, who made her so stubborn that she refused to admit that it was her first time? Was there something she couldn't tell? But why would I make excuses for her? Was it because she slept so well or because she was mysterious enough? Gu Lianqing changed the subject. "You guys keep chatting. I'm going to the bathroom first. We can take the bus together when I come back." Chapter 652,000. Gu Lianqing went to the bathroom and lowered his voice to make a phone call. "Lawyer Chen, help me check this person, whose Chinese name is Wen Ruoyan. Do it as quickly as possible." He didn't want to wait even a moment, he wanted to know the details of this woman immediately. The three of them entered the elevator, and through the reflective glass on all four sides, when Ruoyan saw the picture of the three of them in the same frame. No wonder everyone was looking at them along the way, it was indeed a pleasing picture of handsome men and beautiful women. Both of them are tall and straight, with facial features as clear as sculptures, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and straight noses, which are no less attractive than European male models. After the drastic transformation Sister Yi gave her, she could now compete with the two handsome guys on equal terms. It couldn't be said to be an equal, it was simply the icing on the cake. Just as she was sighing silently in her heart, when Ruoyan's cell phone vibrated. She looked down and saw that it was her mother calling. "My mother never calls me on her own initiative. Could it be that something urgent happened at home?" When Ruoyan immediately turned around and answered the phone. She heard her mother crying from the other end, "Ruoyan, your brother is having a heart attack." When Ruoyan was shocked. "What's going on?" "My younger brother suddenly fainted at school today. The hospital said he needs 50,000 yuan for treatment. Hurry up." "Okay, I'll try my best. My younger brother has a congenital heart disease. Over the years, my mother has taken him to seek medical treatment everywhere, which has made the family's already tight financial situation even worse. The doctor suggested going to Country M for surgery, but my family couldn't afford the high cost of surgery, so we had been using conservative treatment. Every time I got sick, I had to spend a lot of money to be hospitalized." When Ruoyan hung up the phone and turned around, but couldn't suppress the panic on her face. Gu Lianqing also noticed her micro-expression and hesitated to speak. "Little beauty, what's wrong?" Lin Changyu took the initiative to greet her with a rare sincere expression. The elevator arrived, and when Ruoyan got in before she had time to answer. It was a stretched Lincoln. When Ruoyan knew her position and wanted to get in last, but Lin Changyu politely said, "You go first." She wanted to refuse, but looking at Lin Changyu's sincere eyes, she got into the car in front of him. After sitting down, Lin Changyu deliberately sat next to her. When Ruoyan felt a little awkward, and deliberately moved a little, trying to get farther away from Lin Changyu, but every time she moved, Lin Changyu got closer, until they moved to the corner. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Gu Lianqing beside her. He said nothing, his face was cold as ice, he looked ahead indifferently, his eyes were deep and sharp. When Ruoyan's original worry turned into self-mockery, why would he pay attention to me? He is Gu Lianqing. Her top priority now was to collect enough money for her brother's treatment. But he looks bad now, should I tell him the truth and ask him to lend me money? But, I just asked him to lend me 30 million yesterday. Lin Changyu found it funny to see Wen Ruoyan thinking so deeply. So he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of her. "What are you thinking about, little beauty?" When Ruoyan didn't come back to her senses for a moment, and blurted out, "Boss, can you give me my overtime pay now?" After asking this question, Wen Ruoyan came to her senses instantly. How could she ask for overtime pay in front of his good friend? It was such a bummer. Gu Liansheng was stunned by this question. Why does this woman talk about money all the time? She is even more blatant than those women who asked for money secretly before. The little bit of sympathy that I had for her because of the painkillers was instantly extinguished. Before Gu Liansheng could answer, Lin Chanyu immediately laughed and took out his cell phone. Come on, I'll pay you for your overtime. Seeing Wen Ruoyan's puzzled look, Lin Chanyu immediately explained the whole story. Today I asked your CEO Gu to ask you to be my translator, so I should pay for the translation fee. Wen Ruoyan still hadn't dispelled her doubts, so Lin Chanyu continued to add, and your CEO Gu took the initiative to say that I will pay for it. Right, CEO Gu? Gu Liansheng was also a little embarrassed by the question, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Seeing that Gu Liansheng acquiesced, Wen Ruoyan snorted sarcastically in her heart. It was indeed Gu Liansheng who was as shrewd as an old dog. Here, give it to me on Taobao. Do you want RMB or Euro? Compared to Gu Liansheng, Lin Chanyu was very generous. Oh no, compared to Gu Liansheng, everyone is very generous. After Wen Ruoyan thought about it, she did not refuse. She took out her mobile phone and replied to Lin Chanyu, renminbi is fine. Then she clicked on her payment code. 52,000 yuan has been deposited into Taobao. Following a crisp voice prompt, Wen Ruoyan was so surprised when she saw the extra money in this ambiguous number that she was speechless. She raised her head and seemed to catch a glimpse of Gu Liansheng's murderous eyes. But she didn't have the heart to care about him now. The most urgent thing was to correct Lin Chanyu's mistake. Boss Lin, you transferred it to the wrong number. It's triple overtime pay, not that much. Before Wen Ruoyan could finish, Lin Chanyu interrupted her and said, it's okay. This is the price for my translation. But I'm not a translator, I'm just working overtime. Besides, even the market price of a simultaneous interpreter is not worth this much. Wen Ruoyan explained anxiously. You can consider the rest as a tip or taxi fare. Lin Chanyu continued to make excuses. No, Mr. Lin, I will return the extra money to you. Wen Ruoyan immediately entered the amount and clicked the transfer button, but found that the transfer could not be made. It turned out that Lin Chanyu had set a setting to reject transfers from her after the transfer. Wen Ruoyan looked at Lin Chanyu helplessly. He was raising his eyebrows with a smug look on his face. It seems unlikely that I can return it to him. Although this money can solve the urgent need for my brother's medical expenses, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The extra money must be paid back. If you don't pay back the money, you have to repay it in other ways, just like the agreement you were forced to reach with Gu Liansheng. Thinking of this, Wen Ruoyan couldn't help but shudder. The humiliation of having my dignity crushed to the ground was too unbearable. I couldn't sell my body again for 52,000 yuan. Mr. Lin, I'll write you an IOU. After saying that, Wen Ruoyan took out a pen and paper from her bag and started writing the IOU on the spot. When Lin Chanyu saw this scene, he finally realized that there was one thing that Gu Liansheng said about Wen Ruoyan that was correct old-fashioned. Before Wen Ruoyan finished writing, Lin Chanyu picked up the IOU and tore it up in front of her. Then he said seriously, Miss Ruoyan, you don't have to be so nervous. This is not a bargaining chip to buy you off. It's just a recognition of your work ability. What you helped me with today was not only translating the content of the conversation, but also creating the possibility of future cooperation between me and P Real Estate. I'm just paying you a certain premium. You're new to the workplace and may not understand what this means. You just need to believe that this is what you deserve, that's enough. These words were like a stream of clear water that moistened Wen Ruoyan's dry heart. Wen Ruoyan was moved as she looked at Lin Chanyu in front of her. The grievance and sadness in her heart instantly turned into tears that welled up in her eyes. She raised her head slightly, trying to hold back the tears. Mr. Lin, you're here. The driver's reminder broke the warm atmosphere. Chapter 7, not here, okay? When Ruoyan looked out the car window. It was a Gothic-style luxury villa far away from the center of Paris, like a mysterious castle. It looked much more tasteful than the presidential suite in the five-star hotel where Gu Liansheng stayed. The Lin Group runs a hotel business but doesn't live in a hotel, while the Gu Group doesn't run a hotel business but lives in a hotel. This is really funny. When Ruoyan secretly wiped the tears of emotion from the corners of her eyes, then quietly got out of the car to see Lin Chanyu off. After all, among the 3 people in the car, 2 were paid, and he was the only one who received a salary. Workers still have to put themselves in the right position. Lin Qiangyu arrived at the gate of the villa and waved goodbye to Wen Ruoyan and Gu Lianqing, who were standing outside the car door. Then he turned around and walked into the villa reluctantly. Wen Ruoyan stared blankly at his receding back. She was in a daze for such a long time that she even forgot to go back to the car. Until I heard a voice calling me Assistant One, Assistant One. It turned out that the driver was kindly reminding her. Wen Ruoyan then realized that Gu Lianqing beside her was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that he had already entered the car. Oh no! Would the living devil be angry? Wen Ruoyan had a bad feeling. She rolled and crawled into the car. I saw Gu Lianqing's expressionless face. Seeing her rolling into the car, he said nothing and didn't even bother to look at her. Fortunately, he didn't curse. Wen Ruoyan kept comforting herself. Suddenly a familiar voice broke the silence. Master Wang, take me back to the hotel. After giving instructions to the driver, Gu Lianqing picked up the book at hand and started reading. The driver asked doubtfully and timidly, then Assistant One, do you want me to take you there? No need, let her take a taxi herself. Gu Lianqing said coldly. Wen Ruoyan felt relieved after hearing this. After all, her staff dormitory was so far away from her boss's hotel. How could a worker like her expect her boss to send her back first? Her boss's time was very precious. Besides, who would be willing to stay with this living devil for even a moment longer? Anyway, the taxi fare can be reimbursed, and Lin Qiangyu is generous enough to give so much for the translation. Today is really a fruitful day. Wen Ruoyan chuckled. Now I have to transfer the money to my mother and my younger brother, who is still in the hospital waiting for life-saving money. Wen Ruoyan quickly took out her cell phone and set it to silent mode. She couldn't let Gu Lianqing find out. After transferring the money, Wen Ruoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that she was really tired and sleepy, and her damn stomach started to hurt again. Maybe the effect of the medicine has worn off, Wen Ruoyan thought. She glanced at Gu Lianqing and found that he was still reading intently. This guy shouldn't notice me, right? So, Wen Ruoyan quietly put her hand into her pocket, took out the painkiller, and swallowed it. Finally arrived at the hotel where Gu Lianqing was staying. The driver parked the car in the garage, said goodbye to Gu Lianqing, then got out and left. Wen Ruoyan was also preparing to say goodbye to Gu Lianqing. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gu Lianqing put down the book, reached out and grabbed Wen Ruoyan's arm, and suddenly pulled her to sit on his lap. Wen Ruoyan was sobered up by the scene in front of her. She instinctively wanted to push him away and find a door to get out of the car. Unexpectedly, I heard the sound of the car door being locked. She became even more panicked and tried to get up and escape from his legs, but she was locked tightly in Gu Lianqing's strong arms and could not move. His eyes changed from being cold to being sharp and fierce, as if they could pierce through a person's soul. She asked him in horror, Mr. Gu, what are you going to do? This woman usually dresses like a dull and poor student, but today when she saw Lin Qiangyu, she turned into a graceful and elegant socialite. Is she trying to play the pig and eat the tiger? She even asked me what I was doing? What? Are you interested in my good brother? Gu Lianqing's eyes were burning with anger. Wen Ruoyan clearly knew the gap between them and quickly denied it. No. I'm not worthy. This woman said that the reason she didn't have it was because she didn't deserve it instead of she didn't like it. This made Gu Lianqing even more angry. He tried hard to control his impulse and warned her with gritted teeth, don't forget the contract between you and me. It would have been fine if the contract had not been mentioned, but once it was mentioned, Wen Ruoyan felt ashamed and angry again. Lin Qiangyu was not like Gu Lianqing in front of him, who would sign a repayment contract for paying for translation. She was furious, with a long accumulated shame, and said in a cold tone. Boss Gu, I haven't forgotten that I'm your plaything, but you have no right to tell me who I make friends with, right? Making friends? If it was just making friends, then he was really petty. Is this woman really dull or just pretending to be reserved? Can't you tell that Lin Qiangyu is interested in her? This statement completely angered Gu Lianqing. His face became ferocious, like an enraged beast. Remember your identity. You are just my plaything. He threw out the sentence viciously, and emphasized the word a person with special emphasis. Wen Ruoyan didn't know where she got the courage from, and continued to confront him. So what? What? Did I hear that right? For so many years, everyone had obeyed him, but a little girl who didn't know how to be arrogant came to challenge him in person? He stared at her delicate face and remembered what she had just said to him. He felt anger mixed with jealousy coming at him, making it hard for him to breathe. He wanted to tear her into pieces right now. When he didn't say anything, she tried to push him away with her arm again. But he suddenly grabbed her wrist with one hand and lifted it above her head. With the other hand, he tightly grasped her face and kissed her mouth hard with his hot lips. She instinctively turned her head away, leaving his mouth empty. Seeing the expression of rejection on her face, she looked like a little wild cat covered with thorns. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. The more she resisted, the more it aroused his desire to conquer her. "What are you doing?" she asked in surprise. "What do you say, plaything?" He lifted her chin with great provocation. She just felt a chill on her back. Did he want to? She thought back to the contract that was full of shame. She knew that as the second party, she had no right to choose the location. She hesitated, wondering if she could just apologize for her attitude just now, but her years of knowing right and wrong told her she was not wrong, so why should she apologize to him? The parking lot was brightly lit, with luxury cars neatly lined up, their bodies reflecting a faint light. The air around them seemed to be frozen, and not a single noisy sound could be heard. She knew that if she yelled for help, security would come and question her. But, in the middle of the night, being in a place like this with her boss, if word got out, she couldn't afford to be embarrassed. The only possibility now is to beg him to change the place. She took a deep breath and looked at him with unwilling and pitiful eyes. "Not here, okay?" she uttered a desperate plea. Chapter 8 I am satisfied. Gu Lianqing raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Assistant 1, where did your rebelliousness just now go?" In this dim and enclosed space, through the light from the car window, he looked down at her who was pressed against the car door by him. Stubborn eyes, pure face, and perfect figure hidden under the elegant dress, it is simply a visual feast. He felt hot and irritated as he watched, and could no longer endure the suffocating feeling. He tugged at his collar with one hand, then threw his tie aside casually. His slender and powerful fingers unbuttoned his collar and took off his shirt deftly. He turned his shoulders slightly, and the muscles in his shoulders rolled, along with the angular abdominal muscles on his narrow waist. Wen Ruoyan felt even more frightened when she saw his strong and muscular body. No wonder she couldn't get away from him. She watched him fold down the seat in the car. He firmly grasped her ankles again, dragged her under him, and tore open her collar. He would punish her severely. With the lights of the parking lot, she could clearly see large beads of sweat sliding down his forehead, dripping onto his broad chest, and then flowing along the texture of his abdominal muscles as he moved. She turned away as if it was painful, and closed her eyes in despair again. Finally, a car came, turned on its lights and drove away from the parking space next to it. Looking at the torn dress on the floor of the car, she couldn't help but greet Gu Lianqing and his ancestors thousands of times in her heart. "This is borrowed. How can I explain this to Yi Yinju?" Wen Ruoyan thought to herself. "I've transferred the money to you to compensate for your clothes. Also, remember to take birth control pills." Gu Lianqing put on his clothes and threw down a cold remark. Wen Ruoyan picked up the phone from the floor of the car and took a look at it in confusion. There was 88,888 yuan in the account. Is this number a mockery of her? This is too much. Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? Last time at the hotel, he was still a bit polite and took some measures, but this time he didn't take any measures at all. This is simply too much. But it's so late now, where are the pharmacies open? I can only buy it tomorrow morning. It should be effective within 24 hours, right? When Ruoyan's inner humiliation and anger surged up in her heart. But she couldn't cry, she couldn't let this villain get more proud. Gu Lianqing slowly approached, stretched out his index finger to lift her chin, and scanned her naked body carefully from top to bottom with his eyes. This look made her feel confused. However, he smiled wickedly, used his slender fingers to push the messy hair from her face behind her ears, grasped the back of her neck with his hand, pulled her to his mouth, and left a warm tone, "I am satisfied." Then he left Wen Ruoyan trembling with fear and walked away. Wen Ruoyan looked at his back as he walked away and cursed him softly, a beast in human clothing. Then, picking up the torn clothes and putting them on, she pulled at the few scattered pieces of fabric, trying to piece them together as best she could. Then, she trembled and supported herself on the seat, tried her best to stand up and got out of the car. She also had to diligently close the car door for him, check the windows, and lock the car. As a worker, this is her duty. She really wanted to kick the car to vent her anger, but the car was too expensive and she knew she couldn't afford to pay for it. She sighed, closed her eyes, and wiped away the tears of shame and anger from her eyes with the back of her hand. She felt like her whole body was out of control, so she had to hold on to the wall all the way, stumbling onto the street, ready to take a taxi back to the dormitory. At midnight in Paris, the street lights cast dim and blurry shadows on the ancient buildings. The cold wind blew through the deserted streets, making ghostly whispers. She stood alone on the street, her eyes anxiously searching the empty road. Occasionally a car would speed by, and she waved hard, but no one was willing to stop for her. She was cold and in pain, squatting helplessly under the bright street light. She wanted to cry but didn't dare to, for fear of waking up the homeless people in tents on the street. She wanted to take out her cell phone to call her mother, but was afraid that the phone would be snatched away in the street. More than an hour later, she finally hailed a taxi. When I returned to the staff dormitory, it was almost 4 in the morning. No chance of sleeping tonight. She rushed into the bathroom and scrubbed her body vigorously with a lot of shower gel. She wanted to wash off every trace of him that remained on her body. Finally, she came out wrapped in a bath towel. Looking at her red skin from being rubbed, she felt pain all over her body. This thing, which is worse than pigs and dogs, will be hit by a car and killed tomorrow. Royan was furious, but she could only curse him a few words in a harmless way. She quickly grabbed 2 painkillers and took them in a row. She then went to the refrigerator, grabbed a bunch of ice cubes and put them in a plastic bag. She tied the bag with a hair tie to make a simple ice pack and sat on it. For a moment, a chill ran straight to the top of my head. Her body stiffened and she closed her eyes in pain. Ice cubes can indeed make people numb, so they won't feel the burning pain. But she had to go to work the next morning, and she couldn't ask for leave because she needed the €300 attendance bonus every month. Moreover, even if she didn't go to work, she had to get up early to buy medicine. Royan thought of the 88,888 yuan that was filled with ridicule. She had to transfer it to her mother quickly. This money was enough for her mother and brother's living expenses for several months. She clicked on her mother's profile picture and entered the amount. When she heard the transfer was successful, she burst into tears again. This was earned with her dignity and pain. My mother received a reminder of the transfer and called me immediately. "Royan, where did you get so much money?" Royan covered her mouth and tried to suppress her sobs. "Our company gave out bonuses." "You've only been working for a month, how could you be given such a huge bonus?" "Is that right?" Royan knew what her mother was worried about, so she interrupted her mother. "Don't worry, this is money from a legitimate source." There was silence on the other end of the line for 5 seconds, and then the mother's sobbing could be heard. "Baby, Mom and brother are a burden to you, we are sorry for you." "Mom, don't say that. You and your brother are my treasures, not a burden. It's late now, I should go to bed." Royan hung up the phone on her own initiative. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold back her tears and be discovered by her mother. She took out a pen and wrote the word on the note. It's only been 2 days, and it's still a long way to go before the debt is paid off. Thinking of this, she felt the haze of despair coming over her like an overwhelming tidal wave. In the luxurious presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Paris, Gu Liancheng was lying on his luxurious big bed, also tossing and turning. This time she is really unforgettable. But why did this woman treat Lin Changyu so differently from how she treated herself? Did she really like Lin Changyu? How can that be? She can only be his. Gu Liancheng sat up in shock and reflected on himself. Is it the desire for control that is causing trouble for me now? No, she was just a plaything, maybe even a honey trap sent by his brother. How could he care about her? Chapter 9: My technical problem? The next morning, Royan got up early and went to a nearby pharmacy to buy birth control pills. "How much do you need?" the clerk asked. "1 box, the cheapest one." Royan answered naturally. Then my brain raced, thinking, what if that living devil doesn't take any action next time? 2 boxes. Royan quickly changed her words with an apologetic and embarrassed smile. When she arrived at the office, Royan was glad that she had arrived early and Yi Yingzhu had not arrived yet. Sitting at her workstation, Royan avoided the surveillance like a thief, took out 2 boxes of contraceptive pills she had just bought from her bag and hid them in her drawer. Then she quietly took one. Yi Yingzhu arrived just before work time. "Good morning, Assistant 1." She greeted Royan out of habit. However, the moment Royan raised her head to respond to her, Yi Yingzhu was shocked. "What happened to you?" The dark circles under your eyes are as big as a panda's. When Ruoyan felt guilty for a moment, lowered her head and stammered, I worked overtime yesterday. I came back late and didn't sleep well. Isn't it just a translation? How late can it be? When Ruoyan felt even more guilty when asked, so she had to use clothes to change the subject, Sister Yi, didn't I borrow your dress yesterday? I accidentally scratched it yesterday, let me compensate you. Yi Inju wondered, when Ruoyan is obviously a very cautious person, how could she be so careless? Before she could answer, Yi Inju saw Gu Lianqing coming in neatly dressed. Mr. Gu, good morning. Yi Inju immediately stood up and greeted him. When Ruoyan also immediately stood up and greeted her. But the nightmare that lasted for 2 hours last night made her legs go weak whenever she saw the face of that living devil. Gu Lianqing glanced at Wen Ruoyan, who was looking down, still wearing the familiar ill-fitting OL suit, looking dusty and not even wearing makeup. She was completely different from the radiant look she had yesterday. This woman's body is really tough. She was tortured 3 times in 2 nights in a row, but she can still come to work as usual? Gu Lianqing was confused and a little unwilling. Is it a problem with my skills? He sat at his desk, the unforgettable experience in the car last night constantly emerging in his mind. Her hot hourglass figure looks even more charming in the elegant and fitted dress. Her innocent face, resolute eyes, tightly closed lips and her stubborn temperament like a little wildcat further aroused his desire to conquer her. Whenever he saw her, he couldn't help but reminisce about her, and even wanted to contact her anytime and anywhere. No, it should be a deep communication. Is this a case of X-worm taking over your brain? He took a deep breath, trying to calm his restless heartbeat. Seeing Gu Lianqing enter the president's office, when Ruoyan's legs went weak and she immediately fell onto the stool. What's wrong with you? Yi Inju asked with concern. In her eyes, Wen Ruoyan had never lost her composure. It's okay, I'm just a little tired from working overtime yesterday. After Wen Ruoyan said this, she found that her stomach started to hurt again. Is it because the birth control pills are taking effect and causing more pain, or is it because the painkillers I took in the morning have expired? Wen Ruoyan couldn't help but cover her stomach with her hands, grimacing in pain. I have to hold it in. I have to report to that living devil later. Wen Ruoyan didn't have time to think about it. She opened the drawer, took out the box of painkillers and took 2 more pills. He then turned on the computer, summarized the work content of each department, and started making a table. However, she only felt that the words in the computer were shaking, and she felt sleepy, and her eyelids drooped and she couldn't help but close them. She tried to stay awake, but the fatigue of her body came like a tide. I can't fall down, I can't. She kept encouraging herself in her heart, but her brain seemed to be shrouded in a fog, her thoughts became more and more confused, and her body was no longer under control. Finally, her eyes slowly closed, and her body involuntarily leaned forward. She fell on the table like a small tree ravaged by a violent storm. Yi Inju was concentrating on looking at her computer when she suddenly heard a clang sound beside her, as if something heavy had fallen. She was so startled that she immediately looked over to where the sound came from. She actually saw the always dedicated Wen Ruoyan fainted on the desk. She immediately stood up and ran to Wen Ruoyan, trying to wake her up. Wen Ruoyan, wake up. Could it be that she has some disease like heart disease or high blood pressure? There should be medicine there, Yi Inju thought. So, she immediately opened Wen Ruoyan's drawer, and sure enough, there were several boxes of medicine. But the words on them were all in French, and Yi Inju couldn't understand them, which made her feel troubled again. I'll go to the hospital later, and the doctor might need it when he asks about my medical history, Yi Inju thought. She opened the bag she was carrying and packed all the medicines away. Let us report this to Mr. Gu right away. Yi Inju immediately rushed into the president's office and ran to Gu Lianqing panting. At this time, Gu Lianqing was processing documents at the table. He held a folder in his hand, but he couldn't read anything. The relationship between Wen Ruoyan and Lin Changyu kept lingering in his mind. Mr. Gu, it's bad, assistant Wen has fainted. Yi Inju reported anxiously. What? Why don't you call an ambulance? Gu Lianqing was so shocked that he dropped the documents in his hand onto the table. He immediately stood up and rushed outside to check on Wen Ruoyan. With the efficiency of the French work, she should be dead by the time the ambulance arrives. Yi Inju thought about the man's shrewd nature and thought that he should use the money that he cared about most to stimulate him. Besides, the cost of an ambulance is several thousand euros. It won't cost that much to take her there in your car. Okay, notify the driver quickly. When Ruoyan was lying on the table in front of him, her face as cold as frost and snow. Her skin was dull and lifeless. Her eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes lay quietly on her eyelids. Her lips were bloodless, her hair was stuck to her forehead, and sweat left winding traces on her face. Her whole face was full of helplessness and fragility. This made Gu Lianqing feel as if his heart was tied into a ball, and a feeling of pity arose spontaneously. He immediately picked up Wen Ruoyan and walked out of the office quickly. All the staff members looked at him. In their eyes, Gu Lianqing was always cold as ice and he never got nervous for anyone, but today, this was something they had never seen before. It was not until Gu Lianqing walked out of the office that the employees began to whisper. Boss Gu actually went to personally hug a fainted employee? Isn't there something unusual between them? This assistant one is really resourceful. This woman is so unsophisticated, what does Mr. Gu like about her? Inside a luxurious private hospital in Paris. How is she? Gu Lianqing asked the doctor nervously. It's nothing serious. She fainted from the pain caused by her injuries. We treated her and she should wake up in about an hour. The doctor paused, then added, we have only found through blood tests that her white blood cells have increased. We are not sure where she was injured yet, so we need to check again. Did she tell you where she was in pain? Yi Yinju immediately thought of the medicine in her bag. She quickly took it out and showed it to the doctor. I found this in her drawer. Do you think it will work? The doctor took it and looked at it, then suddenly realized, this is emergency contraceptive pills and painkillers. Chapter 10 being the living king of hell. Yi Yinju was shocked. Assistant 1 was single. What kind of contraceptive pills did she take? Did she come back so late last night? Did something happen to her? There are hooligans all over the streets of Paris. You don't have to worry too much. We will find a gynecologist to check her out right away. The doctor replied. Yi Yinju turned to look at Gu Lianqing beside him. He stood there blankly as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyebrows were knitted into 2 deep furrows, and the tenderness and pity in his eyes seemed to be able to drip water. Every line on his face was filled with shame, as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. Yi Yinju had never seen Gu Lianqing like this before. Could this matter be related to him? Could it be that because her stingy boss didn't drive her back last night, she had an accident on the road? Yi Yinju covered her mouth tightly with her hands, not daring to think any further, let alone confirm it with the miser next to her. Until the doctor came back again, he reported the condition to them with a serious face. Her current symptom is tearing. Moreover, the XX membrane is a new injury. Yi Yinju's heart tightened when she heard this. Could it be that she was really being gangstered by those hooligans in Paris? Gu Lianqing, who was standing aside, had a face full of guilt, as the scenes of the previous 2 nights were still vivid in his mind. He frowned, it was indeed her first time. How painful it must have been for her at that time. It was all his fault. He was so rough, as if he had never eaten before. However, I have never eaten it before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so careless. However, even if someone has eaten it before, when faced with such a feast of attractive face and figure like hers, it would be difficult for them to control themselves and take too much, right? While Gu Lianqing was still lost in thought, his cell phone rang, and Lin Changyu's voice came from the other end. Brother, I'm having some trouble with my business, please come and help me. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan lying on the bed, and said to Lin Changyu on the other end. Is it urgent? I can go later, okay? No, brother. This is a heavyweight mission my father gave me. If I can't handle it, I will die. Hearing Lin Changyu's anxious tone, Gu Lianqing sighed and replied helplessly. I'll try my best. Yi Yinju reacted immediately and said to Gu Lianqing. Boss Gu, go do whatever you need to do. I'll be here to take care of Assistant 1. Gu Lianqing still left with a worried look on his face. An hour later, when Ruoyan woke up, Yi Yinju asked her impatiently. The doctor has already told me about your condition. Were you raped by the thugs in Paris? Afraid that she didn't understand, I even made an internationally accepted hand gesture. When Ruoyan blushed all the way to her ears, and recalling what happened last night, she quickly denied it. No. She thought that she was not killed by the Paris gangsters, but by that living devil. So it was not considered a lie to Sister Yi, right? Yi Yinju didn't believe it. Then how did you get injured? You don't have a boyfriend, and even if you have one, he can't be so rough. Don't be afraid, we can call the police. When Ruoyan was even more embarrassed and tried to stop him. Sister Yi, don't. Seeing that it was really unconvincing, Wen Ruoyan simply made up her mind. I do have a boyfriend, but I didn't tell you. He's also inexperienced and doesn't know how to take things lightly, so. Yi Inju didn't notice any signs of her being in love. Who is your boyfriend? I'll tell you when our relationship is stable. Wen Ruoyan continued to make excuses to avoid him. Seeing Wen Ruoyan's weak appearance, Yi Inju couldn't bear to continue questioning her. The office building of Lin Group. The atmosphere in the spacious and bright conference room was solemn and tense. Representatives from both sides sat on both sides of the long table, their eyes fixed on each other. During the negotiations, Gu Lianqing was so anxious that he kept checking his phone. It was not until Yi Inju sent him a message informing him that assistant Wen is fine that he felt relieved and concentrated on the negotiations. Finally, when the Lin Group represented by Gu Lianqing stood up and shook hands with the other party's representative to reach an agreement, warm applause broke out in the conference room. Brother, you are so awesome. I can finally report to my dad. Lin Changyu patted Gu Lianqing's shoulder, extremely excited. It's done. Gu Lianqing looked at the time on his wrist and prepared to leave. Lin Changyu saw his intention and immediately tried to save his dignity. Brother, are you leaving? Don't you have to attend our celebration party? No, I have to go to the hospital to see a staff member. Gu Lianqing paused, remembering that he couldn't reveal the specific name to him. Employee? Which employee is worthy of our CEO Gu's personal visit? Lin Changyu thought that Gu Lianqing was just finding an excuse not to draft to fool him. After all, Gu Lianqing is well known for being ruthless. Apart from Grandma Gu, he will not visit anyone when they are sick. Could it be Wen Ruoyan, your beautiful assistant? Lin Changyu suddenly had an idea and asked with his eyes wide open. Gu Lianqing was also stunned by his question. This playboy has a poor business sense, but his sense of smell in this area is comparable to that of a police dog. So, I could only deny it again and again, no. It was a male employee. Male employees, giving money is much better than visiting the sick. Lin Changyu directly took Gu Lianqing's arm and carried him to the celebration banquet at the luxury hotel in Paris. Lin Changyu started the celebration banquet with the old-fashioned routine. We raise our glasses to thank my good brother Gu Lianqing, who used his wisdom, courage and excellent negotiation skills to help us complete this difficult business negotiation. Then began the boring social event of drinking and chatting. Gu Lianqing was eager to go home. He kept looking at his phone, clicking on Wen Ruoyan's profile picture countless times, typing out greetings, but deleting them again and again before sending. Suddenly, Gu Lianqing's cell phone rang. It was Lawyer Chen. Did you find out so quickly? Gu Lianqing's heart tightened, and he quickly walked out of the box and found a quiet place to answer the phone. Mr. Gu, I have found the information about Wen Ruoyan that you asked me to look up. She lived with her parents in Paris until she was 8 years old. After that, she returned to China and attended the same aristocratic school as you. Her father, Wen Qingshan, was one of the 3 giants in the domestic telecommunications industry, but he went bankrupt and was imprisoned when she was 14 years old. The family's assets of tens of billions were insolvent, and after scraping together money, they still owed 30 million. In the same year, her younger brother was born. Due to financial pressure, she dropped out of the aristocratic school and went to a public school, using scholarships to subsidize the family every year. As the words from the other end of the phone continued to come, Gu Lianqing's brows became more and more furrowed, and his eyes gradually dimmed. He tightly grasped the corner of his clothes with one hand, wrinkling the originally smooth fabric, and the hand holding the phone in the other hand began to tremble slightly. It turns out that she is not a poor academic student, but a down-and-out young lady. Therefore, her brilliant performance in yesterday's translation was not to attract Lin Changyu, but to awaken her bloodline. The 30 million yuan agreement she reached with herself was not because of greed, but to pay off her debts. Instead, he was just making wild guesses and treating her as a honey trap sent by his brother, and even ended up in the hospital. The muscles on Gu Lianqing's face twitched, and pain, regret and guilt intertwined in his heart. He couldn't wait any longer, he wanted to go to the hospital to see her immediately. Chapter 11. I'll accompany you for one night. Gu Lianqing rushed to the hospital in a hurry. Wen Ruoyan was lying on the bed resting, and Yi Inju was making a video call with her boyfriend in the corridor outside. Seeing Gu Lianqing suddenly appear, Yi Inju was so scared that she hung up the phone in a hurry. Gu Lianqing hushed her and whispered to her, "Go back, I'll take care of her." Yi Inju was shocked again. This living devil would actually come to the hospital in person to take care of people? But on second thought, could it be that Gu Lianqing felt guilty because he caused her tragedy? But didn't Wen Ruoyan deny it just now? Could it be that Wen Ruoyan was lying? Forget it, won't it be enough to see if Wen Ruoyan can find a boyfriend when the time comes? The living devil has spoken, so I should stop interfering and leave quickly. After sending Yi Yingzhu away, Gu Lianqing walked to Wen Ruoyan's bedside and sat down quietly. She lay quietly on the hospital bed, her cascading black hair casually scattered on the white pillow, making her face look even paler. Her brows were slightly furrowed, but it only added to her charming charm. Having experienced desire 2 days ago, she is now pure and makes people feel pity for her. Gu Lianqing couldn't help but stroke her face gently, but stopped at her cheek. The past flashed before his eyes like a film, and he wanted to take his hand back in shame. At this moment, when Ruoyan suddenly woke up and saw Gu Lianqing's hand resting beside her face and his face that was avoiding her, she was shocked. This living devil came to trouble her again. She was in this state now, and he was unwilling to let her go? Gu Lianqing was also embarrassed by her sudden awakening and quickly withdrew his hand from the air. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. I came to see you. Gu Lianqing quickly spoke to ease the awkwardness. When Ruoyan felt even more confused. She couldn't help but grab the quilt beside her to cover her chest and curled up into a ball. Why did you come to see me? When Gu Lianqing saw her frightened look, he realized that his brutality might have caused her post-traumatic stress disorder. So the first priority is not to irritate her. Gu Lianqing had no choice but to change the subject. Are you hungry? Chinese food is also available here. I'm not hungry. You should go back quickly. Wen Ruoyan replied coldly. Seeing that he was turned down, Gu Lianqing scratched his head in embarrassment. I have already communicated with the doctor. I will accompany you tonight. Wen Ruoyan was extremely confused. The psychological fear caused by last night was even more serious. She stared at him with wide eyes and full of hostility, and her voice was raised more than a little. I don't need you to accompany me. She must have thought that I wanted to find her to fulfill the contract again today. Seeing Wen Ruoyan, who looked like a hedgehog ball in front of him, Gu Lianqing quickly waved his hand and pointed to the bed next to him. I won't touch you. I'll sleep on the bed next to you. Wen Ruoyan looked at the luxurious accompanying bed next door. Why is this guy so abnormal? It'll be one day. Gu Lianqing blushed and lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Afraid that she didn't get it, Gu Lianqing explained in detail, the previous contract, you let me accompany you for one day tonight, it'll be one day. Good. Wen Ruoyan's answer without hesitation surprised Gu Lianqing a little. Gu Lianqing was originally worried that bringing up this agreement would touch her sore spot. Now, there is no need to worry at all. As long as I ask this woman for money, she will agree very quickly. Gu Lianqing snorted with both anger and amusement, walked to the bed next door, and lay down quietly. When Ruoyan secretly glanced at Gu Lianqing, who had his eyes closed, and thought, how nice it would be if I could sleep in this luxurious ward for 600 days to offset all the time in the agreement. But how did this living devil suddenly find his conscience? Oh, no, I should say, how did he suddenly develop a conscience? At this time, a deep and familiar voice sounded. When I asked you, why didn't you say it was your first time? When Ruoyan thought back to their first night together, and her dignity did not allow her to tell the truth. What's there to say? As long as you tell the truth, I will be gentle and won't hurt you. It turns out that this living devil felt guilty about getting himself hospitalized. When Ruoyan rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, the customer is God. You've paid, so you can do whatever you want. Faced with Wen Ruoyan's sarcasm, Gu Lianqing knew he was in the wrong. But he couldn't admit that he was so rude because he suspected that she was a honey trap sent by his brother, right? Besides, he was already notorious in the business world for his viciousness and cruelty, so he could only let her continue to misunderstand him with prejudice. He eased the atmosphere. I don't look down on you, even if you are devoted to me simply for money. But not everyone wants to trade their bodies for money. Some want to rely on their strength. When Ruoyan blurted out, Gu Lianqing was silent. Seeing that when Ruoyan fell asleep, he walked to her bed again, sat down blankly, and stared at the girl in front of him. Even in her sleep, her delicate facial features still exude charming charm, her straight nose outlines the graceful lines of her face, and her slightly open lips reveal a bit of lovable fragility. Her slender neck and collarbone are faintly visible under the loose hospital gown, making her look even more delicate and attractive. He looked at her face and actually smiled a rare and warm smile. He pulled Wen Ruoyan's quilt up to cover her neck, then gently took out her hand that was receiving the foredrip and placed it outside the quilt. The moment he touched her hand, he found that it was very cold. He walked around to the other side of the bed and touched her other hand, which turned out to be of normal temperature. It seems that the body temperature is low due to the infusion. What can I do? Let's check it out. He quickly found the answer on the internet. You can use a hot water bottle or a heat pad to warm the infusion tube. Gu Lianqing ran outside to ask the nurse himself, but there was no such thing in French hospitals. It was impossible to buy such a thing in Paris at this late hour. What should I do? Gu Lianqing finally thought of a way. He covered the infusion tube with his hands and then held it in his mouth. The temperature from his hands and mouth should be enough to warm up the cold liquid. Sure enough, the temperature of Wen Ruoyan's hand gradually stabilized. Gu Lianqing continued like this for several hours until the nurse came to change the dressing. Are you warming up the medicine like this? The nurse couldn't believe her eyes. This famous business elite man in front of her could be so considerate to a woman. Gu Lianqing shook his head and made a hushing gesture to the nurse to keep quiet so as not to wake up Wen Ruoyan. After changing the medicine, the nurse returned to the nurses' station and told the other nurses what she had witnessed. The nurses immediately started talking. How come the Chinese woman has such a considerate boyfriend? It's so enviable. This Chinese man is also tall, handsome, and strong. The next morning, when Ruoyan stretched and woke up from her sleep. This was the best sleep she had ever had in all the years since her family tragedy. Could it be that some hypnotic drugs were added to the infusion? Wen Ruoyan thought. She glanced at the bed next to her. Why was Gu Lianqing gone? Chapter 12. Want to soak yourself? Wen Ruoyan looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock. No wonder he disappeared, the workaholic must have gone to work. Wen Ruoyan shifted her gaze to her hands again. Yesterday when she was receiving the infusion, she felt the medicine was very painful. Her entire arm was numb and she couldn't lift it. But today, she didn't feel any pain at all. Sure enough, sleeping is the best way to treat pain. When the nurse saw Wen Ruoyan woke up, she immediately performed a routine checkup on her and then brought her a Chinese breakfast. Wen Ruoyan couldn't help but sigh, it's worthy of being a luxurious private hospital. As Gu Lianqing said, they will customize Chinese food according to the needs of customers. There are steaming hot dumplings, colorful tea eggs, delicate and smooth tofu pudding and fragrant soy milk. Wen Ruoyan's appetite was aroused and she began to eat with relish. Halfway through the meal, Lin Changyu came in, sweating profusely, carrying 2 large bags full of things, looking exhausted. Wen Ruoyan was horrified. Boss Lin, why are you here? Gu Lianqing told me, so I came. As Lin Changyu spoke, he gently put down the shopping bag in his hand and carefully unpacked the items one by one. Gu Lianqing is a psychopath. Why should I tell him properly? The point is, what should I tell him? My own illness? How embarrassing. It's all my fault. I forced you to be my interpreter and you almost fainted from exhaustion. It's only right that I come and take a good look at you. Lin Changyu took the initiative to confess his purpose. Wen Ruoyan's heart finally settled down. Fortunately, the living devil made up an excuse and didn't tell him the truth, otherwise she really wanted to find a piece of tofu to kill herself. Lin Changyu opened all the small boxes in the shopping bag and placed them neatly on the table. The whole room was filled with fragrant aroma. The bright red roast goose has crispy skin and tender meat, the boiled chicken has yellow skin and white meat, the barbecued pork has a crackling skin, the old-fashioned soup is fresh and mellow, the shrimp dumplings are plump, the steamed spare ribs with black bean and pepper are tender and juicy, there are also the nutritious Buddha jumps over the wall and the stir-fried taro cake, the table is filled with them. Wen Ruoyan was embarrassed. You are too polite. We have food here. It's troublesome for you to come here in person. Afterwards, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He hadn't been willing to eat this familiar yet unfamiliar meal for many years. I personally picked these for you in Chinatown. They're definitely better than those in the hospital. Come and try them while they're hot. Lin Changyu handed Wen Ruoyan a pair of disposable chopsticks. Wen Ruoyan picked up a shrimp dumpling, each of which was filled with plump shrimp meat. She took a bite and felt full of happiness. It whetted her appetite. When Ruoyan's brows relaxed, a satisfied smile spread across her face, her eyes full of intoxication and surprise, and she praised unabashedly. This tastes so good. The tenderness of the shrimp dumpling skin, the sweetness of the shrimp meat, The crispness of the bamboo shoots and the fragrance of the meat filling are just right. You're quite knowledgeable. Do you like white dishes too? Yes. When Royan lowered her head and tasted the other dishes. Many northerners don't like to eat light dishes. We really have a connection. Lin Changyu lowered his head and smiled, a blush on his face. Lin Changyu's words made Wen Ruoyan seem to smell something unusual. Could it be that he really wanted to seduce her as Yi Yinzhu said? Reason told her that she had to change the subject quickly. I like to eat anything that's free. Wen Ruoyan started making jokes again. No problem. Whenever you want to eat, just call me and I'll treat you. This Lin Changyu is indeed, as Yi Yinzhu said, an experienced playboy. This statement is really seductive without being visible. Seeing Wen Ruoyan's slightly embarrassed expression, Lin Changyu hurried to smooth things over. You helped me translate, and since we have reached a relationship with P Real Estate, it's only right that I treat you to hundreds of meals. Wen Ruoyan smiled easily. Lin Changyu clearly paid an excessive amount for the translation, and he also treated me to hundreds of meals. Unlike that living devil, he only clearly wrote in the contract that he would cook hundreds of dishes? Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport. Gu Liancheng is boarding a plane to fly to Country J in Africa. This morning, Gu Liancheng had just returned to Gu Group after working all night to warm Wen Ruoyan's Ford tube when he received a call from his father Gu Zhenghao, asking him to go on a business trip to Africa immediately and lead a team to negotiate a mining project worth 40 billion yuan. Gu Liancheng was worried about the patient Wen Ruoyan and instinctively wanted to refuse. But at this moment, he received a message from his grandmother, urging him to go on the business trip and complete the tasks assigned by his father. Gu Liancheng immediately contacted his grandmother and learned that it was indeed his younger brother and stepmother who had forced his father to give him such a difficult task. If they fail to handle this matter well, they will use this incident as a fuse to ask the board of directors to reduce their voice in the board of directors, so as to support their younger brother to take the position. Gu Liancheng had no choice but to take over the job immediately, call an emergency meeting of senior management, and arrange his work during the business trip. At this moment, Lin Changyu appeared. This guy originally came with a gift to thank Gu Liancheng, but was attracted by the empty workstation of Wen Ruoyan. After asking Yi Yinzhu and learning that Wen Ruoyan was admitted to the hospital, he immediately rushed to find Gu Liancheng to confirm. Gu Lianben wanted to conceal it, but since Lin Changyu already knew about it, he must not be told about his contractual relationship with Wen Ruoyan and the real cause of her illness. He could only make up an excuse of falling out of exhaustion to tell him. Then she thought that she would be going on a business trip soon, so she had no choice but to ask him to take care of Wen Ruoyan for her. As a result, when Lin Changyu learned about it, he happily agreed and immediately went to the hospital. Gu Liancheng sat in the first-class cabin of his plane, propping up his head with his hands. His mind was now filled with the image of Lin Changyu and Wen Ruoyan chatting happily. Could it be that this brat really fell in love with Wen Ruoyan? Could it be that Wen Ruoyan also fell in love with this brat? Gu Liancheng felt as if a bottle of 5 flavors had been overturned in his heart, with mixed feelings. Could this be the legendary jealousy? This Wen Ruoyan always drills into my heart like an earthworm. I can't pull it out, but if I cut it off, it can be reborn from the dead. Was it because he was obsessed with her body? Her figure and face were indeed pure and attractive, but he was clearly not a sensual person. Was it because he felt guilty about her admission to the hospital? Her pitiful appearance was indeed heartbreaking, but he had always been hard-hearted and ruthless. Was it because her eyes looked familiar? Indeed, when I first looked at the interviewer's profile, this was the first thing I noticed about her. That's why I made an exception and hired her during the final interview. But she couldn't be that little girl. I clearly met that little girl in China when she was 4 or 5 years old, but when Ruoyan lived in France until she was 8 years old. Therefore, I shouldn't treat her as a substitute for that little girl, which would be a blasphemy to my sincere feelings for that little girl. I have already made up my mind that my future wife can only be that little girl. Gu Liancheng's thoughts went back to the Gu family compound 17 years ago. Chapter 13 Blushing. At that time, Gu Liancheng was 13 years old and his mother committed suicide. Before his mother's body was cold, his father couldn't wait to bring his mistress Linya and her 8-year-old brother Gu Lianyan back home. My father originally wanted to hold a grand wedding for Linya, but under the strong opposition of my grandmother, my father still held a small wedding at home in the name of Gu Liancheng's mother's funeral. At the funeral in the evening, the bustling guests made little Gu Liancheng look like a wealthy orphan wearing a high-end custom-made suit. As the new mistress, the stepmother proudly arranged the funeral of the old mistress in the crowd, and from time to time she provoked Gu Liancheng with a triumphant look. Little Gu Lianqing looked at everything in front of him with confusion and loss, feeling that he was out of place in this funeral cloaked in extravagance and decadence. He pursed his lips and fled the scene with anxiety and anger. When he arrived at the backyard, he squatted alone under a small tree beside the rockery and sobbed. His tears fell like rain into the landscape lake. Little Gu Lianqing seemed to see his mother's face in the lake. He couldn't help but use his hands to stir the water in the scenic lake, and his mother's shadow disappeared. Little Gu Lianqing was anxious and sad. He kept fiddling with the water, his body leaning forward. He lost his balance and was about to fall into the lake. At this critical moment, a small figure rushed over like lightning and grabbed the staggering little Gu Lianqing. It was a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a high-end custom-made pink dress and carrying a limited edition bag of a famous brand across her body. Her skin was fair and rosy, and she had a pair of big watery eyes, with a clear look that showed stubbornness. Little Gu Lianqing was still in shock, but the little girl flashed her bright eyes and said to him, "Little brother, did something fall into the lake?" "My mother passed away." Little Gu Lianqing lowered his head and trembled. The little girl was startled, then she blinked her big, lively eyes and said softly, "Little brother, don't be sad. Your mother must want you to be strong and live well. Look, one of the stars in the sky is your mother. She is watching you silently." Then she took out a pink bear handmade doll from her bag and stuffed it into the hand of Gu Lianqing. "Brother, I made this myself. You should be as happy as the words sewn on it every day." Little Gu Lianqing touched the crooked words "happy every day" embroidered on it, and a seed of determination was planted in his heart. For many years, Gu Lianqing had been searching the guest list, but he had never found out the origin of that little girl. It was not until he asked the housekeeper that he told Gu Lianqing that some of the guests were good friends of his mother. His father invited these people according to the list of their wedding that year, but that list had long been lost. But Gu Lianqing never gave up looking for her, but unfortunately there was no news. He only had that doll, which he always treasured. The plane landed at the airport in African country J on time. After Gu Lianqing contacted the people from the branch, he immediately led the branch team to participate in the first negotiation. However, this negotiation ended in failure for Gu Lianqing. The other parties seemed to know all of his cards and he was suppressed throughout the whole process. There is only one possibility: there is a commercial spy in the Gu Group branch in country J. At night, Gu Lianqing lay on the big bed in the hotel, looking at the ceiling and reviewing what happened today. He roughly guessed that the masterminds behind the incident must be his stepmother and younger brother. However, time was running out and he could not go to find evidence. The most urgent task was to quickly form a new negotiation team. The first person that came to Gu Lianqing's mind was Wen Ruoyan. She was supposed to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and her physical condition should be able to support her work here. She can speak French and studied finance, so her abilities and majors are very suitable. Although she has only been working for a short time, I can see that she is a promising talent. Of course, she is also very promising in that area. Gu Lianqing smacked his head. Why did he think of her first when something happened? When he thought of her, his mind was full of that kind of thing? In a luxurious private hospital in Paris, France. When Ruoyan was chatting and tasting delicious food with Lin Chinyu as usual. Suddenly Wen Ruoyan's cell phone rang. When she looked, it was the living devil. Lin Chinyu was also surprised when he saw it. Didn't this guy go on a business trip to Africa? Why did he come to assign tasks to the patients? When Ruoyan answered the phone nervously, "Mr. Gu. You're to come to country J right now and join the negotiation team I have just formed." Gu Lianqing's calm voice came from the other end of the line. "Boss Gu, I'm still in the hospital. Don't pretend. I know you will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow." Gu Lianqing said coldly. This living devil can't hide anything from him. When Ruoyan was still thinking about what excuse she could come up with to refuse. The prize money is 5 million. Good. When Ruoyan heard the number, she agreed without hesitation. This bonus could offset the 100 days in the agreement. Compared with the previous experience of being sent to the hospital after accompanying him for only 2 days, this was too cost-effective. When Ruoyan immediately packed her luggage and prepared to be discharged from the hospital. Lin Changyu was shocked when he heard what was said on the phone. "You agreed to this?" "Of course, 5 million. Lin Changyu smiled helplessly. No wonder Gu Lianqing called her a poor academic master. However, this money-obsessed girl in front of him was also very cute. Although it was a pity that the sweet time of these 2 days was too short, Lin Changyu still helped her pack her luggage for discharge from the hospital. When Ruoyan went to the nurse station to apply for early discharge and asked for doctor's advice, the nurse gave her an ointment and told her, "Your injury is not serious. Rub it on the wound yourself every day and it will heal in about 2 weeks." When Ruoyan thought that she was going to Africa soon and didn't know how long she would be able to come back, so she took the initiative to buy a few more. After completing the discharge procedures, the nurse took the initiative to whisper to her, "Your boyfriend is so good to you. I saw him holding your 4-tube in his mouth all night to warm your medicine." Ah! When Ruoyan was shocked. Lin Changyu had been with her these 2 days, so the nurse thought he was her boyfriend. Did he do this behind my back every night? No wonder I didn't feel any numbness in my arms or hands during the night infusions. Is it done? Lin Changyu's voice floated over. When Ruoyan quickly and quietly hid her ointment and doctor's prescription, she looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Changyu in the distance. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his face was blooming with an innocent smile. Carrying large and small bags of luggage, he appeared at the door of the nurse's station like a farmhand. How could this playboy do so many thoughtful things for her without anyone knowing? When Ruoyan felt some special feelings for Lin Changyu in front of her. But how could I be worthy of that? I was now a person who had sold my body and dignity for money. When Ruoyan's eyes revealed a rare tenderness, she quickly took the luggage from his hands. The moment their fingers touched, Lin Changyu blushed, which was rare for him. Chapter 14. It feels like a long time since I last saw you. When Ruoyan flew to the capital of Country J overnight. The moment she stepped into the company door, Gu Lianqing finally saw Wen Ruoyan, who was still walking a little unnaturally. The stubborn eyes, pale face, and tenacious vitality ignited his calm heart again. This woman is simply his nemesis. It would be fine if she didn't show up, but as soon as she showed up, he would want to pin her down and give her a good feast. More than one meal, at least 3 or 5 meals. Is this what they call 1 day apart feels like 3 years apart? No, it should be 1 day apart. Gu Lianqing was annoyed. It was all my fault for being so violent. She still had injuries on her body. No, shouldn't I blame myself for having poor self-control? How did I manage to live a life of abstinence for so many years? I've never eaten anything good. However, when Ruoyan didn't seem to have any regard for him at all. She just followed the negotiation team and fought against time. She even slept on the floor in the office almost every day because she worked overtime too late. Gu Lianqing tried to strike up a conversation with her several times, but was always repressed by her righteous aura. He could only quietly watch her in dismay. Until he discovered that every day during lunch, she was browsing some shopping websites with a frown on her face, as if she was eager to buy something. He pretended to be casual and took a closer look, and found that she was searching the skirt that he had torn. It suddenly dawned on me that based on her usual dressing style, the skirt must have been borrowed. Gu Lianqing fell into self-blame again. It was all his fault for being too rude. Gu Lianqing also searched for the skirt online. It turned out that it was a model from a light luxury brand many years ago, but the manufacturer had gone bankrupt and it was no longer available. Gu Lianqing called Special Assistant Huang, who was in China, and asked, "Is there any new information in China recently?" "Not yet. Your brother's performance in the company is as good as ever." Gu Lianqing said, lowered his voice, and said a little embarrassedly, "Please help me contact this bankrupt company and ask them to reopen the production line and make a new piece of this kind of clothing. I'll send you the picture." Reopening the production line? That might involve acquiring them? Special Assistant Huang was shocked. "No matter what the price, I must buy it." Gu Lianqing's firm voice came from the other end of the phone. Huang hung up the phone, puzzled. This 1,000-year-old iron tree actually bloomed? To buy such a lady's skirt. The most important thing is, this shrewd guy actually said that he would not care about the price. Is he in love? Huang smiled and shook his head, thinking, but it's okay. This guy is finally willing to give up the little girl who doesn't exist and face the reality of life. The night before the negotiation. Just when everyone finished overtime and prepared to go back to rest, Gu Lianqing suddenly received a strange call. "Want to know the real cause of your mother's death? I have evidence. Go to a cafe called QA in the suburbs and bring $5 million in cash within an hour." Gu Lianqing was shocked. He had been secretly investigating the cause of his mother's death and kept it extremely confidential. How did he know? The only person who could possibly know about this is the guilty murderer. Although he had suspected someone for a long time, he had no evidence and was helpless against them. But causing trouble at this time is clearly just to create trouble for tomorrow's negotiations. Gu Lianqing pretended to be calm and asked him, "Why should I believe you?" The other party didn't answer and hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, Gu Lianqing received a picture message on his mobile phone. It was an email that his mother sent to a good friend of hers the day before her death. It can be clearly seen that the mother wrote, "Dear Nina, I want to go to your place to relax and take me to eat delicious mussels." How could a person who wanted to relax and eat mussels commit suicide? This was the evidence that my mother had been looking for, that she did not commit suicide. Of course, we have to check first whether the picture and email are fake. Gu Lianqing made a phone call. "Lawyer Chen, please help me verify whether the content of this picture is true. Quickly." "Okay, Mr. Gu, but this will take at least half an hour." Gu Lianqing looked at his watch, frowned, and agreed reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, he immediately prepared the money and summoned the driver, for bodyguards, and Wen Ruoyan. He asked them to be on standby at any time. Half an hour later, Lawyer Chen's words, "Mr. Gu, this picture is real," broke the silence, and Gu Lianqing drove towards the coffee shop quickly with the money and people. In the car, Gu Lianqing kept holding his phone and carefully observing the picture. Although he had secretly looked up a lot of information about his mother's interpersonal relationships over the years, he really had no impression of Nina. When Ruoyan felt the tense atmosphere in the car and felt extremely nervous, she asked Gu Lianqing tentatively, "Boss Gu, are we going to a fight?" Gu Lianqing rolled his eyes. "I just asked you to be the translator. But I don't accept battlefield translation work." When Ruoyan was like a furry little rabbit curled up in a corner. Gu Lianqing didn't want to waste time talking to her. 100,000. "Boss Gu, money can't buy life." 500,000. "My life is worth more than this little money, right? 1 million. Make a deal." When Ruoyan was very satisfied with the price, so she agreed immediately. She knew that even if she died, the insurance claim would not be worth 1 million. "So, your life is worth 1 million? Ah." Gu Lianqing's words woke Wen Ruoyan up. It turned out that she was going to get less, which made her very upset. "Would you like to give me some more?" Wen Ruoyan mustered up the courage and asked cautiously. It seemed that since some time ago, Wen Ruoyan was no longer so afraid of him and dared to negotiate terms with him face to face. Without a doubt, she received another look from Gu Lianqing as if he was looking at her like a dog. When we arrived at the QA Cafe, it was located on a dusty street corner and was converted from a dilapidated adobe house. The plaster on the walls had fallen off a lot, revealing the bricks and stones inside. A dilapidated large lamp hung on the ceiling. The owner was an African man with a warm and simple face. There were no customers in the store at the moment. When he saw Wen Ruoyan and her group coming, the owner immediately stepped forward and communicated with Wen Ruoyan in French. Could it be that the shop owner was a bad guy in disguise? Wen Ruoyan looked at him and pretended to be calm while ordering coffee for everyone, but she didn't dare to drink a sip. When Ruoyan looked at the time and saw that there were still 5 minutes left until the agreed time, so she had no choice but to sit down and wait. When Ruoyan glanced at Gu Lianqing beside her, he still had a poker face, but his eyes revealed a rare expectation. When the time came, still no one came. Everyone present felt extremely uneasy. Gu Lianqing immediately called the other party, but no one answered the phone. Not good, luring the tiger away from the mountain. Gu Lianqing reacted and immediately ran to the door. At this moment, the shop owner who was standing at the door ran out first and locked the door from the outside. Chapter 15 Conspiracy. When Ruoyan finally confirmed her guess, this must have been deliberately designed by Gu Group's competitors. Their goal was not the $5 million, but to prevent tomorrow's negotiations worth 40 billion. When Ruoyan immediately took out her cell phone to call the police, but found that her cell phone had no signal. It turns out they came prepared. There was signal before, but after this time, there was no signal immediately. At this moment, a wind and rain suddenly hit outside, and the crumbling roof made a worrying creaking sound. There is no other way except breaking down the door. The 4 bodyguards pounded on the door for a long time, but there was still no sign of it being opened. When Ruoyan and Gu Lianqing searched around the house for other exits, and the windows were also locked. This remote room must have been carefully prepared by the other party, and the door and windows were made of materials that could not be broken. Although Gu Lianqing considered the possibility that his stepmother and brother had stopped him from negotiating when he received the message, he could not hold back his impulse after confirming that it was indeed an email from his mother. He jumped in even though he knew it was a trap. As expected, I fell into the trap. The stepmother and younger brother came up with such an important clue because they knew that their mother was their lifeblood. This also shows the importance of this negotiation. So, no matter what, this negotiation must be concluded. The only way now is to find a way to restore the signal and notify people outside to pick up the phone. At this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and it became dark. In an instant, bean-sized raindrops poured down from the dark clouds without any warning. There was no one outside, only the shabby coffee shop was left drifting in the heavy rain. It's already very late. If we don't find a way out, we will miss tomorrow's negotiations. At this time, when Ruoyan looked at Gu Lianqing, who was full of anxiety, and suddenly an idea flashed, there was a signal when she first came in, but it disappeared after the owner left. It must be because the signal jammer in this room was set with a timer. If she found it and turned it off, wouldn't it be solved? When Ruoyan quickly stopped the bodyguards who were still smashing doors and windows, and told Gu Lianqing her thoughts. Gu Lianqing immediately ordered everyone to look for the signal jammer in the house. So everyone put down their work and immediately started looking for the signal jammer. However, as time passed, everyone searched every corner of the cafe but found nothing. It's almost dawn now. When Ruoyan thought again that the signal blocker must be placed in a place where it is convenient to get electricity and not easily reached. That would only be possible in higher places, right? When Ruoyan looked up and scanned the area, and finally, her eyes stopped at the extremely large lampshade on the ceiling. Everyone had searched around just now, but only missed this thing in the blind spot. When Ruoyan winked at Gu Lianqing and pointed at the lampshade, who immediately ordered his bodyguards to remove it. Sure enough, there was a signal blocker in the lampshade. Everyone present was ecstatic, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. When Ruoyan turned off the signal jammer, and finally, the phone signal was restored. She looked at the time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 3 hours before the negotiation. When Ruoyan was about to call the police, but Gu Lianqing stopped her by holding his phone. Call our own people first. We can't count on the efficiency of the J country police. These words suddenly dawned on Wen Ruoyan. She immediately called the group and asked them to send someone to rescue the man. Then she called the police in French. Just after hanging up the phone, I saw Gu Lianqing still looked worried. Wen Ruoyan was puzzled. Boss Gu, is there anything wrong? Look up the top rescue teams in Country J and have them come as quickly as possible. Price is not an issue. Wen Ruoyan didn't understand. Boss Gu, we've already got our people and the police here. Isn't 3 hours enough? Don't ask why, just do it. Gu Lianqing put down his hand from his mouth, crossed his arms across his chest, and looked out the window. The sky outside the window seemed to be covered by a thick black curtain, so gloomy that it was hard to breathe. Dark clouds rolled over the earth, and the wind howled, tearing the branches wantonly, and the leaves fluttered wildly in the air. Wen Ruoyan had no time to be afraid and immediately did as Gu Lianqing instructed. On the other side, Gu Lianqing quietly walked to a deserted place and called Assistant Huang, instructing him to find out the culprit behind what happened to him today. Although Gu Lianqing already had the answer in his mind, he still needed some evidence to convict the traitor. 20 minutes later, people from Gu Group's J Country branch arrived at the scene. However, the extremely complicated combination lock at the door left them helpless. 20 minutes later, the police arrived. They used various lock-picking tools and hard objects to try to open the doors and windows, but the doors and windows were like iron walls, and they showed no signs of opening even after being attacked from the inside and outside. So this was the reason why Gu Lianqing asked her to contact the top rescue team. Wen Ruoyan understood. Not long after, the top rescue team that had been contacted at great expense arrived. They brought all kinds of the most advanced rescue tools, cryptography experts, and even bomb disposal experts, but they were still helpless against this carefully prepared cell. There are only 2 hours left before the negotiation starts. Wen Ruoyan suggested to Gu Lianqing. Mr. Gu, do you want to contact the other party to reschedule the negotiation? No. Gu Lianqing denied it categorically. He knew that this was a conspiracy of his stepmother and brother. If there was even the slightest flaw in his entire negotiation process, they would definitely make a big fuss about it. What's more, the mistake he made now was so low level that they would definitely seize this opportunity and join forces with the their board members to impeach him and replace him. As time passed, the three teams outside the window, each showing their talents, still made no progress. When Ruoyan looked at the time, there was still an hour left before the negotiation. She anxiously suggested again. Mr. Gu, why do you insist on having us take risks here at such a sensitive time? Could this have anything to do with this password? Gu Lianqing was deeply struck by Wen Ruoyan's words. He thought of his stepmother and younger brother who had been forbearing for many years. Was it possible that they wanted to vent and demonstrate through this code? They found out from somewhere that I had been investigating the real cause of my mother's death for many years. They successfully tricked me into coming here, taking advantage of my weakness of not being able to let go of my mother's death. Suddenly, he seemed to have suddenly become enlightened and his eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up suddenly and rushed to the window without hesitation. He shouted in English to the people outside. Try 20070321. His voice was urgent and loud, stirring in the air. After hearing this, the person outside immediately entered the password according to his instructions, and sure enough, the combination lock opened. Everyone cheered and rejoiced. Finally, everyone was successfully rescued. Chapter 16, Get a Room? When Ruoyan couldn't help but ask in her joy. Mr. Gu, how did you come up with this password? My mother's death anniversary. This code also made Gu Lianqing more certain of his guess. When Ruoyan felt like a tornado was blowing up in her heart. She glanced nervously at Gu Lianqing who was standing in front of her. Fortunately, his calm expression seemed like he didn't care about the matter at all. When Ruoyan calmed down and swallowed back the "I'm sorry" that was about to come out of her mouth. When Ruoyan looked at the time and saw that there was less than an hour left before the negotiation. We have an urgent matter to deal with right now. We will meet with you tomorrow to record your statement and settle the remaining balance. When Ruoyan spoke in French to the J Country Police and top rescue team in front of her. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan in front of him and suddenly realized that he was very satisfied with the workability of this woman in front of him. She can always put herself in other people's shoes and predict what should be done next, and take care of everything without me having to tell her. When Ruoyan told the driver, drive as fast as possible. Finally arrived downstairs at the negotiation site. However, the elevator broke down for the first time. The property management staff of the office building was carrying out emergency repairs. This is the most luxurious office building in Country J, and it has been undergoing regular maintenance. The elevator has never been repaired during working hours before, so how could it fail at such a critical moment? But when Ruoyan didn't have time to think about it. After communicating with the property management, she was told that it will take at least 3 hours to repair. When Ruoyan could only suggest to everyone in frustration, we are out of time, let's climb the stairs. What? The 43rd floor. How do we get up there? Yeah, I'm not an athlete. I can't climb. The negotiating team members of Gu Group expressed their dissatisfaction in a low voice. Gu Lianqing was about to speak, but when Ruoyan spoke first. I know you are all very tired now, but we have been preparing for this negotiation for so long. Are we going to be trapped by this small elevator? Now, the other party's representative has arrived. We just need to climb up and we will win. After hearing what she said, the people present seemed a little shaken. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan in front of him. Her small body seemed to contain great energy. Let's add fuel to the fire, Gu Lianqing thought with a gratified smile. So, he said to everyone in front of him, everyone climb up, and the prize money will be doubled. After saying that, he was ready to lead the way and be the first person to climb the stairs. Sure enough, nothing works better than money. Under the leadership of Qian and Gu Lianqing, everyone rushed up the stairs to the emergency exit as if they were injected with chicken blood. Wen Ruoyan also climbed upstairs with everyone. Having not slept the whole night, and having just recovered from a serious illness, Wen Ruoyan was exhausted and out of breath after climbing for a short while. Her wound was also very painful because she had no chance to apply medicine on time. While climbing the stairs, Gu Lianqing kept paying attention to Wen Ruoyan behind him. Seeing Wen Ruoyan's pale face, Gu Lianqing remembered she had just been discharged from the hospital, and now she was still suffering in Africa. He felt deeply guilty. What should I do? If I run to help her in front of so many people, there will definitely be more gossip. The most important thing is that even a noble person like her would definitely not accept it. Gu Lianqing then slowed down his pace, walked over to the bodyguard, and quietly instructed him, you go take turns carrying Wen Ruoyan. At the same time, he told another bodyguard, you spread the news that she has just been discharged from the hospital. So the bodyguard walked to Wen Ruoyan and silently carried her on his back. Wen Ruoyan hurriedly declined, "I can go by myself." The other negotiators who were exhausted from climbing the stairs also stopped to eat the melons, shooting countless eager glances at her, saying if she doesn't want to, then carry me instead. This look was like countless sharp blades striking Wen Ruoyan. Just when she was feeling confused, another bodyguard said loudly in front of everyone, "Assistant 1, you just got out of the hospital after a serious illness. Don't refuse. It will slow down everyone." Everyone looked at each other, curled their lips and continued to climb up the stairs. Wen Ruoyan couldn't continue to refuse, so 4 bodyguards took turns carrying her to the meeting room. In the conference room, all the other parties' negotiators were already sitting upright, waiting for the arrival of the GU Group's negotiation team. Time seemed to have stood still. When the pointer on the wall turned to the last second, the GU Group negotiation team arrived on time. Although everyone was exhausted and gasping for breath, fortunately everyone arrived on time. The negotiations lasted from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. Although Wen Ruoyan and Gu Liansheng had both stayed up all night the day before, they still forced themselves to brainstorm step by step. Finally, after 12 hours of difficult negotiations, GU Group achieved the best negotiation goals set previously and successfully won the 40 billion project. Everyone has performed very well today. The project bonus will be doubled for everyone. We will have a day off tomorrow. Now we will go to a 5-star hotel to hold a celebration party. At Gu Liansheng's command, everyone cheered. Afterwards, Gu Liansheng found a secluded place, called Special Assistant Huang, and instructed him, focus on investigating Vicky of the J Country branch. When Ruoyan's tense nerves finally relaxed, she slumped in her seat, her eyelids drooping with fatigue. It seems that her condition has worsened because she took 2 big steps when climbing the stairs today, and now she is in unbearable pain. She really wanted to refuse the celebration party tonight and just go home to apply medicine and have a good sleep. But I didn't want to ruin this joyful atmosphere, so I had to give up. At the celebration banquet, when Ruoyan forced herself to hold on and eat, drink, chat and laugh with everyone. But the pain was so unbearable that she found an excuse to go to the bathroom. She sat on the toilet and took out the ointment she carried with her to apply it on herself. But, still no success. I had no choice but to walk out of the bathroom angrily and go to the sink. She took out some medicated oil, looked at herself in the mirror, and rubbed some on her temples to relieve her headache. Back at the celebration party, Gu Liansheng noticed her unnatural walking posture and the smell of wind oil all over her body. He didn't say anything, but just went out and called the hotel front desk, "Buy me a tube of topical ointment to treat the tear and send it to my room." He then returned to his seat at the celebration party. Finally, everyone had enough to eat and drink. When Ruoyan called a taxi to send everyone away at the hotel entrance, quietly stretched and yawned, thinking, I can finally have a good sleep for a day. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice came from behind, "Assistant 1, follow me." When Ruoyan saw Gu Liansheng, who looked serious, and had a bad premonition, she broke her sleepiness and said, "Mr. Gu, what else do you want? You'll know when you get there." Gu Liansheng put his hands in his pockets and took her back to the hotel. When Ruoyan was shocked. Could it be that he wanted to take her to a hotel? Chapter 17 Let me go? This thing is worse than a beast. Her whole body is in pain now, and he is not going to let her go? However, once the repayment contract has been signed, it cannot be terminated. When Ruoyan dragged herself to the hotel room with legs that felt like they were filled with lead. It was a familiar luxurious presidential suite. The luxurious bedroom has an oversized bed with smooth top-quality silk bedding and 2 African-style bedside tables beside the bed. As soon as Gu Liansheng entered the door, he began to loosen his tie and took off his suit jacket. When Ruoyan stood behind him, looking at his well-defined back muscles under his slim shirt, his vigorous vitality only made her feel scared. "We were all kidnapped yesterday and we have been working all night. Why is he the only one who wants to? Are you so physically strong? Boss Gu, I'm really tired and sleepy, and my injury is not fully recovered yet." When Ruoyan's mosquito-like voice came from behind him. "So what?" Gu Liansheng turned around, lowered his head, and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. Every inch of fabric fits his muscular body, and his broad shoulders and bulging chest muscles are faintly visible under the shirt, rising and falling slightly with his every breath. 2 buttons of his collar were casually undone, revealing a small piece of bronze skin, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. Under his rolled-up shirt sleeves, his muscular forearms were exposed, and the bulging veins exuded an irresistible sense of power. This made Wen Ruoyan's heart hang in her throat. Will I have to go to the hospital again after tonight? When Ruoyan didn't dare to say anything more. If she angered this living devil, she would be in a worse situation soon. Gu Liancheng walked to the kitchen, took out a bottle of red wine and poured it into the decanter. Damn it! It was this familiar scene again. When Ruoyan looked at the scene in front of her, and her thoughts went back to the day when she borrowed money from Gu Liancheng. Gu Liancheng raised his chin and pointed at the bathroom, then lowered his head to pour the wine and said to the absent-minded Wen Ruoyan, "Go." "Where to?" When Ruoyan had a clear and foolish look in her eyes, still hoping for a miracle to happen. "Go take a shower." Gu Liancheng glanced at Wen Ruoyan with disdain. This answer was like a bolt from the blue, and Wen Ruoyan's heart was finally broken. "So, Mr. Gu, can you let me go in a few days, today?" Wen Ruoyan made a final test in a low voice. Gu Liancheng was startled and the red wine in his hand almost spilled. He put down the bottle, thought for a moment, and helplessly revealed an imperceptible sneer. He raised his eyes and walked to Wen Ruoyan. He bent down close to her ear and whispered softly with hot breath. "Want me to wash you?" Wen Ruoyan's body trembled slightly, and she tried hard to control her body and stand firm, and immediately dodged. "No, no. I'll be there right away." When Ruoyan opened her bag, quietly took out the ointment and rushed into the bathroom, thinking that applying some medicine first would relieve the pain a little after a while. However, the environment in the bathroom was the same as the toilet just now. She tried for a long time but still failed to wipe it successfully. When Ruoyan felt so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. She tilted her head back to hold back the tears. "I have worked so hard, but I still have to endure such humiliation." When Ruoyan walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and walked carefully to the living room. Gu Liancheng was sitting on the sofa, drinking red wine leisurely. Seeing Wen Ruoyan, who was hot and blushing, Gu Liancheng handed her a glass of wine. It was this familiar scene again. Wen Ruoyan felt disheartened. She took the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. Her face, which was already red from the heat, became even redder, like a juicy peach. Gu Liancheng looked at her resolute expression, as if she was being tortured, and thought she was innocent and cute. He took her empty wineglass, concealing his intense smile, and signaled her with his eyes to go to the bedroom. When Ruoyan sighed, and the moment she turned around, she heard Gu Liancheng's words behind her that made her collapse, "Take off your clothes. Tonight is another day of no return." When Ruoyan's thick eyelashes trembled rapidly, and tears of shame and anger welled up in her eyes. She looked at the huge luxurious bed, took off her bathrobe in despair, threw it casually, and lay flat on the bed. She looked at the warm and ambiguous light on the ceiling and found it extremely dazzling. She closed her eyes, and although she tried her best to hide it, tears still flowed from the corners of her eyes. As Gu Liancheng got closer, Wen Ruoyan clenched her fists tighter and tighter. His footsteps stopped in front of her, but she felt nothing. She opened her eyes slightly, wanting to see what this living devil was up to, but was shocked by the scene before her. He is the living devil Gu Liancheng. He is actually doing such a private and shameful thing. When Ruoyan felt her scalp tingling. She was so embarrassed that she could dig a luxurious presidential suite with her toes. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Mr. Gu. I can do it myself." She tried her best to stop him. "Don't move, lie down." Gu Liancheng's steady and calm voice came. She had no choice but to lie down again reluctantly. "Okay." Gu Liancheng naturally handed the used ointment to Wen Ruoyan. When Ruoyan took the ointment woodenly and watched Gu Liancheng put down his rolled-up shirt sleeves, walk to the clothes rack, take down his suit jacket, and put it on neatly. "Go to bed early," he said as he adjusted his suit cuffs. When Ruoyan was stunned by the scene before her. Was he going to leave? Nothing to do? "You're not here." When Ruoyan realized something was wrong immediately after she blurted out the word, "sleep," and swallowed the word back. Gu Liancheng was amused by Wen Ruoyan's words and couldn't help but want to continue teasing her. He returned to the bed, supported himself with his hands, and framed Wen Ruoyan with his large body. He slowly approached her, forcing her to step back again and again. He teased her with a magnetic voice. "You want me to stay?" It turned out that he just wanted to apply some ointment on her and didn't want to do that kind of thing. She had misunderstood. When Ruoyan recalled that she had called him a beast just a second ago, and now she just felt ashamed. Her peripheral vision caught sight of her naked body. Looking at the bathrobe she had thrown aside in the distance, she wished she could run over immediately and cover herself from head to toe, leaving even her eyes uncovered. No, no. When Ruoyan dodged his aggressive gaze and the body that was significantly smaller than hers and was hovering above her. Gu Lianqing looked her up and down with a frivolous look, and lifted her chin with his index finger. I don't mind accompanying you tonight. No, no. You are busy. When Ruoyan shrank her body and tried to cover her chest with her arms. Gu Lianqing was amused by her childish behavior. He stared at her eyes with a wicked look, tucked a strand of her hair that was sticking to her face behind her ear, and whispered in her ear. No need to block me, you. I know everything about you. Chapter 18. Are you not capable enough? Under the innocent face, the sexy figure with curves in all shapes and sizes is presented in front of you without any concealment, and the pure and lustful look makes people unable to stop. Gu Lianqing couldn't help swallowing. If he wasn't worried about her physical condition, he might not be able to withstand the test of her beauty. When Ruoyan was even more embarrassed, her face flushed with shame, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. She could only push him away and lift the quilt to cover herself. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan, who was embarrassed by his teasing, and smiled a triumphant smile. He got up from her, adjusted his tie, and walked away gracefully, saying, You can stay as late as you want tomorrow. I'll keep this room for a long time. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Wen Ruoyan felt warm in her heart. She got out of bed, locked the bedroom door, went back to bed and lay down again, feeling glad that she could finally have a good sleep. Although the living devil said that I could sleep until I woke up naturally, as a worker, I still had to put myself in the right position. So before I closed my eyes completely, I set an alarm for myself at 9 a.m. The next morning, when Ruoyan was awakened by a burst of chirping noises in the living room. When Ruoyan tried to stay awake with sleepy eyes and reached for the phone on the bedside. It was just after 8 o'clock. Did the living devil get up so early? It happened that she was thirsty from drinking yesterday, so when Ruoyan grabbed a bathrobe, wrapped it around herself casually, and walked towards the living room with a glass of water, yawning. I didn't expect that. I was so shocked by the scene in front of me that I couldn't help but tremble. Sitting on the main seat on the sofa in the living room was an old lady with white hair and a kind face. She was wearing an elegant Chinese silk tang suit. The delicate silk was embroidered with exquisite flower and bird patterns, and a string of round pearls hung around her neck. Each pearl was full and shimmering with soft light. In her hand was a small and exquisite cane, the metal edging shone with low-key luxury. Although it can be seen that she is quite old, her posture is still upright, with an innate nobility and composure. Next to her stood a man who behaved very respectfully. When Ruoyan knew that this was Gu Lianqing's right-hand man whom she often saw in photos, assistant Huang. Then this old lady should be the person with the highest status in Gu Group. Gu Lianqing's grandmother. Shouldn't she be spending money lavishly in the country now? Why did she come to this remote place? When she saw Wen Ruoyan, instead of being angry, Grandma Gu kindly and warmly invited her to sit next to her. This made Wen Ruoyan panic. She looked down at her disheveled appearance and suggestive clothing, her brain CPU working rapidly, thinking about how to quibble. No, explain. Before Wen Ruoyan could speak, Grandma Gu spoke first. You are Wen Ruoyan's assistant, right? Yes, Grandma Gu. I am Mr. Gu's assistant. I am here for business. When Ruoyan noticed Grandma Gu's meaningful expression, then looked up and saw Assistant Huang's uncomfortable laughter, then looked down at her own clothes and felt it was ridiculous. I'm dressed like this for work, even a dog wouldn't believe me, right? It's okay, kid. I won't get too involved in your affairs as young people. I'm just looking forward to holding my great-grandson soon. Grandma Gu took Wen Ruoyan's hand with a smile in the corner of her eyes. No, no. Grandma, you misunderstood. I'm just Mr. Gu's assistant. He calls me Grandma, and you still say I'm not his girlfriend? When Ruoyan then realized that she had made a slip of the tongue in her haste to distance herself from the two of them. But I have to sigh, although Grandma Gu is old, her logic is so online. But, hasn't he, that living devil, received the message yet? Why hasn't he come back to save the situation? Grandma Gu continued, my grandson has never brought a girl to sleep in his room. What? Grandma Gu actually said that he had never brought girls home to sleep with? He had brought girls home to sleep with many times. When Ruoyan rolled her eyes in her heart. This living devil really knows how to pretend to be innocent. Grandma Gu, it's not what you think. I slept here yesterday because of special circumstances. But you see, Mr. Gu didn't sleep here. You mean, that brat left you alone in the empty room? Grandma Gu angrily knocked on the floor 3 times with her cane. At this moment, Gu Lianqing rushed back in a hurry. After opening the door and seeing this scene, Gu Lianqing was also stunned. 2 seconds later, Gu Lianqing immediately changed into a grandson that Wen Ruoyan had never seen before. He walked up to her awkwardly but caringly and said, "Grandma, why are you here? You didn't even tell me in advance." While holding Grandma Gu's hand, he glanced at Assistant Huang, who was trembling with fear beside him, with murderous eyes. Assistant Huang's innocent look makes people feel pity for him. Grandma Gu rolled her eyes and said, "If I had told you in advance, would you have known that you had a mistress?" Gu Liancheng also immediately refuted, "Grandma, that's not the case. I don't need to hide a Jiao, I didn't even stay here last night. Isn't this a waste?" Grandma Gu knocked the floor with her cane again, pulled him aside, leaned close to his ear, pointed at his trousers, and whispered, "Grandson, tell Grandma the truth, are you not capable? I know a very good old Chinese doctor." Gu Liancheng had a look of despair on his face. "It's over, Grandma has a big misunderstanding this time, and this can't be explained at all." He sighed helplessly and smoothed his frowning brows. "I thought, why not let it go, deal with my grandmother first, and then we can just break up in the future. As for Wen Ruoyan, that money grubber is in urgent need of money to support his family, so as long as the price is high enough, she should be willing to cooperate." So Gu Liancheng walked over to Wen Ruoyan, put his arm around her shoulders, and despite her refusal, he held her tightly, and said in accordance with Grandma's wishes, "Grandma is right, we will develop well." Wen Ruoyan stared at Gu Liancheng in front of her with a look full of doubt. When she found that she could not break free from his powerful strength, she could only force a smile and nod to Grandma Gu to cooperate with him. "Okay, seeing that you two have a good relationship, I feel relieved. It's worth it for me, an old man, to travel so long to see you." Grandma Gu stood up with the help of crutches. Gu Liancheng immediately went over to support him, and Wen Ruoyan also instinctively went to support the other side. "Grandma, you must be tired from flying. I have booked a room for you to rest nearby. I will take you there right away." Gu Liancheng supported his grandmother and turned to Wen Ruoyan and said, "Wait here. Special Assistant Huang and I will be back soon." Wen Ruoyan thought, this guy asked me to wait here, he must be preparing to explain what happened just now. So she let go of the hand that supported Grandma Gu and watched them leave. After settling his grandmother, Gu Liancheng walked along the corridor of the hotel, regaining his former coldness, and asked his assistant Huang beside him, "Did Vicky find out?" Chapter 19 Come a few more times. Special Assistant Huang replied, "We have found out. The illegal detention this time was because she was selling out information. Is the evidence ready?" Gu Liancheng's eyes were as cold as an ice cellar. "I'm ready. Send the materials to my office this afternoon. By the way, have you finished the skirt I asked you to buy last time? The manufacturer of that skirt has gone bankrupt. I have already contacted the company that acquired that company and asked them to reopen the production line and make a new skirt of the same style. It will probably take another 2 months to complete." Special Assistant Huang reported everything in detail. "See if we can negotiate to have them finish it within a week, no matter how much it costs." Gu Liancheng said this and prepared to leave. Huang's mouth widened in surprise. 2 months reduced to 1 week? Is there any bargaining like that? However, he was certain of his guess, this cost-conscious devil would actually do a project that was destined to lose money without considering the cost. Was he taking the wrong medicine? "Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu felt that your stepmother and brother had accelerated the process some time ago and were aggressively winning over shareholders and buying people's hearts in the group. She realized that something was wrong and that's why she forced me to come here with her to see you." Special Assistant Huang stopped Gu Liancheng and explained. Gu Liancheng looked up at the ceiling. "I guessed it, I don't blame you." Gu Liancheng kept his Special Assistant Huang in the country, on the one hand to help him exercise the management rights of the domestic group and fight against the power of his stepmother and younger brother, on the other hand, it was also to protect his grandmother and prevent her from participating in this turbulent power struggle. However, Grandma is a veteran after all, with sharp ears and eyes. No matter how hard you try to hide it, she can sense it with her keen insight. "Over the years, my grandmother has always loved me very much, especially after my mother passed away. If my grandmother had not been fighting against my stepmother and younger brother openly and secretly, my identity as the crown prince of the Gu group would have been changed long ago. Boss Gu, and although the eldest daughter of the Qi family is now in Country M, the master is still trying his best to bring her together with you." Gu Liancheng sighed and frowned. The eldest daughter of the Qi family is named Qi Yenru, and she is the object of a business marriage that her father had tried hard to arrange for her. But in his heart he was only thinking about the little girl from 17 years ago and he never liked her. His father had warned Gu Lianqing, if you want to inherit the entire Gu family business, you must rely on the power of the Qi family. But Gu Lianqing said that he would never marry a woman he did not love. Because of this, he had many conflicts with his father, which to a certain extent affected the already shallow relationship between father and son and provided an opportunity for his stepmother and younger brother to seize power. All these things were seen by his grandmother. She always hoped that he would find a woman he truly loved and start a family, so she helped him find his sweetheart and also helped him to fend off his father's dissatisfaction many times. So when she saw Wen Ruoyan lying on her bed today, she was overjoyed. She thought that Gu Lianqing had finally let go of the white moonlight he could not find and moved on. In order not to disappoint his grandma, he had no choice but to pretend that Wen Ruoyan was really his girlfriend. After dealing with the grandmother, Gu Lianqing quietly told assistant Huang in the corridor, "Keep seizing the time to find the little girl from 17 years ago." Inside the hotel's presidential suite, Wen Ruoyan was now dressed neatly, returning to her former image of a professional worker. Gu Lianqing got straight to the point. "My grandma misunderstood our relationship. I don't want to disappoint her. You and I will pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend for 1 year. After that, I will tell her that we have broken up." When Ruoyan refused, "Boss Gu, how can that be possible? It's immoral. After the expiration, the 30 million loan will be written off and I will give you a house as a gift." Gu Lianqing didn't want to waste time talking to her. "Make a deal." When Ruoyan was overjoyed. "Isn't this condition much more cost-effective than 50,000 a day?" But if he wanted to have sex with her every day during this period, she couldn't stand it. Every time when Ruoyan thought of this blood-thrilling scene, her legs went weak with fear. So how could she remind him tactfully? After the previous contacts, Gu Lianqing had already guessed that when Ruoyan would agree immediately for the sake of money, but when he saw her agree so readily, he couldn't help laughing. He was about to get up and leave, and he said, "I will draft the contract and send it to you today." When Ruoyan panicked, and before she could organize her words. So, she instinctively grabbed Gu Lianqing's arm, stopping him from leaving. Gu Lianqing was startled by her action and glanced at her face, then stopped his gaze on her hands. When Ruoyan then realized how presumptuous her action was, and immediately let go of her hand, hesitatingly saying, "Boss Gu, can you write down that on the contract?" Gu Lianqing saw her face, which was as red as a monkey's but due to shyness, and instantly understood what she meant, which aroused his interest in teasing her. He pushed her onto the sofa and saw her hiding in the corner. He moved closer to her face, put his hands on both sides of her waist, looked into her eyes and asked knowingly, "What are you writing?" His eyes were full of power and aggression. When Ruoyan didn't dare to look directly at him, she simply closed her eyes and summoned up the courage to shout, "Right. Don't touch me during this time." Gu Lianqing seemed to have heard some shocking joke and laughed unabashedly. "Your whole body, from the outside to the inside, where haven't I touched?" He also emphasized the inside. When Ruoyan's mind reappeared the 3 in-depth exchanges they had before. His perpetual motion machine posture was simply a nightmare. "But we are contractual boyfriend and girlfriend, not real friends." She wanted to struggle again. Gu Lianqing lifted Wen Ruoyan's chin with his index finger. "Weren't we boyfriend and girlfriend the last few times? Why, are you not satisfied with my skills?" When Ruoyan recalled the scene when he had sent her to the hospital before. She felt ashamed and angry, but she didn't dare to tell the truth. If she angered this living devil, she didn't know how he would torture her. So he said in a low voice, "No. Mr. Gu, you are very good, it's mainly me. I can't stand it." Gu Lianqing was amused by her words again. He leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and teased her in a whisper, "Then do it a few more times, and you'll get used to it." When Ruoyan was so tickled from ears to heart by Gu Lianqing's ambiguous behavior, she turned her body and pushed him away. Could this negotiation be considered a failure that could go down in history? When Ruoyan thought that not only did she fail to steal the chicken, but she also lost a handful of rice. She stood up embarrassedly and prepared to leave. Gu Lianqing looked at her fleeing figure and thought she was very cute. He couldn't bear it and shouted behind her, "I will try my best to ask for your opinion every time in the future." When Ruoyan heard this, her heart trembled. This living devil always kept his word, why would he suddenly ask for other people's opinions? Is he kidding? She stopped, turned around, and looked at him in confusion, until she saw that his icy face actually showed a rare smile. She became bolder and turned back, looking surprised and asking, "Are you telling the truth?" Gu Lianqing approached her and continued to tease her ambiguously, "What else?" Could it be that you prefer to force it without asking? Chapter 20 in the office? When Royan's cheeks flushed with shame. She didn't dare look him in the eye and tried hard to suppress the urge to hit the beast in front of her. She pushed him away with all her strength and ran away embarrassedly. Although she was very angry, as a worker, when Royan still had to rush to work. After all, there was this damn thing called the Perfect Attendance Award tempting her. She took a prepared document into the president's office for a routine report, but was confronted with a thrilling scene. The atmosphere in the president's office was so depressing that it made people feel breathless. Gu Lianqing's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were like sharp blades, shooting straight at the door. Special Assistant Huang also stood beside Gu Lianqing, with a cold look in his eyes and a serious expression, which was very different from his usual image of a good guy. When Royan swallowed back the content of her report and couldn't help looking towards the door. Just as she was about to find an excuse to slip away, she was interrupted by a woman who came in. Vicky walked into the office nervously, her eyes flickering and a hint of uneasiness on her face. When Royan was puzzled, "Isn't this a member of the negotiation team?" "Vicky, you should know why I called you here." Gu Lianqing's voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air. When Royan felt something was wrong when she saw the scene. She didn't want to know these secrets, so she took the documents, walked towards Gu Lianqing, and lowered her voice. "Boss Gu, I'll report back later." "Don't go, stay here and take a good look." Gu Lianqing's voice was cold but had endless penetrating power. Although he didn't even look at Wen Ruoyan, she dared not move. Wen Ruoyan could only stand there and watch with trepidation and fear. Vicky pretended to be calm and forced a smile. "Mr. Gu, I don't know what you mean." Gu Lianqing snorted coldly and threw a stack of documents on the desk. "Are you still pretending? Look at these evidences." Vicky's face turned pale in an instant, and she reached out to pick up the document with trembling hands, which recorded every detail of her collusion with her competitors. Her heart beat like a drum, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. "Mr. Gu, no. It's not like that," Vicky said in panic. When Royan listened to Vicky's tone and could clearly tell that she lacked confidence. No wonder everyone was trapped in the cafe for a whole night last time. It turned out that it was because the traitor Vicky revealed everyone's whereabouts. "The company has been very good to you, but you betrayed it for 5 million. Do you think you can hide it? You are too naive." Every word Gu Lianqing said was like a knife, stabbing Vicky's heart. "Mr. Gu, please don't hand me over to the police." Vicky grabbed Gu Lianqing's trouser legs and begged for mercy with tears streaming down her face. "From the moment you chose to betray, you should have thought about the outcome today." Gu Lianqing stood up and struggled to free himself from his trouser legs. His tall figure gave people an endless sense of oppression. "Mr. Gu, I know I was wrong." Vicky's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. When Royan looked at Vicky in front of her, feeling both angry and pity. She recalled the scene when they fought side by side together. I believe that at that time, Vicky must have regarded everyone as comrades. Why could she not resist the temptation of money? "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Gu Lianqing walked to his desk and sat down, questioning. "I don't know. He always uses a space card to contact me." And he also changed his voice. When Royan glanced upwards quietly, only to see Gu Lianqing's expressionless face, as if he had already guessed that he would get such an answer. Vicky quickly added, "He just asked me to report our schedule to him in detail every day, including the negotiated contents and strategies, etc." "Then I'll give you 5 million? Special Assistant Huang took over the conversation and asked. "Yes, I thought they just wanted to disrupt our negotiations. I never thought they would lock you up for a day and a night. Mr. Gu, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Her tears flowed down her cheeks like a faucet. Gu Lianqing stood up from his seat, slowly approached Vicky, lifted up her tear-stained face, and grabbed her neck. "Now there is also an opportunity, see if you can seize it." Vicky seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and said hurriedly, "As long as you don't hand me over to the police, I'll do anything." Gu Lianqing said coldly, "Don't you like being a spy? Then continue to stay by my side and be a double agent." Vicky nodded with tears in her eyes. "Just pretend nothing happened, continue to answer his calls, and report their next instructions to me in a timely manner." After saying that, Gu Lianqing turned her head with his hand, stood up, took out a handkerchief from the chest pocket of his suit to wipe his hands, and turned his back. Okay. Mr. Gu." Vicky looked at Gu Lianqing's behavior and hesitated to speak. She got up dejectedly, tidied her appearance, and turned to go out. After Special Assistant Huang nodded to Gu Lianqing, he picked up a stack of documents on the table and immediately followed Vicky out the door. In an instant, Wen Ruoyan and Gu Lianqing were the only two people left in the empty president's office. When Ruoyan came back to her senses from the shock, and when she saw Gu Lianqing's oppressive figure in front of her, her shoulders trembled slightly. An uncontrollable fear suddenly surged in my heart. Isn't this just trying to get the skin of a tiger? I just wanted to sign an agreement with him to pay off the debt, and didn't want to get involved in his dangerous life. I didn't expect to witness such a scene. It was really unlucky. Mr. Gu, I'll leave if there's nothing else. When Ruoyan just wanted to slip away quickly and didn't even dare to look up at Gu Lianqing's face. Gu Lianqing raised a dark and sinister smile on his face, and when Ruoyan was about to run, he rushed forward, restrained her from behind, and pressed her against the wall. The force was as hard as steel, leaving her no chance of breaking free. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? When Ruoyan was pinned down and unable to move. Her body was trembling slightly. She wanted to look back at Gu Lianqing with horror but couldn't turn her head. His hot breath sprayed on her neck, with a hint of danger. Listen, from now on, play the role of a good couple with me, according to the requirements of the contract. His voice was as chilling as the whisper of a demon. I know. When Ruoyan agreed in a low voice. Did you see Vicky? Gu Lianqing tilted his head slightly, his lips almost touching her earlobe. If you dare to betray me, this is what will happen to you. His arms tightened around her slender waist and pulled her closer to him, as if he wanted to embed her into his body. When Ruoyan felt his solid muscles, strong power, hot body temperature, and his other hand that was slowly stroking up her thigh in stockings. Her thighs became even more sensitive with the help of stockings. Nice waist, nice legs too. His low and ambiguous voice sounded in her ears. This woman, every part of her body is so perfect that he can't help wanting to bully her once he gets close to her. When Ruoyan was shocked, could it be that this living devil wants to do this in the office, now? Chapter 21. You are obviously looking forward to it. The scene in the car before could not help but emerge in her mind. For this living devil, if it was okay in the car, it would naturally be okay in the office. The overwhelming fear made it difficult for her to breathe, and her pounding heart seemed to be about to burst out of her throat. She must stop him immediately. I won't betray you. She knew that Gu Lianqing was afraid that she would become the second Vicky, so he staged this drama of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys in front of her to show his power. Seeing Wen Ruoyan's straightforward answer, Gu Lianqing unconsciously reduced his strength. When Ruoyan took the opportunity to push Gu Lianqing's hot hands away from her waist and thighs. When Ruoyan turned around and was about to slip away quietly, Gu Lianqing suddenly pressed down on her like a wall, trapping her between himself and the wall. Wen Ruoyan. His warm breath, with a hint of teasing, gently brushed her cheek, causing her heartbeat to suddenly speed up. His hands were firmly supported on the wall, the muscles on his arms were exceptionally noticeable, and he used the slender fingers of his other hand to gently pinch her chin and lift it slightly, forcing her to look directly into his eyes. If you dare to show any flaws in front of Grandma, not only will you lose the 30 million and the house, but you may even lose your life. He let go of her chin and gently pinched her shoulders with a force that felt like both a threat and an ambiguous caress. She tried to break free from his grip, but he was too strong and her struggle was in vain. What a bastard! Wen Ruoyan thought to herself, but didn't dare to say it out loud. I understand, Mr. Gu. She could only grit her teeth and nod in agreement. Looking at Wen Ruoyan's stubborn expression, Gu Lianqing felt familiar and happy, as if this expression could arouse his endless desire to conquer every time. He slowly lowered his head, and his scarlet lips slowly approached Wen Ruoyan, who immediately turned her head to the side. Seeing Wen Ruoyan's reaction, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised up a mocking smile, and his lips continued to get closer and closer. When Ruoyan's face turned red instantly, her heart beat like a drum, she closed her eyes tightly and pursed her lips tightly. However, just when his lips were about to touch hers, he turned in another direction and gently brushed her earlobe, causing her to shudder all over. He whispered in her ear. Girlfriend, come on, sign the contract. Huh? When Ruoyan was so shocked by the sudden words that she opened her eyes quickly. She raised her head suddenly and looked into his fiery red eyes. A feeling of embarrassment and fear surged in her heart, and her face instantly turned red. When Ruoyan pushed his arms away with her hands and tried to break free, but he held her slender waist tightly with both hands and pulled her into his arms. But you were obviously looking forward to it just now, weren't you? His eyes became deep and hot, as if he wanted to see through her. She looked into his eyes guiltily, then quickly dodged and changed the subject. Mr. Gu, where is the contract? Gu Lianqing looked at her running away like a little rabbit, feeling a sense of satisfaction that his plan had succeeded. He smiled wickedly, released the hand that was restraining her, and let her escape to the table. She picked up the contract and signed it without hesitation, without even reading the title contract. Girlfriend. Gu Lianqing was puzzled. Don't you want to read the content? When Ruoyan said disdainfully, Boss Gu, how many contracts like this have I signed? Since I'm no match for you, why should I read it? This girl is always so brave, Gu Lianqing thought. At the same time, he cleared his throat again, lowered his voice, and reminded her casually, I have written down the request you made yesterday. What request? When Ruoyan was confused. Could it be? This living devil actually agreed? Impossible, didn't she fail the negotiation yesterday? When Ruoyan's eyes rang like bells in shock. She immediately opened the contract and read it carefully. Sure enough, there was a clause that caught my eye. Every intimate act requires the other party's consent. Oh my god. This living king of hell, oh no, this god of wealth, really agreed. What a touching and earth-shattering piece of news. When Ruoyan was overjoyed. She looked at Gu Lianqing with eyes that were almost moved to tears. This woman looked at him with such eyes for the first time. Her pitiful look made his hair stand on end. He instantly wanted to hold her in his arms and cherish her. But he thought about it. What does she mean by being so happy about not having to have sex with me? Is she questioning my skills? The more Gu Lianqing thought about it, the angrier he became. Just when he was about to lose his temper, he turned around and saw Wen Ruoyan in front of him holding a contract and running away at the speed of a 100-meter sprint like a cheetah. Gu Lianqing looked at the empty office in front of him and her fleeting afterimage, and reluctantly withdrew his hand that was pointing at her. He gritted his teeth and thought, you are so good, Wen Ruoyan, I will make you beg me on your own initiative. At this moment, he received a call, and Assistant Huang told him on the phone, the merchant has already made the skirt, how can we send it to you? Gu Lianqing replied, hurry up and have them put it on their official website and put it on the shelves. Huang looked puzzled. Why couldn't he just buy it directly? Why did he have to go through so much trouble? But he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He just silently replied, I'll arrange it right away. When Ruoyan returned to her workstation and sat down, eager to carefully read every clause in the contract. It clearly states, Party B obeys and cooperates with Party A's requirements. This contract will be automatically terminated after 1 year, and the IOU for Party B's 30 million yuan will also be automatically terminated. In addition, a house will be given as compensation. She breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile from the bottom of her heart seemed to be able to melt the iceberg that had existed for thousands of years. She smiled and picked up the calendar on the table, turned to today, 1 year later, and made a mark with a red pen. On it was clearly written, La Journée de la Liberté, Freedom Day. By that time, all debts had been paid off, and I could reunite with my mother and brother as a free man and live a normal life. The reminder on the mobile phone rang, and when Ruoyan was pleasantly surprised to find that the official website of this brand, which had been closed for many years, had actually put the skirt that was to be returned to Yi Yingzhu on the shelves. Originally, I searched online and found that this brand had gone bankrupt, so I set an arrival reminder without any hope. I never thought that one day I would receive a reminder that a skirt has arrived. And there is only one of this skirt, and it is exactly the same size as Yi Yingzhu's. It was tailor-made for me. When Ruoyan immediately placed an order for the skirt and wrote down Yi Yingzhu's delivery address in Paris. When Ruoyan immediately sent a message to Yi Yingzhu, Sister Yi, I bought the same skirt and sent it to you. Please check it. When Ruoyan sighed, today is such a lucky day. Is this compensation for today's shock? But how did Gu Lianqing accurately identify Vicky, the traitor, among a group of people? Chapter 22. Will the old lady resort to the same old tricks again? Special Assistant Huang called Vicky, who was shivering in the corridor, and said, wait a minute, let's go sit in the cafe downstairs. Vicky was attracted by the thick stack of documents on Huang Ti's assistant's hand. She guessed that there must be something hidden in it, so she had no choice but to agree. In the coffee shop, seeing Vicky's puzzled face, Assistant Huang took the initiative to ask a question. Are you wondering how we guessed you were a traitor? Vicky felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head in shame. Assistant Huang took out the topmost document from the thick file bag. Take a look at this first. Vicky couldn't wait to open the file, which turned out to be her mother's medical records and expense list. We conducted a rigorous investigation on every member of the negotiation team, and we noticed that 1 week before the negotiation, your mother's condition worsened and she could not wait for a suitable organ transplant, so she was transferred from a domestic public hospital to a high-end private hospital abroad, and you paid 3 million yuan for the hospitalization fee in one go. Without waiting for Vicky's response, Assistant Huang continued. When Mr. Gu was trapped in the cabin, he paid special attention to your behavior and expression. At that time, you were the only one in the entire team who had 5 minutes to go to the bathroom. We have reason to suspect that you were passing information to the other party at that time. Even when you were climbing the company stairs, Mr. Gu noticed that you were exchanging eyes with the building's property manager. Vicky couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Gu Lianqing was so young and promising, he really had something. But when she thought about the fact that he actually investigated her, she couldn't hold back her pride anymore. She felt anxious, angry, and guilty. Assistant Huang took out another document from the file bag and consoled him. We can't explain to you how important this negotiation is to Mr. Gu, so we have to thoroughly investigate every participant. But don't get angry yet, take another look at this document. Vicky took the document. It was a medical card recharge record from a domestic hospital and a confidentiality agreement signed with the hospital. Do you really think that your mother's illness only costs this much in a domestic hospital? Our general manager Gu took your difficulties into consideration and used his own money to top up your mother's medical card. He also signed a confidentiality agreement with the hospital, asking them not to tell you. If you ask, they will tell you that 90% of the cost can be reimbursed and you only have to pay 10% yourself. General Manager Gu also specifically instructed that your mother should use the best imported medicines and materials, as those cannot be reimbursed. Vicky was shocked. She didn't expect that the domestic medical care that she had always believed was cheap was actually funded by this cold-faced devil Gu Lianqing using his own money. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Big tears kept rolling down from her already red eyes, across her fair but slightly haggard face. The shame that kept rolling in her heart was like a sharp knife, cutting her heart again and again. Assistant Huang handed Vicky a tissue and patted her shoulder. In fact, our President Gu is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He cares about everyone around him. Vicky nodded, trying to stop sobbing, and said in a steady voice. Assistant Huang, I get it. Whatever you ask me to do in the future, I will do it wholeheartedly. Special Assistant Huang showed a gratified smile. We've been waiting for you to say that. So he took out another document and pushed it in front of Vicky, and at the same time took out a pen. Take a look and sign it if there is no problem. Vicky opened the file again, and it clearly stated that after completing the task, the 5 million yuan would be written off, and Gu Group would cover all medical expenses for her mother until she was cured. In order to avoid retaliation, Vicky's family could apply for a new identity to immigrate abroad, and receive a reward of 10 million yuan. Vicky was extremely touched. She didn't expect Gu Lianqing to be so thoughtful. Although this guy always had a cold face and looked like he didn't want to be approached by strangers, he would actually do so many heartwarming things for her, an ordinary subordinate, in private. In that case, there was nothing to hesitate about, so I signed my name on the contract firmly. In the president's office. Gu Lianqing was sitting at his seat answering the phone when Special Assistant Huang placed the signed contract on the table. Gu Lianqing glanced at the signed contract and nodded with satisfaction. Gu Lianqing hung up the phone and told Assistant Huang, book me a table at the best Chinese restaurant tonight. Book 3 seats. I want to take my grandma to dinner. Notify Wen Ruoyan outside and ask her to accompany me. Assistant Huang said oh reflexively and was about to make a phone call, but suddenly he turned around and reacted. He opened his eyes wide, pointed at his face, and asked in confusion. 3 seats? What about me? Throughout all this time, has there ever been a time when I would deliberately leave out Assistant Huang when accompanying my grandma? Gu Lianqing reluctantly broke off Assistant Huang's fingers and explained. This is what grandma just called to tell me. Huang Tezu is also a smart man and reacted immediately. Could it be? Gu Lianqing slowly closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Special Assistant Huang suddenly realized. In fact, Grandma has always been racking her brains to find a way to make up for the fact that Gu Lianqing has never had a girlfriend, and has been introducing him to beautiful friends time and time again. In order to test his sexual orientation, she even stuffed a sexy female model into his room, creating all kinds of opportunities for him to have sex, but it never worked. Finally, out of desperation, Grandma finally gritted her teeth and found a sexy male model and stuffed him into his room. She prayed outside and worried for a whole night, but when she saw that the male model didn't work, she was relieved. Thinking of this, Special Assistant Huang couldn't help but chuckle. However, under the 24K titanium alloy cold light shot by Gu Lianqing, the corners of Huang's mouth were immediately pressed back to their original position. But he couldn't help but hinted. "Mr. Gu, do you think, will the old lady use the same old trick again this time?" Gu Lianqing gave Assistant Huang another cold look, then said nonchalantly. "It's nothing more than locking us in the room again. Besides, I've already signed a contract with her to be her contract girlfriend." "Oh, you mean you don't mind having sex with her as a boyfriend or girlfriend?" Special Assistant Huang couldn't help but ask. After all, this is a big news. For so many years, Gu Lianqing has been keeping his chastity for the white moonlight of his youth. How many beautiful female stars have not caught his eye? How could he actually offer his true body to an ordinary person like Wen Ruoyan? "You are the only one who talks too much." Gu Lianqing glanced down with a cold look as usual. However, this also means that she has to be involved in this bloody storm. Gu Lianqing said to himself. Assistant Huang was even more shocked. Was this king of hell trying to be gentle with women? Did he really let go of Bai Yueguang just because of Wen Ruoyan? By the way, do you feel that Wen Ruoyan's eyes look familiar? Gu Lianqing asked Special Assistant Huang. Chapter 23, Meeting the Parents. Huh? Assistant Huang was confused by this question. Although Wen Ruoyan was indeed good-looking, they had never met before. There are very few girls who come into contact with Gu Lianqing, unless... Mr. Gu, is there anyone among the girls that the old lady introduced to you before who looks like Wen Ruoyan? Seeing Gu Lianqing roll his eyes, Huang realized belatedly, when has this cold-faced devil ever looked at those women? Some even offered themselves to him but were still kicked out by Gu Lianqing, which made those well-known socialites lose face. From then on, he became famous in the upper circles of China. No socialite with a thin skin dared to provoke this living devil, except for the eldest daughter of the Qi family. I mean, her eyes are very similar to the little girl I've been looking for, Gu Lianqing explained. That's absolutely impossible. Mr. Gu, Wen Ruoyan didn't grow up in China. It's possible that they just have similar eyes. Special Assistant Huang blurted out. Indeed, although Gu Lianqing also knew this, every time he looked into her eyes, he seemed to see that little girl. So he himself didn't know whether his sexual interest in her was due to her own charm or because she was a substitute for the little girl. However, even if Wen Ruoyan only looks like that little girl in her eyes, it is her blessing. Special Assistant Huang saw Gu Lianqing's thoughtful expression and immediately began to flatter him. Gu Lianqing immediately cast a sharp glance towards Special Assistant Huang. Upon seeing this, Special Assistant Huang immediately slipped away. Gu Lianqing picked up the coffee cup, unconsciously thinking about what Special Assistant Huang said, and laughed at himself. I didn't expect that such a bloody drama would happen to me. This was too unfair to Wen Ruoyan. Thinking of this, Gu Lianqing was also shocked by himself. Was he pitying her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It was impossible for him to fall in love with anyone other than Bai Yueguang. Special Assistant Huang came out of the president's office and passed by Wen Ruoyan's workstation. Seeing that Wen Ruoyan was still typing attentively at her workstation, he couldn't help but look at her carefully. Are her eyes really that special? Wen Ruoyan suddenly caught a glimpse of Assistant Huang who was staring at her intently, and she couldn't help but tremble in fright. Huang's special assistant came back to his senses and immediately tried to find a topic to make up for it. Mr. Gu invites you to have dinner with him and Grandma tonight. Wen Ruoyan was puzzled. After her clever eyes rolled around for 2 seconds, she immediately remembered the agreement she had just signed with Gu Lianqing. This living devil really makes the best use of his resources. He sent me a task on the first day of signing the agreement. Since I have signed it, there is no reason to refuse. However, this was my first time to meet the parents. I just handed it over so casually, which was a bit regretful. Okay. Wen Ruoyan agreed as if nothing had happened. When it was almost time to get off work, Gu Lianqing passed by Wen Ruoyan's workstation and said, "Let's go." Wen Ruoyan checked in immediately, picked up her bag, and followed happily. Mr. Gu, what should I tell my grandma if she asks me about our love story? Wen Ruoyan has always been so thoughtful and careful in her work, which is very similar to him. This is also the reason why Gu Lianqing was able to make an exception and promote her, a student who has not yet graduated, to be his assistant. No, she's not interested in these things, you can just make them up. Gu Lianqing knew his grandmother too well. His grandmother was only interested in when she could have a great-grandson. She didn't care about anything else. Then what is she interested in? Wen Ruoyan persisted. Gu Lianqing was speechless for a moment. How could he tell her this? Gu Lianqing stopped and turned around. The sudden pause prevented Wen Ruoyan, who was moving forward, from breaking in time, and she fell into his arms. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. Wen Ruoyan quickly smoothed his suit as if by reflex. Although his hair was not oily, according to his past habits, he would get angry if wrinkles were made on the high-end custom-made suit of this living devil. Gu Lianqing did not answer, but just looked at Wen Ruoyan's outfit quietly. I'm going to buy you some clothes first, Gu Lianqing said coldly. Ah? Wen Ruoyan carefully looked at her clothes. They were ordinary work clothes, and it was obvious that she had come here directly after work. It was definitely not suitable for meeting her parents. I don't have to pay for the clothes myself, right? Wen Ruoyan asked in a low voice. After all, she had just spent a month's salary on the skirt to compensate Yi Yinju. She was now at the end of her rope. Gu Lianqing was speechless again. What a stingy guy. No, I'll pay for it. Wen Ruoyan saw Gu Lianqing's impatient expression and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. It's because you tore my skirt. I thought Gu Lianqing couldn't hear it, but unexpectedly he heard her complaint clearly. He recalled the skirt that he had put on the shelf today, and it was sold out in seconds. It turns out that the price of that skirt is also a burden for her. But didn't I give her 88,888 yuan, which was the maximum amount of ridicule, to buy a skirt? It was enough to buy this skirt. Could it be that the money for supporting the family was all gone? No matter what, she was silently paying for his past mistakes. Gu Lianqing even felt a little unfair for the girl in front of him. If you can make grandma happy today, I will double your bonus this month. Gu Lianqing found a way to compensate. Really? Wen Ruoyan's eyes lit up. Boss Gu must keep his word. Seeing Wen Ruoyan cheering with joy, Gu Lianqing suppressed the corners of his mouth that even AK couldn't suppress. Wen Ruoyan followed Gu Lianqing into a high-end shopping mall that was as luxurious as a palace. The dazzling array of stores were all world-famous brands. All of this seemed incompatible with the real Africa outside. Gu Lianqing took her straight into a well-known women's clothing store. When the shop assistants saw Gu Lianqing, there was a flash of surprise and awe in their eyes, and they all came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Take out all the clothes in your store that are suitable for her and try them on. Gu Lianqing's low voice rang out in the store, and his eyes fell on Wen Ruoyan with an unquestionable indulgence. The clerk respectfully picked out this year's new models one by one, and soon, the shelf in front of him was full. Wen Ruoyan felt a little embarrassed watching the exaggerated scene in front of her, but seeing Gu Lianqing sitting calmly opposite the fitting room, she still gritted her teeth and walked into the fitting room. She changed her clothes one after another, and every time she came out, Gu Lianqing would frown slightly or shake his head gently. Although, she has an extremely good figure and everything looks good on her. But some clothes are too gorgeous and ostentatious, not suitable for meeting elders. Some are too ordinary and cannot show the proper temperament. It was not until Wen Ruoyan walked out of the fitting room again that Gu Lianqing couldn't help but put down the newspaper in his hand, and his eyes instantly became hot. Chapter 24, Blossom and Fruition. Wen Ruoyan in front of me was wearing a beige dress. The cut of the skirt is simple and elegant, without too much decoration, but there are exquisite hand embroidery on the neckline and cuffs. The delicate silk threads are interwoven to form dancing butterflies, looming, like elves leaping among the flowers in the morning. The slim fit design perfectly outlines her slender waist, and the hem of the skirt is like a blooming flower, slightly spreading out, swaying gracefully when she walks, making her originally cold face look a little softer. His eyes were fixed on her. This is a nice one. There was a barely perceptible admiration in Gu Lianqing's voice. After saying that, he turned and walked to the cashier, took out his card and paid. The whole process was quick and neat, without any hesitation. When Ruoyan watched the clerk cut off the tag on the clothes, took a look at the price, and gasped. She knew it would be expensive, but she didn't expect it to be this expensive. Fortunately, I didn't have to pay for it myself, but I must be careful today. After wearing it, I have to take it to be dry cleaned tomorrow and return it to this living devil. Unfortunately, the dry cleaning fee is so expensive. This living devil will definitely not reimburse it. When Ruoyan felt sorry for her wallet when she thought of this. As the lights come on, soothing classical music flows in every corner of the Chinese restaurant in the five-star hotel. The exquisite lamps cast bright and soft light, making the carved ceiling and antique walls sparkle. Before entering the box, Gu Lianqing signaled Wen Ruoyan with his eyes to show her his arm. Wen Ruoyan was confused. Does he want me to hold his arm? Seeing that Wen Ruoyan did not respond, Gu Lianqing's eyes shot out a burst of anger, and he lowered his voice and ordered her. Come and hold me. When Ruoyan shuddered, it turned out that this was what he really meant. So she immediately stepped forward and carefully took his arm. It was the first time that she walked side by side with him in such an intimate posture. Gu Lianqing's tall figure stood beside her, giving her a sense of oppression without any warning. When Ruoyan felt uncomfortable while her heart was beating wildly. Inside the box, there is a heavy sandalwood round table that exudes a faint wood fragrance, and the turntable on it is like a mirror, reflecting a luxurious light. In the center of the table is an exquisite Chinese flower arrangement with a profusion of flowers arranged in an orderly manner, like a vivid painting. The tableware is all high-grade bone china, delicate and white, and the dragon and phoenix patterns outlined by exquisite gold lines on the edge of the plate are extremely noble. At the table, Grandma Gu changed into an elegant Chinese silk cheongsam with a peony pattern, which complemented her elegant temperament. Her silver hair was neatly combed behind her head, dignified and elegant. The only thing that remained unchanged was the warm and translucent pearl necklace on her neck, which sparkled under the light. It seems that Grandma Gu really likes this necklace. When Ruoyan held Gu Lianqing's arm, feeling a little nervous, with her palms slightly sweaty. Grandma, we are here. Gu Lianqing bowed slightly and spoke politely with a perfect smile on his face and his eyes full of respect for his grandmother. Hello, Grandma. When Ruoyan also quickly greeted her in a gentle voice. Grandma Gu nodded slightly. Since you are here, please sit down. After the three of them sat down, the waiter began to serve the dishes. One after another, exquisite dishes were served, including authentic Beijing roast duck, rich Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed grouper, hand-pulled lamb, black garlic beef cubes. The aroma was overflowing. When Ruoyan sat there somewhat stiffly, secretly glancing at Gu Lianqing, then at her grandmother. Grandma Gu broke the silence. Ruoyan, how do you get along with Lianqing? Does he bully you? When Ruoyan quickly waved her hands and said with a smile, Grandma, Lianqing is very good to me. Gu Lianqing slightly raised the corners of his mouth, drawing a shallow arc, as if he was satisfied with her performance, but the smile did not reach his eyes. He thought to himself, this woman is really good at coaxing people for the bonus. Grandma smiled and said, that's good. I feel relieved to see that you two have such a good relationship. Let me tell you, my grandson has suffered a lot since he was a child. Gu Lianqing saw that his grandmother was about to tell Wen Ruoyan all her privacy, and was about to interrupt her when his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Gu Lianqing looked and saw that it was Lawyer Chen calling. Lawyer Chen would not call unless there was something important. Could it be that he had found out some news about his mother? Gu Lianqing nodded impatiently to signal his grandmother, and he was ready to leave the table to answer the phone. When Ruoyan saw Gu Lianqing leaving, she could only listen attentively to her grandmother's words with a puzzled look on her face. When our little Lianqing was 13, his mother passed away, and his father married the mistress he had supported back then, and brought an 8-year-old illegitimate child. From then on, my grandson seemed to have become a different person. He became taciturn and didn't socialize with others. When Ruoyan was shocked. No wonder she always felt that behind Gu Lianqing's ruthlessness and gloom, there was an unspeakable sadness. So this was the reason. If there is a stepmother, there must be a stepfather. My unpromising son was bewitched by his green tea mistress. She was always thinking about making his illegitimate son the legitimate heir to our Gu family's assets. She was always trying to trip him up, exiling him to Paris and sending him to Africa for negotiations. I heard that this time, you were kidnapped and imprisoned. It turned out that Gu Lianqing, who was a well-known figure in the business world, grew up in such a difficult environment. She used to think that he was a favored child like everyone else, who relied on his parents for support. When Ruoyan suddenly felt a little pity for Gu Lianqing. But, Ruoyan, don't worry. I, an old woman, only recognize Lianqing as my grandson, so you can follow him without worry. Your negotiation almost cost my grandson his life. I have already told Lianqing's father to bring you back to China immediately. I am looking forward to your success. When Ruoyan glanced at Gu Lianqing, who was still answering the phone, and felt ashamed. Grandma doesn't know that Gu Lianqing and I are just contractual boyfriend and girlfriend, and I'm afraid she will be disappointed. After Gu Lianqing finished the call, Lawyer Chen told him the progress of the investigation. It turned out that Nina's IP address was in Europe and her Chinese name was in. Although only this little information was found, it was enough to show that the mother had no motive to commit suicide. Instead, she revealed in the email that she wanted to go to Europe, where her Chinese friend named and settled, to relax. Now, if we find the Chinese friends of the mother named in, we can find out her information at that time. This is a rare progress after many years of investigation. When Grandma Gu saw Gu Lianqing return to the table and sit down, she said loudly in front of the two of them, "Since you have a good relationship, you shouldn't delay it. After returning home in 2 days, find a good day to arrange the marriage?" When Ruoyan blushed and looked at Gu Lianqing in confusion. Gu Lianqing, who was drinking soup, was choked by these sudden words and started coughing. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of shyness and panic flashed in his eyes. Chapter 25 Give Me a Baby. He pretended to be calm and gently held Wen Ruoyan's hand, and said to his grandmother in a sincere manner, "Grandma, we have our own plans, so don't worry about it." Grandma frowned. "How can I not worry? I'm still waiting to hold my great-grandchild." Gu Lianqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "Grandma, we know what's going on." His eyes were a little evasive, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on his face. When Ruoyan felt Gu Lianqing's hand holding hers and she was sweating. She knew that she had to save the situation immediately for the bonus, so she raised her head and looked at her grandmother with her sincere eyes. "Grandma, don't worry, we will work hard and get married as soon as our relationship is stable, so that you won't be delayed from having your great-grandchild." At the same time, she turned her head and looked at Gu Lianqing with the same eyes, and quietly raised her eyebrows to indicate to him that this was to coax Grandma. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan's half-smiley face and thought, "This woman will say anything for money." Grandma Gu laughed contentedly, and her hearty laughter echoed throughout the box. She signaled to the waiter with a weird look and urged, "Go and change a bowl of soup for my eldest grandson." The waiter immediately brought the carefully prepared soup. Gu Lianqing looked at the bowl of soup in front of him that was at the right temperature, and without any doubt, he picked it up and drank it. "Drink more." Grandma Gu looked at Gu Lianqing with satisfaction. She watched him drink 3 bowls in a row, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Afterwards, Grandma asked the two of them to eat more food. After eating a few bites, Gu Lianqing felt hot and pulled at his tie, but he still couldn't stop sweating. Seeing this, Grandma Gu smiled slightly. "I'm tired today and need to rest early. You two help me upstairs." The two men obediently sent Grandma Gu to the door of her room, but Grandma Gu made an excuse to go into Gu Lianqing's room to get something. After Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan entered the room, Grandma Gu quickly went out and closed the door of their room. Gu Lianqing immediately noticed something was wrong. "Grandma, what are you doing?" Gu Lianqing immediately turned the doorknob, but found that the door had been locked from the outside by his grandmother. "You two should just sit back and give me a great-grandson tonight." Grandma's loud voice penetrated the door and reached the ears of the two people clearly. When Ruoyan was anxious and angry, she knocked on the door and kept shouting, "Grandma, open the door." But I didn't get any response from my grandma. Grandma Gu locked the door, smiled triumphantly, and said to herself, 3 bowls of soup, I wonder how you can hold on." She immediately picked up her cell phone to make a call, but found that the phone had no signal. She rushed into the bedroom and grabbed the landline phone by the bed, but found that the phone line had been cut. It seems that Grandma Gu had already made all the necessary preparations to ensure that even if the entire room was cut off from the internet and signal, she couldn't leave. So what is today's dinner party? The Hongmen feast? When Ruoyan had no time to feel upset. She paced in the bedroom and thought, this situation seems familiar. Oh, yes, the key to escaping from the coffee shop last time was to find the signal jammer. Go find him right away. Just as she was about to leave the room, she suddenly looked up and saw Gu Lianqing standing at the door of the bedroom. He threw his high-end custom-made suit to the ground, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his white shirt, and left his collar slightly open, revealing his sexy collarbone and glowing wheat-colored skin. He was breathing rapidly, with an unusual blush on his face, and 2 flames of desire burning in his deep eyes, as if they wanted to devour everything in front of him. His tall and straight body was trembling slightly, and every inch of his muscles was tense, as if he was trying hard to restrain the beast-like impulse in his body. This state was obviously not right. Although when Ruoyan was vaguely frightened by the red-eyed Gu Lianqing in front of her, she still walked forward nervously to support him and asked with concern, "Mr. Gu, what's wrong with you?" "There's something wrong with that bowl of soup." Gu Lianqing's face was covered in sweat and he was breathing heavily. "My grandma made it." When Ruoyan reacted, could it be? When Ruoyan understood immediately and blushed instantly. Oh, how could a grandma use such means on her own grandson? So, how to solve this medicine? When Ruoyan picked up her phone and prepared to call the emergency number. It's useless. Gu Lianqing had already unbuttoned 2 more buttons of his shirt, and his tight muscle lines were faintly visible under the half-covered clothes. His face was flushed, he was breathing heavily, and sweat formed a line that flowed down his slightly heaving chest. I can't leave the room that Grandma decorated. Gu Lianqing tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and collapsed on the sofa. Could it be that Grandma Gu has used this trick many times? When Ruoyan thought about it carefully. It was reasonable that wealthy families really loved to have children. Looking at Gu Lianqing's red face, is his brain burned out? When Ruoyan wanted to stay away from him, but she couldn't help but walk forward and test the temperature of his forehead with her hand. Gu Lianqing was awakened by the sudden cool temperature of his hand. He opened his eyes abruptly and cast a fiery gaze on Wen Ruoyan, giving her the illusion that she was surrounded by fire. Wen Ruoyan smelled a hint of danger and instinctively pulled her hand away, preparing to escape. He immediately reached out and grabbed her wrist, then threw her to the ground and pressed her tightly under him. Mr. Gu, don't. Wen Ruoyan cried out instinctively, and immediately recalled that she had begged him like this many times in the past, but it still didn't work. What about today when he was drugged? Gu Lianqing's originally slender and powerful fingers were now slightly red. When his fingertips slightly touched Wen Ruoyan's cheek, she could feel the iron-like temperature of his hand. His fingers slid slowly along her cheek to her delicate and smooth neck, his movements were gentle but with an irresistible dominance. When Ruoyan felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. He stared at Wen Ruoyan under him with his scarlet eyes. Her stubborn yet compassionate look was very much like the little girl 17 years ago. In a trance, he seemed to see the white moonlight that he had been looking for many years. His eyes instantly became gentle as water. He couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up, quickly unbuttoned the other buttons, and took off his shirt. His broad shoulders, strong arms, and neatly arranged abdominal muscles seemed to contain endless power. His hands fumbled to pull down the zipper of her dress on her side. Don't! When Ruoyan blushed and quickly supported his shoulders with one hand and covered the zipper of her dress with the other hand, trying to stop him. Give me a baby. His voice was low and hoarse, and each word was accompanied by a deep breath. What? When Ruoyan's pupils dilated in shock. Did she hear it right? Grandma was the only one who wanted the child, could it be that he also wanted one? Definitely not. He had clearly reminded her to take birth control pills before. It must be that Grandma's medicine made him talk nonsense. Before she could think about it, his warm breath had already sprayed on her neck. Chapter 26, Tenderness. Her mind was in a mess. The two villains in my heart kept fighting. It was clearly written in black and white in the contract that I would always ask for her opinion first. Logically, she shouldn't have agreed, but was it because he felt uncomfortable after taking the medicine and she couldn't bear to refuse him? Or was it because her grandmother told him about his tragic past and she began to sympathize with him? I've finally waited for you, he whispered in her ear. Every word carried a warm breath, blowing into her ears. What? Wait for me? When Ruoyan didn't understand what he meant. Did he mean to wait until I was willing? Compared to the previous times, I was not so reluctant this time. But that was because the situation today was special. When Ruoyan tried her best to find excuses for herself. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan in front of him. The slim dress she was wearing today had a perfect cut that brought out her beautiful figure underneath. The belt of her skirt followed her body shape and was gently tied into an exquisite bow on her back. Her carefully carved waist was so slender that it could be held in one hand, and her long and straight legs were like jade pillars covered by clouds, faintly visible under the hem of her skirt. Every detail exudes an irresistible charm of pure desire. He was fascinated by her and took off her skirt skillfully. With a sudden pull, he pressed her against him tightly. Suddenly, his hot lips kissed her slightly cool lips unexpectedly. She was so surprised that her pupils dilated instantly. Gradually, she slowly relaxed her hesitant fists that were supporting her chest, slowly closed her eyes, and kissed him back. His hot hands moved along her waist to her collarbone. Her slightly cool skin began to flush, and she felt her body temperature rise by 1 degree. Unlike before, this time, his movements were unusually gentle, as if he was releasing the love that was surging in his heart. The early morning sunlight shines gently into the room through the off-white silk curtains. Gu Lianqing woke up first. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, which were as deep as the night sky. He rubbed his heavy head, recalling everything that happened last night. I only vaguely remember the white moonlight from my childhood appearing before my eyes, and then. He looked at the woman who was still sleeping beside him. Her long hair like a waterfall was scattered on the pillow, and a few strands of hair were playfully stuck to her snow-white cheeks, like a quietly sleeping butterfly. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and his hand reached out to her lovely face, wanting to gently tuck the hair on her face behind her ears. Suddenly, his hand hovered in the air. A sense of embarrassment and disappointment welled up in my heart. What was he expecting? How could she be the little girl he had been looking for 17 years? He shook his head in self-mockery and quickly pulled his hand back. He got up quietly, put on the hotel's high-end bathrobe, walked to the window and looked down. Downstairs is a very neatly trimmed tropical garden, with plants growing freely towards the sun, with leaves as broad as fans, vines winding around, and flowers as gorgeous as a dazzling array of colors like an overturned palette. Just like what was in his heart at this moment. He tried to calm his pounding heart by taking deep breaths. But every little detail of what happened between them yesterday kept emerging in his mind. Every touch, every look, every movement were like flames running wildly in his heart. He thought it was just an ordinary fun, but he didn't expect that his heart was stirred unconsciously. No. This is not only unfair to Wen Ruoyan, but also a betrayal of Bai Yueguang. Gu Lianqing shook his head repeatedly. It must be the medicine grandma gave me, it's too strong. Wen Ruoyan also gradually woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at the clothes all over the floor, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Last night, just like the previous times, some unspeakable things happened. But it seemed different from the previous times. This time it didn't hurt at all. Was it because the wound had healed, or because I had become more tolerant, or was it because of his gentleness? She recalled last night, her face flushed, her arms tightly around his neck, her body completely accepting him, merging with him. Although he was not conscious, she was. The excuse didn't work anymore. What should I do? Her eyes fell on the tall figure by the window, and her face turned red. She pulled the quilt over herself and wrapped herself tighter, as if seeking some kind of protection. Good morning. Gu Lianqing broke the silence. His voice was a little hoarse, with a different kind of sexiness. Good morning. When Ruoyan responded, her voice as light as a breeze. She didn't dare look at him, her eyes fixed on the delicate patterns on the quilt, her fingers nervously pinching the corners of the quilt. Last night. Gu Lianqing hesitated to speak. He didn't know how to describe last night. Was it because of grandma's medicine? Or was it because he couldn't control his emotions? Last night was just an accident. When Ruoyan said hurriedly, as if trying to convince herself. But after she said this, her heart seemed to be pulled by something and she felt a dull pain. Gu Lianqing turned his back, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing across his eyes. Yes, it was just an accident. He comforted himself stubbornly. Even if he couldn't control his emotions, it was towards Bai Yueguang, not towards Wen Ruoyan. Grandmother. Grandmother. Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan mentioned this reason in unison. Gu Lianqing nodded and motioned for Wen Ruoyan to speak first. Wen Ruoyan bit her lip, mustered up the courage to look at him tentatively, and said, Grandma only drugged you because she wanted a great-grandson. The hotel room was silent, with only the sounds of each other's breathing interweaving in the air. Their eyes met, and when Ruoyan looked at Gu Lianqing with a slightly expectant look. However, Gu Lianqing in front of her turned his flickering eyes away. She had never seen such complex emotions in him, including embarrassment, confusion, and escape. At that moment, she seemed to understand. He has always been that cold-faced and unfeeling devil. Was she expecting him to allow her to give birth to a child for both of them? You're just a contract girlfriend. Wen Ruoyan kept reminding herself in her heart. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I will take good care of contraception. She looked at him with eyes as firm as steel. Gu Lianqing was still a little confused. Wasn't this what he had asked her to do? Why did he feel so heartbroken when she said this today? Gu Lianqing didn't know how to respond for a moment. I'll go see if Grandma has opened the door for us. An idea suddenly occurred to him and he thought of a reason to escape from this embarrassing place. When Ruoyan looked at Gu Lianqing's back, her eyes full of disappointment, and then she laughed at herself. She quickly put on the hotel's bathrobe, walked to the sofa, and took out the birth control pills from her bag. It was a long white pill, and she looked at the pill in her hand with disappointment. He sighed deeply, tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. However, she obviously overestimated herself. She didn't drink any water, and the medicine she swallowed raw got stuck in her throat. Cough, cough. When Ruoyan's face turned red due to the choking, and she immediately ran out of the bedroom to get some water to drink. Chapter 27 Good Physical Strength. When Gu Lianqing saw that she, who was usually calm and composed, staggered into the kitchen, he immediately followed her. I saw her tilting her head back and drinking a glass of water, but she still didn't swallow it. Oh no! Gu Lianqing immediately went over and patted her back hard, but it still didn't work. When Ruoyan's face had turned red all the way to her shoulders, and she was obviously choking. Gu Lianqing was extremely anxious. What should he do? Suddenly, an idea struck him: the Heimlich maneuver. He quickly went around behind Wen Ruoyan and hugged her tightly from behind. He clenched his fist with one hand and placed it on top of her abdomen, while holding the clenched fist tightly with the other hand. He pressed his chest against Wen Ruoyan's back, wrapped his hands around her abdomen, and then used his chest to squeeze and hit her back, once, twice, 3 times. Veins bulged on his forehead, beads of sweat kept dripping down his cheeks, and his heart was burning with anxiety. Under this violent impact, Wen Ruoyan's body swayed like a leaf in the wind. The pills kept changing positions in her throat as she was shaken, and her consciousness slowly returned as air gradually filled her lungs. But the pain in her throat was like a burning fire, which made her frown, and tears welled up in her eyes. At this moment, the door was quietly pushed open with a click. Grandma Gu tiptoed to open the door for the two of them, and what came into view were the ties and haute couture shirts scattered on the floor. Grandma was secretly delighted. This stupid grandson finally got the point. Then he looked up and saw the exploding scene in front of him. Grandma Gu's eyes widened suddenly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then she covered her eyes with her hands, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers, muttering, "I don't see anything." Grandma's sudden appearance made Wen Ruoyan's already red face even redder. Tears welled up in her eyes and she wanted to explain, but her throat was choked by the pills and she couldn't make any sound. When Gu Lianqing heard the voice, he was so scared that his hands trembled. He turned his head and saw that it was his grandmother. His face immediately turned red. He wanted to let go of Wen Ruoyan and explain to his grandmother, but Wen Ruoyan in his arms was in danger of death. He couldn't give up saving her at this critical moment, right? He could only continue to save her while stammeringly explaining. "Grandma, it's not what you think. She..." "No need to explain, just continue." Grandma smiled and waved goodbye, leaving with satisfaction. After closing the door, Grandma Gu smiled for the first time in a long time, clasped her hands together and bowed repeatedly. "My great-grandson finally has something to look forward to, thank God." Then, he came to his senses, stared at the door, and sighed sincerely. "Young man, you really have good physical strength." But the two people in the room ignored the embarrassment and continued to perform first aid. Finally, with the crisp sound of the pill falling to the ground, when Ruoyan finally spat out the long and thin pill that was stuck in her throat. Gu Lianqing put Wen Ruoyan down, patted her back and handed her some water, and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better?" When Ruoyan slowly regained consciousness, and after a few coughs, the purple-red color on her face gradually faded and returned to its normal color. Apart from a dry throat, she can speak normally again. "All right." Gu Lianqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and focused his eyes on the pills on the ground. "What medicine do you have to swallow raw?" "Birth control pills." When Gu Lianqing heard this answer, he was stunned for a moment, like a child who had done something wrong and was grabbed by the pigtails, and shame surged in his heart. When Ruoyan pretended to be cool and said, "Isn't this what I should do? I take money from people and help them get rid of their misfortunes." Gu Lianqing felt even more ashamed when he thought of the agreement he had signed with her. He muttered in a low voice with a lack of confidence, I will take measures in the future." When Ruoyan sneered. He still wants to have a future? But considering that he had just saved her, she did not dare to confront him directly. She could only pretend to be calm and asked softly, "From now on, I have the right to refuse, right?" Gu Lianqing's temper was ignited by her words, but he knew he was in the wrong and did not dare to lose his temper. He just changed his usual arrogant attitude and sat aside angrily. When Ruoyan was too lazy to pay attention to him and just drank the water. This time her mind was completely clear and she recalled the extremely embarrassing scene just now. She jumped up from the ground and shouted loudly with her teeth bared, "Grandma Gu, I have to go and explain to her right away." Gu Lianqing calmly grabbed her arm. "How do you explain it? Tell her you're stuck with birth control pills?" "Yes, Grandma Gu wants a great-grandson so much. If she knew that I was taking medicine to make my great-grandson die, wouldn't she be so angry that she would have 3 highs? What should we do then? When Ruoyan was ashamed and embarrassed, with a sad face. When Gu Lianqing saw Wen Ruoyan's furrowed brows, he finally felt a sense of satisfaction as if he had gotten his revenge. I've been bullied by this little girl all day today. Don't I have to vent my anger? Gu Lianqing looked at the arm that was holding her and pulled it hard, and Wen Ruoyan fell into his arms defenselessly. She screamed and subconsciously supported herself with her hands. When Gu Lianqing got up in the morning, he only tied his nightgown lightly with his belt, and after tossing and turning for so long, his nightgown was already open. Her hand landed firmly on his strong chest muscles. Her face flushed and she looked up at him, her eyes full of surprise and shyness. Gu Lianqing raised his lips in an evil arc. He lowered his head, looked at her hand, and asked slowly, "How does it feel?" When Ruoyan quickly pulled back her hand and explained hesitantly, "I didn't mean it." The corner of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile, and he leaned close to Wen Ruoyan's ear, and the ambiguous breath echoed in her ears. "How about we just do as Grandma wishes, and give her a great-grandson?" The deep and magnetic voice carried a hint of teasing, yet was inexplicably bewitching. When Ruoyan's ears felt a little itchy because of his breath and voice, and her face turned red again, all the way to her ears. She stared at Gu Lianqing with eyes wide open, with anger and panic in her eyes. She wanted to break free from his arms, but he held her tightly. What nonsense are you talking about?" When Ruoyan stammered, her voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. She felt like her head was about to smoke. Why did this man ask her to have a baby now? He had been avoiding her eyes this morning. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan's shy and embarrassed look, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wen Ruoyan immediately understood that this big devil just enjoyed making fun of others. She was so stupid that she actually believed his joke. Seeing that she was angry but didn't dare to show it, Gu Lianqing became even more proud. With a faint smile on his lips, he leaned close to her ear again. "It doesn't matter how many children you have. I can afford them anyway." Wen Ruoyan reacted instantly and was furious. Was this guy using her as a tool? But when she calmed down and thought about it, it was true. For a top wealthy family like the Gu family, it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines and to have more than 10 or 20 children. However, wanting someone to be your concubine is too disrespectful. Just because you have a little money, you think you are the emperor? A crisp cell phone ring broke the stalemate between the two. Chapter 28 Grandma Understands. Gu Lianqing let go of the hand that was restraining her and answered the phone. Grandma Gu's delighted and gossipy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Grandson, when you are done, come to the restaurant for dinner." In the dining room, the light softly shines on the round table, which is filled with carefully prepared dishes: steamed sea bass with wolfberry leaves, stir-fried lamb liver with leeks, braised pig's trotters with cooked remania, steamed eggs with ligustrum lucidum, steamed oysters, donkey hide gelatin, red dates, and yam cake. There is also a pot of steaming medicinal food, and the rich aroma of medicine mixed with the aroma of food permeates the air. This dish is too suggestive, and it makes Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan look embarrassed. Grandma sat in the main seat, smiling, looking back and forth between the two of them, as if she was admiring her most proud work. But the two of them felt very uncomfortable, not knowing how to deal with their grandmother's next series of kindness. "Come on, good boy, eat more." Grandma greeted warmly, while enthusiastically picking up a piece of donkey hide gelatin, red dates, and yam cake for Wen Ruoyan. "Are you tired? Replenish your body." Wen Ruoyan's face turned red like a monkey's butt, and she really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But there was no way to explain it, so she could only bite the bullet and force a fake smile. She took the food reluctantly, said "Thank you, Grandma," and then buried her head deeply in the bowl. "Come, dear grandson, drink the soup." Grandma served Gu Lianqing a bowl of medicinal soup. Gu Lianqing looked at the soup filled with bullwhip, wolfberry, codonopsis, and thought of the 3 bowls of soup last night. His face turned pale and he reflexively didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. Grandma immediately saw his doubts, patted his shoulder, and explained without hesitation, "Don't worry, there is nothing in the soup this time." Wen Ruoyan was so amused by the funny things in front of her that she wanted to laugh. She quietly raised her head to look at Gu Lianqing, but unexpectedly she met his eyes. Wen Ruoyan was secretly delighted when she saw his deflated expression, and raised her eyebrows at him in a gloating manner. When Gu Lianqing saw her expression, he was so angry that he could only suppress his anger and glared at her fiercely. "Oh, don't be embarrassed. You are young and energetic, Grandma understands." Grandma said with a smile. Their faces turned red all the way to their ears. Those scenes were misunderstood by their grandmother, and now they had no way to defend themselves. When Ruoyan cleared her throat and tried to find an excuse to ease the embarrassment. Grandma, When Ruoyan was about to speak when her grandma interrupted her. Grandma suddenly grabbed Ruoyan's hand, her eyes full of expectation. Ruoyan, just relax and hurry up to give me a great grandson. I'm still strong and can help you take care of the baby. Then, he grabbed Gu Lianqing's hand, placed it on Ruoyan's hand, and clasped their hands tightly together. She said emotionally, my eldest grandson has suffered a lot since he was a child because of that mistress and stepmother. Now it's not easy to find someone as caring as you. You too must take good care of yourself. Grandma's voice was a little choked, and when Ruoyan felt as if something was grabbing her heart. The atmosphere made her nose a little sore, and she wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. At this time, Gu Lianqing took the initiative to put his other hand up and held Ruoyan's hand tightly. Before Ruoyan could react, he immediately agreed, Grandma, we will listen to you and we will definitely be together well. When Ruoyan looked up in confusion, and happened to meet Gu Lianqing's sincere eyes. She was a little dazed for a moment. Why does this living devil now look a bit like a good person? She was a little moved and even couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. So, she followed her heart, put her other hand on Gu Lianqing's hand, and said, Grandma, don't worry, we will be happy together. Grandma held the two people's hands, and changed her previous emotional expression to a full smile. That's right, I have bought plane tickets for you, and we will return home tomorrow. What? Why so sudden? Grandma's face-changing skills are better than even the Sichuan opera masters. When Ruoyan couldn't help but feel sorry for the tears that were about to burst out. After you return home, you can live together in the Gu family mansion, so that I can keep an eye on you too and have children for our Gu family. Grandma smiled so hard that even her wrinkles smoothed out, sparkling under the light. Ah! This is Grandma's real purpose. When Ruoyan's eyes were as big as bells. She didn't expect that she was on guard against Gu Lianqing day and night, but was tricked by her harmless grandmother. She looked at Gu Lianqing with a look of help. He was obviously overwhelmed by this sudden arrangement. His CPU was running at high speed, but he couldn't find any reason to refuse for the time being. When Ruoyan saw that this man was not reliable, so she had to take over first. Grandma, I don't have to live in Gu's house, I can live in my own house. Good boy, just agree to Grandma's wish. Grandma is already old, and this is her only wish. It was obvious that Grandma Gu was using the grievance trick again. She was really an experienced player of the 36 stratagems. When Ruoyan was in awe of the old lady in front of her. Gu Lianqing sighed, and reluctantly stepped forward to stop when Ruoyan who was about to speak, Grandma, we all support you, and we will go back to China with you tomorrow. When Ruoyan looked at Gu Lianqing's face, which was as determined as if he wanted to join the party, and had no choice but to shut up. The two men helped Grandma back to her room. As they were almost at the elevator, Grandma suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted to Gu Lianqing, oh, I forgot to take my bag. Gu Lianqing immediately responded, I'll go get it. Watching Gu Lianqing disappear at the stairs, Grandma whispered to Ruoyan in a gossipy tone. Good girl, if that brat hurts you, just tell him, don't be embarrassed. This matter, to achieve harmony, it all depends on more attempts, more communication, and more adjustments. Grandma really doesn't shy away from anything. When Ruoyan was so embarrassed that she felt ashamed. It was all my fault for the mistake I made when taking medicine this morning. Not only could I not clear myself of this mistake even if I jumped into the Yellow River, but I also sent myself to the Gu family prison. No, it should be the Gu family mansion. Gu Lianqing, who hurried over with his bag, was confused when he saw Ruoyan, whose face was red. However, his grandmother reminded him quietly. My dear grandson, that matter, it's not that the stronger the better. Do you understand? Gu Lianqing understood immediately and blushed as much as Ruoyan. Did Grandma observe the scene this morning so carefully? This is obviously a misunderstanding of my own inexperience. But now that things have come to this, I can only make the best of it. Grandma, we will communicate and cooperate more in the future. Gu Lianqing put his arm around Ruoyan's shoulders and said firmly despite her shaking shoulders to refuse. Ruoyan rolled her eyes countless times in her heart as she looked at Gu Lianqing, who had put on a good face. Gu Lianqing looked at Ruoyan, who knew nothing about the future, and felt mixed emotions. Chapter 29, Close Face Opening. Ruoyan and the others drove into the Gu family mansion in a Rolls-Royce, as if they had entered an ancient and luxurious Chinese palace. The vermilion gate is tall and wide, and the copper door knocker gleams with a rich luster in the sun. The endless bluestone road winds its way into the depths of the house, with exquisitely trimmed holly trees on both sides of the road. The main building in the distance is an imposing Chinese-style building surrounded by carved railings. In the mansion, many servants dressed in uniform stood respectfully by, waiting for their arrival. Gu Lianqing took Wen Ruoyan with him, carefully supported his grandmother, and slowly walked into the daunting Gu family mansion. Gu Lianqing's father Gu Zhanghao had already been waiting at the door with his stepmother Linya and his younger brother Gu Lianyan. Gu Zhanghao was wearing a neat Italian handmade custom suit and shiny leather shoes. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes were full of scrutiny and arrogance, but there was a seemingly kind smile on the corner of his mouth. Stepmother Linya was wearing a dark green silk cheongsam with delicate golden patterns embroidered on it, which appeared and disappeared as she walked. The huge diamond earrings on her ears swayed gracefully. Her face was thickly powdered, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes were slightly raised, with an imperceptible cunning hidden in her eyes. Gu Lianyu stood aside, wearing fashionable brand clothes, his hair dyed a flashy yellow, a thick gold necklace around his neck, and a smile on his face, but his eyes kept wandering across his father and grandmother's faces, observing their expressions. Lianqing, this negotiation was successful. You have done a great job and brought honor to our Gu family. Gu Zhanghao asked with seemingly concern, but his eyes swept over Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan like cold searchlights. Gu Lianqing frowned slightly, snorted, and replied expressionlessly. Father, I have always been prudent in what I do. This success is within my expectations. You don't need to worry. Linya walked lightly to Gu Lianqing, gently pulled up his arm, and said coquettishly. Lianqing, you've been away for such a long time. Mom is worried. Look at you, you've lost weight. Then she pushed her son Gu Lianyan to Gu Lianqing's side and said coquettishly, your brother also said he wanted to go to this negotiation. Look at you, as an older brother, you don't even take good care of your younger brother. Gu Lianqing glanced at him with contempt and said unhappily. Didn't father give him 6 Gu subsidiaries? He ran them for half a day and lost 20 billion. And he still thinks it's not enough? You. Gu Lianyan was so angry that he jumped up and down, his face flushed red, but he was too wrong to refute. Linya was very embarrassed by Gu Lianqing's retort, so she showed off her ultimate skill of tea talk. Husband, you see, our Yan can't do business because you raised her outside since she was young, didn't get a good education, and didn't have a father to love her. Unlike your eldest son, who has been loved by his grandmother and father since he was young, and has learned to do business from his elders since he was a few years old. After saying that, he pretended to take up his handkerchief and wiped the corners of his eyes, squeezing out a few tears. Looking at Linya, who was crying so hard in front of him, Gu Zhanghao's love and pity were beyond words. He quickly picked up a handkerchief and wiped her tears. Gu Lianyan also absorbed the essence of his mother's tearful expression. He knelt down in front of his father and began to pretend to cry. Father, it's all my fault. I'm not worthy of being your son. Wen Ruoyan was stunned by the scene of the tea breaking the sky. No wonder her grandmother told her on the plane back home, my eldest grandson is being schemed by his stepmother all day long. Now I have experienced firsthand how this was calculated. Hypocritical cries came one after another. Gu Zhanghao could not help it. He hugged the mother and son in front of him and blamed himself, it's also my fault. I have wronged you and your son. At the same time, he cast an angry and reproachful look at Gu Lianqing. When the mother and son saw Gu Zhanghao standing on their side, they cunningly rolled their eyes and cried even harder. The situation was out of control for a while, as if Gu Lianqing was the instigator of this tragedy. When Ruoyan rolled her eyes and looked at Gu Lianqing and Grandma Gu, as if they were already used to it and were not prepared to take any action. But when Ruoyan really couldn't bear it anymore. Whether it was out of her most primitive sense of justice or considering Grandma Gu's advice, you must be of the same mind as Gu Lianqing, she would not allow herself to sit idly by. So, when Ruoyan walked around to the table, raised the cup on the table, and said loudly, this is top quality green tea, it really goes well with auntie. The large number of servants who were watching looked at each other and snickered knowingly. Linya was shocked by her words and felt a little embarrassed. She had to stop crying, pretended to glance at Wen Ruoyan casually, and snorted softly. This must be the amateur girlfriend you brought back, right? What do you have to do with what the elders say? You are so uneducated. Wen Ruoyan smiled lightly, with a sharp look in her eyes. Aunt, I am indeed ill-mannered, but when we came back, you didn't greet our elder, Grandma Gu, who had come all the way from the boat, but instead you were busy promoting your son who had lost 20 billion. Where is your manners? You. Linya gritted her teeth in anger, but when she glanced at Grandma Gu, she saw a smug look on her face. I had to turn around and go back to Gu Jianghao to continue tea. Husband, look at our eldest son. He has found a girlfriend from a small family. She exudes a sense of pettiness and is not presentable. Our Gu family is a famous and prestigious family. Will it be inappropriate for her to go out and participate in various activities in the future? As she spoke, she gently stroked her hair with her hands, her eyes full of provocation. Gu Lianyan immediately stepped forward and added fuel to the fire. Dad, look at my brother. He went out and brought back such a girl, without considering the reputation of our Gu family. This woman must have seduced my brother. Please don't be angry with my brother. Then he turned to Grandma, smiling, and said in a deliberately gentle voice, Grandma, please don't be fooled by her. The threshold of our Gu family cannot be stepped into so easily. Gu Lianyan did not inherit his father's business ability, but he inherited his mother's tea-making skills. When Ruoyan didn't indulge this mother and son, she walked up to Linya and immediately retorted. Auntie, you are so gorgeously dressed. If you don't know me, you might think you are going to participate in a beauty pageant for middle-aged and elderly people. Although I am an ordinary person from a small family, I also know the principle of not being a mistress. Complaining that a family with a mistress did not let her into the house, I am afraid this is not the morality of a prominent family, right? Then, regardless of Linya's green face, she walked straight to Gu Lianqing, gently took his arm, looked at Gu Lianyan and said, Brother Lianyan, look at what you are saying. If it comes to seduction, I have to kowtow to your mother and learn the art from her. Looking at the mother and son in front of her whose faces looked as ugly as ghosts in the morgue, when Ruoyan cleared her throat and continued to shoot at Gu Lianyan's face. Chapter 30 Replenish your strength? I am indeed attracted by the noble family background of the Gu family, but when it comes to using the noble family background to gain fame and reputation and losing 20 billion, I have to learn from you. We have been here for so long, and you just remembered to please Grandma. Could it be that you have lost hundreds of millions recently and are in a hurry to find a backer? Gu Lianqing never thought that when Ruoyan, who was usually gentle and even submissive, could have such a heroic and chivalrous side, and for his own sake. This not only moved him deeply, but also made him look at the girl in front of him with a new respect. He looked at his grandmother beside him, whose face was filled with satisfaction and pride, and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with the little girl's fighting ability. Linya was so angry that her face turned pale. She pointed at Wen Ruoyan with a trembling finger. How dare you? You sharp-tongued thing. Gu Lianyan also widened his eyes, his face full of anger, and shouted, You stinky beggar. Then, he strode forward, rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand, and prepared to hit Wen Ruoyan hard. When Wen Ruoyan saw the big hand in the air, she instinctively shrank her head and closed her eyes. She only heard a bang sound, but did not feel any pain anywhere in her body. She opened her eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that Gu Lianyan's hand was held tightly in the air by Gu Lianqing beside him and did not fall down. When Ruoyan looked at this scene and instantly felt that Gu Lianqing in front of her was very manly and was a little touched. At this moment, Grandma knocked the ground with her cane, making a crisp sound. Everyone fell silent and looked at her. Grandma said slowly, Shut up. Ruoyan is right. Her contribution to our Gu family's business is obvious to all. We cannot tolerate any baseless doubts. Moreover, Ruoyan is smart and kind-hearted. She is the daughter-in-law I personally chose for my grandson. In the future, if anyone in this house dares to scheme against her under my nose, it means they are against me. Do you hear me? Yes. All the servants in the Gu family's hall bowed in unison and answered. What a trick of indirect criticism, she is indeed the defending champion of the last session, Grandma Gu. Wen Ruoyan smiled secretly in her heart. Gu Lianqing held Wen Ruoyan's hand tightly, her eyes full of love and admiration. She pulled Wen Ruoyan to Gu Jianghao and calmly introduced her. Come, Ruoyan, this is your future father-in-law. For now, just call him Uncle Gu. Seeing this, Wen Ruoyan immediately cooperated with her grandmother and hurriedly greeted him, Hello, Uncle Gu. Seeing this, Linya couldn't stop it. She could only fix her hair and move closer to Gu Jianghao, waiting for his grandmother to formally introduce Wen Ruoyan to her. Unexpectedly, Grandma walked up to her indifferently, stayed for a moment, and then walked straight around her. Linya was so angry that her face turned blue and she stomped her feet in anger, but the moment her grandmother turned around, she immediately put away her anger and put on a flattering smile. Gu Zhenghao's expression changed slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his hypocritical smile. Mom, as long as you are satisfied, we are also considering the family. However, his eyes still lingered on Wen Ruoyan, with a hint of reluctance and calculation. Gu Zhenghao drove Lin Ye and Gu Lianyan, mother and son, into the bedroom. Gu Lianyan started throwing a tantrum as soon as he got to the room. Mom, look, a little bitch can ride on our heads. Shut up. It's because you are ignorant and lost 20 billion that Gu Lianqing keeps holding you by the pigtails. Now even a beggar girl can ride on your face and mock you. Gu Lianyan pouted and said angrily, I know. So they found Vicky as an undercover agent and hired a local to trap him in that shabby house. Who knew that he would escape and facilitate the negotiation of 40 billion? Otherwise, he might have been exiled to that shitty place in Africa by his father for the rest of his life. Shu, keep your voice down. Lin Ye looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, we have a helper. Gu Lianyan was surprised. What helper? Lin Ye leaned over to his ear and said something in disappointment. Yes, how could I forget this? Gu Lianyan slapped his head suddenly. Don't say anything. Now is not the right time. Since Grandma has spoken in her favor today, we have to wait for a good opportunity. Lin Ye smiled sinisterly. In the hall, Grandma Gu sat on the main seat on the sofa and called her personal servant in front of Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan. Auntie Wang, from now on you will take care of the eldest young master and the future eldest young mistress. Gu Zhenghao next to him looked incredulous. Mom. Wan Ma has been with you and serving you since you got married. How could you just give her to this child so easily? Grandma Gu shot a sharp look at Gu Zhenghao. I'm an old woman, so who can serve me? If you don't make me angry every day, I don't need anyone to serve me. When Gu Zhenghao saw this, he didn't want to make himself look bad, so he said as long as you are happy in a sullen tone and asked the driver to prepare the car, preparing to hide in the company to avoid the attack. Gu Lianqing immediately stood up and prepared to go to the company with his father, but was stopped by his grandmother. Lianqing, don't go. Gu Lianqing turned around, looking confused. Grandma asked Gu Lianqing to sit down, then waved at Gu Zhenghao impatiently, and Gu Zhenghao left helplessly. Grandma sat between the two of them, took Gu Lianqing's hand, and put it together with Wen Ruoyan's hand. You guys just sat on the plane for such a long time today, why don't you go back to your room to rest and replenish your energy? Their faces turned red. Why did Grandma always think about that kind of thing every day? Seeing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two that was filled with the scent of first love, Grandma continued to add fuel to the fire and lowered her voice. I've already sent someone to renovate your 2 rooms in advance. The soundproofing effect is excellent. Wen Ruoyan's face was already burning with shame. Thinking about having to stay in the same room with Gu Lianqing every day and having to deal with Grandma Gu's urging for labor, she was going to be devastated. It's really hard to make money and hard to eat shit. Thinking of the 30 million girlfriend contract, Wen Ruoyan sighed and said, oh, just accept it. Grandma dismissed the unnecessary servants, took Wen Ruoyan's hand, and her eyes were shining brightly. Good girl, your little mouth is really powerful today. I have never felt so good in all these years. If I had half your eloquence, I would teach those 2 filthy bastards a lesson every day. Wen Ruoyan was praised by this, but she calmed down and reflected, why was I so impulsive today? In the past, I was like a little white rabbit who could endure. From now on, my grandson will never be bullied again. Lian Chang, you have to treat my granddaughter-in-law well. When her grandmother called her, Wen Ruoyan naturally looked towards Gu Lianqing, but she didn't expect that he was looking at her with eyes full of gratitude. Chapter 31 Will you scream? His affectionate eyes made Wen Ruoyan a little dazed. When has Gu Lianqing ever been so gentle? If you two can give me another great-grandson, our family will be more lively. Grandma is really, always urging me to give birth. But Wen Ruoyan actually felt a little bit of recognition despite her embarrassment. Okay, Grandma. Before Wen Ruoyan could answer, Gu Lianqing agreed first. He actually agreed? Wen Ruoyan couldn't believe her ears. What's wrong with this guy? Wen Ruoyan glared at Gu Lianqing with a hint of dissatisfaction. Gu Lianqing deliberately ignored her and asked, then, Grandma, shall we go into the house? It turned out that Gu Lianqing just wanted to find an excuse to slip away. That's good, it was just a false alarm. Okay. Grandma's hearty laughter echoed throughout the hall. I am afraid that if I am late for a moment, this spring night will be worth less. Then, Grandma gave Wang Ma a sly look. Aunt Wang followed the two of them upstairs. After introducing the renovated room to the two of them, Aunt Wang showed no intention of leaving. The room was completely silent. The three people stared at each other, as if they were frozen in time. Gu Liancheng pulled Wen Ruoyan over stiffly and put his arm on her shoulders. Auntie Wang, it's getting late. Let's take a shower and rest. Seeing that the two had a good relationship, Wang Ma happily accepted the order to expel them. But when he reached the door, he sneakily left a crack in the door. This was the first night that Wen Ruoyan lived with Gu Liancheng in the country, and she felt extremely embarrassed. She took out a luxurious silk nightgown with suspenders that her grandmother had prepared for her and asked hesitantly, "Shall I take a shower first?" Gu Liancheng didn't feel embarrassed at all and nodded lightly. When Ruoyan finished her shower first, then got dressed and looked at the empty big bed, feeling troubled. She stood stupidly in front of the bed, not knowing whether to sit or lie down. After a while, Gu Liancheng also wiped the water droplets from his head and walked out of the bathroom casually. He casually tied his bathrobe with a belt, with his arms half open, and under his bronze skin were clear lines of chest and abdominal muscles. His superior figure exuded a full sense of abstinence. When Ruoyan turned her head away embarrassedly, her face flushed. Gu Liancheng smiled slyly, walked over and deliberately bumped her shoulder. "It's not like we've slept together before, so why are you afraid to lie down?" Then, he spread his legs, sat down casually on the bed, and patted the place beside him provocatively. Of course Wen Ruoyan understood what he meant, and sat down next to him without giving in. He smiled triumphantly and decided to tease her again while he was in a good mood today. He leaned back, supported himself with his hands at his sides, and pressed the bed hard. "This bed seems to shake easily." Wen Ruoyan's face instantly turned red to her ears. "I cursed in my heart, why are you shaking? As long as you don't move, you won't shake." Although they signed a contract, it also stated that if he wanted, she had the right to refuse. Gu Liancheng saw her red ears and clenched fists from behind and couldn't help grinning behind her. Just then, he keenly noticed something strange outside the door. Outside the door, Aunt Wang was crouching with her eyes pressed against the crack of the door, trying hard to see what was going on inside. It must be someone sent by Grandma to monitor whether the two of them are making a baby or not. Gu Liancheng sighed helplessly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. "Isn't this a perfect opportunity for me to satisfy my desire to play a trick on Wen Ruoyan?" He suddenly stretched out his clamp-like hands and pulled Wen Ruoyan, who was close to him, over. Wen Ruoyan only felt a flash before her eyes, and her body fell backwards uncontrollably, and then her back gently touched the soft bed. He then turned over and pressed her tightly under him. She opened her eyes wide in panic and was about to yell, but Gu Liancheng quickly moved closer to her, glanced at her with his deep eyes and gave her a look. "Be quiet, there's someone outside." Gu Liancheng lowered his voice, and his warm breath brushed gently past Wen Ruoyan's ears, causing a tingling sensation on the side of her face. Wen Ruoyan looked towards the door and noticed that it was ajar. She immediately understood what he meant. "We have to put on a show for Grandma's people." As he spoke, he pulled the quilt over his back and covered it tightly, then slowly lowered his body down. The two of them were so close that they could exchange each other's heartbeats. Wen Ruoyan's face instantly turned red, like a ripe tomato, but she had no reason to refuse. "Don't mess around," Wen Ruoyan warned in a low voice, her eyes full of panic. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Gu Liancheng's smile deepened, and he began to deliberately make some ambiguous noises. He pretended to move his body up and down, rubbing against the bed surface intentionally or unintentionally, and knocking with his hands made a creaking sound. This sound was particularly clear and suggestive in the silent room. Wen Ruoyan felt her heartbeat almost jump out of her throat when she heard this ambiguous voice. She could only close her eyes tightly, not daring to look at Gu Liancheng's current appearance. "Wen Ruoyan, will you scream?" Gu Liancheng's face was very close to hers. Wen Ruoyan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and two blushes appeared on her face. She looked away and asked in a whisper, "What is it?" "Bed." He deliberately dragged out the tone. Hearing these ambiguous words, Wen Ruoyan's face turned red instantly. But she raised her eyes and looked towards the door, knowing that this was also forced by the situation. So she opened her mouth slightly, but the difficult request made her too embarrassed to speak out, and she ultimately failed. "Do you want me to help you?" As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly pinched her slender waist, catching her off guard. Wen Ruoyan was startled by the sudden action and her body trembled. She screamed "ah" involuntarily, with a hint of panic and shyness in her voice. Gu Lianqing smiled with satisfaction, with a hint of cunning in his smile. That's it, keep it up. Wen Ruoyan bit her lower lip tightly, suppressing her inner embarrassment and trying her best to cooperate with him. This embarrassing situation lasted for about 5 minutes until Wang Ma quietly closed the door. Gu Lianqing finally turned over and lay flat on his back, breathing heavily, his body already soaked with sweat. It seemed like he was even more tired than the last few times he came. When Ruoyan swept away her previous embarrassment, pursed her lips and wanted to smile secretly, but she was afraid of being discovered by Gu Lianqing, so she turned around and smiled secretly. From behind, she was laughing so hard that her whole body was shaking. Gu Lianqing snorted. When Ruoyan was so good at taking advantage of others' misfortunes, she had to be taught a lesson. His deep eyes stared at her back, and he said in a hoarse and teasing tone, "The cry just now was very pleasant to hear." The smile on Wen Ruoyan's face instantly shifted to Gu Lianqing's face. "You!" She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Gu Lianqing smiled triumphantly like a naughty child, then regained his composure, his eyes became serious, and he asked directly, "Why did you defend me in front of them today?" Chapter 32. Are you still in pain? When Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't remember why she was so inexplicably brave at that time. It couldn't be that she was in love with him, could it? It must have been a sudden sense of justice, not wanting to disappoint Grandma's expectations and her long-standing desire for money. She pretended to be calm, and imitated Gu Lianqing, raised her eyebrows and said, "That's what Grandma told me on the plane. Besides, don't we still have a contract? I don't want to break the contract." Having said that, she rolled her eyes, turned back, and faced Gu Lianqing with a sly smile on her lips. "Boss Gu, since I'm working so hard, shouldn't you consider giving me a bonus?" When Gu Lianqing heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and thought to himself, "This woman is really a money grubber." But he said coldly, "You only think about money?" When Ruoyan folded her hands in front of her chest and raised her chin slightly, "What else? This is a deal between you and me." But she felt a little flustered, afraid that Gu Lianqing would see through her little thoughts that she didn't want to admit. "Really?" Gu Lianqing smiled crookedly and stretched out his slender fingers to slightly lift her chin. When Ruoyan's heart suddenly tightened, her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, and she subconsciously wanted to hide back, but her body was forced to the head of the bed and there was no room to hide. Gu Lianqing's hot yet gentle gaze was fixed on Wen Ruoyan, and his face slowly moved closer, inch by inch. When Ruoyan's breathing became rapid, her eyes were wide open, and her mind was in a mess. What is this guy trying to do? She stared at Gu Lianqing, who was getting closer and closer. She could even smell his warm breath and the scent of shower gel on his body, which made her heart beat more and more irregularly. Just when Gu Lianqing's lips were about to touch Wen Ruoyan's lips, time seemed to stand still. Wen Ruoyan's body trembled slightly. She quickly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling constantly, and her mouth closed tightly. But Gu Lianqing suddenly stopped at this critical moment. He just stared at her quietly as her face was filled with nervousness, a meaningful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a hint of cunning after success flashed in his eyes. He reached out his hand and patted her on the head, pretending to be calm, and said, "Hey, there's something on your head." When Ruoyan opened her eyes quickly. This person was obviously playing a trick on her. Gu Lianqing. When Ruoyan shouted his name loudly. The moment she called out, she was stunned. She had always only dared to call him Mr. Gu. Why did she impulsively call him by his full name today? Guilt and embarrassment appeared on her red face like a tide. Gu Lianqing was also shocked by her calling him by his full name. Since his mother passed away, no one except his grandmother dared to call him by his full name in person. He was very relieved. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Why? Were you expecting me to kiss you just now?" When Ruoyan felt guilty, her face flushed instantly, and she immediately pushed him away, who was looking forward to it. A sense of pleasure of revenge quietly welled up in Gu Lianqing's heart, and he thought to himself, "Humph, you dead duck, let's see how long you can keep being stubborn." Looking at Wen Ruoyan lying with her back to him, Gu Lianqing asked the question he had always wanted to ask but had not been able to ask, "Are you still in pain?" "What?" Wen Ruoyan suspected that she was hallucinating. This guy actually still remembered this? Nothing. Gu Lianqing was a little disappointed, but didn't dare to ask any more questions. Although they had done it once in Africa with the help of his grandmother, he was unconscious at the time. Now that he is clear-headed, he can't help but want to do it again. However, he is worried about her injury. Wen Ruoyan was certain that she was hallucinating. Then, she thought that she had not had time to go home to see her mother and brother, so she made a request to him. Mr. Gu, I want to take a day off tomorrow to go home. When Gu Lianqing heard the changed address, his eyes dimmed instantly, but he still managed to force out a okay from his throat. It is true that there is no business without fraud. The employees were unwilling to take even a day off. Seeing that Gu Lianqing agreed so reluctantly, Wen Ruoyan added unhappily, "It won't affect my work, and my salary for the leave will be deducted if necessary." This Wen Ruoyan is really getting more and more aggressive. Gu Lianqing's deep eyes were instantly filled with anger. He wanted to turn Wen Ruoyan over so that she could see how angry he was. He reached out his hand to her arm, but stopped in mid-air and let it go. He suppressed his anger, sat up, and handed her a check. "Here is 200,000 yuan, your bonus for today." When Ruoyan widened her eyes in disbelief, how could this harsh and unscrupulous businessman suddenly become so generous? "I asked him to increase his bonus before, but he pretended not to hear. Just because I just said I would deduct his salary, he was irritated and wanted to slap me in the face with money? A slap in the face is worth 200,000, this is too cost-effective. I was just worrying about how much money I would give to my mother tomorrow, when suddenly I received such a large bonus, which is enough to pay for my brother's next medical treatment." She stood up with a sit-up, shouted "Thank you, Mr. Gu" in surprise and reached out to take the check, but Gu Lianqing dodged her. Seeing her furious look, Gu Lianqing grinned as if his trick had succeeded, and slowly leaned close to her ear and made a request. "In the future at the Gu family, don't call me Mr. Gu, call me Lianchang." When Ruoyan only had the check in her eyes, and she was thinking, "Isn't this a difficult request?" So he immediately changed the words and said, "Thank you, Liancheng." He jumped happily and snatched the check. He savored the Liancheng she changed her words to, lowered his head slightly, trying to hide it, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably. Aunt Wang trotted all the way to Grandma Gu's room, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement. She didn't even have time to catch her breath, and said anxiously, "Madam, it's all right." Grandma Gu's eyes were full of surprise and expectation. "Are you serious, Aunt Wang?" Mother Wang nodded repeatedly, describing with great excitement. "Madam, I heard it clearly outside the door. The noise in that room. I can't be wrong. The young master and the young mistress must have a very good relationship." Grandma Gu's face suddenly broke into a smile, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were filled with smiles. "Oh, that's great. As an old man, I'm looking forward to having a great-grandson soon. I like Ruoyan, she's gentle, sensible, righteous and straightforward. She's a perfect match for Liancheng." Wang Ma echoed, "Yes, old lady. The young mistress is pretty and kind-hearted, and she can stand up for the young master." Grandma Gu nodded gently, her eyes full of relief. Liancheng used to have a cold face and was wary of everyone, but now he has a smile and is more friendly. Think about the hardships this child has gone through in the past, and he finally sees the light at last. The next morning, Gu Lianqing got up first. Looking at Wen Ruoyan, who was still in a sweet dream, he smiled with relief and quietly went downstairs. Gu Lianqing gently called over Aunt Wang. "Auntie Wang," Gu Lianqing pinched his pretending calm voice, "I want to choose some gifts for the elders, come over and help me with the advice." Chapter 33, Learn from Lei Feng? Wang Ma hurried over to his side and said with a smile, "Okay, master." The two of them picked out a bunch of cordyceps sinensis, 1,000-year-old ginseng, snow swallow bird's nest, sea cucumber, abalone, and high-quality tea in the storage room. Gu Lianqing looked at the rich gifts in front of him with satisfaction and said with a little embarrassment, "Auntie Wang, when Ruoyan wakes up, give these to her, don't say it's from me, just say it's from Grandma." Seeing Wang Ma's gossipy expression, he tried to explain. "I just wanted to thank her for helping me last night." Wang Ma smiled and agreed as if she knew everything. "I know, master." Gu Lianqing adjusted his tie and prepared to go out, but suddenly remembered something and immediately turned back to tell Wang Ma. "Don't tell Grandma either." Mother Wang suppressed her question with difficulty. When Ruoyan went downstairs just after seeing Gu Lianqing off. Seeing the pile of precious supplements densely packed on the table, she couldn't help but ask Wang Ma. Wang Ma had no choice but to follow Gu Lianqing's instructions and tell him, "This is a gift for your elders." "Mine?" When Ruoyan was overjoyed. However, only Gu Lianqing knew that he was going home today. Could it be that he had prepared it? How could that harsh and profiteer have thought of this? "Who gave this to you?" When Ruoyan asked tentatively. "Young master." Wang Ma realized something was wrong and immediately changed her words. Young master told grandma about this. Each of these gifts was carefully selected by grandma. It's grandma. Grandma really dotes on me. I can't accept such a precious tonic. Wang Ma immediately followed up. Young madam, you must accept it. This is a gift from grandma. Seeing that things had come to this, Wen Ruoyan couldn't refuse any longer. Where's grandma? I have to go and thank her in person. Wang Ma saw that things were not going well and immediately stepped forward to stop them. Grandma hasn't gotten up yet. Didn't grandma pick this out herself this morning? How come? Wang Ma suddenly realized that she had accidentally told the truth, and immediately tried to make up for it. Grandma must be tired after picking, so she went back to take a nap. When Ruoyan didn't think much about it, picked up the gift and said, I have to leave quickly. Aunt Wang, please thank grandma for me. Then he left immediately. Aunt Wang waited for Grandma Gu to get up and immediately reported the matter. After hearing this, Grandma angrily knocked on the floor with her cane. This brat must be too embarrassed to deliver it in person, so he has to use my name to deliver it. He didn't even let me know because he was afraid that I would tell Ruoyan. What era is this? He's still imitating Lei Feng and doing good deeds without leaving a name. Wang Ma suddenly realized, young master must be thin-skinned. This child lost his mother when he was young, and his father, who was obsessed with evil, didn't love him. I watched him grow from a lively and cheerful child to such a cold and heartless person. But I know that he is actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. When he finally meets a girl he likes, he will only silently pay for her behind her back. No, I have to let my granddaughter-in-law know that this is all my eldest grandson's thoughts. Grandma's eyes were firm. When Ruoyan gently pushed open the door of the rental house she had been away from for a long time, and the dim light and the familiar old atmosphere in the house hit her in the face. She saw her mother at a glance. She was sitting at the somewhat shabby wooden table, wearing reading glasses and bending over to pick vegetables. My mother's hair was combed neatly behind her head, and a few strands of silver were particularly dazzling in the dim light. Mom, I'm back. When Ruoyan's voice was choked with sobs. When the mother heard the voice, she looked up and saw that it was Wen Ruoyan. Her joy was beyond words. Yenner, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I'll go buy some more food. My mother put down the food in her hands and slowly stood up. Her figure looked even more hunched and thin, and her clothes hung loosely on her body, as if they could be blown down by a gust of wind. When Ruoyan walked up quickly and held her mother's rough and cracked hands, tears welling up in her eyes, Mom, you've lost weight again. At this time, a faint cough came from the inner room. When Ruoyan's heart tightened and she hurried into her brother's room. The younger brother was lying on the bed, his face as pale as paper, his lips bloodless, his eyes dim and sunken. When he saw his sister coming in, a long-lost light appeared in his eyes, and he tried to sit up. Sister! The brother's voice was hoarse and weak. When Ruoyan quickly sat down beside the bed, gently lifted her brother up, and leaned him against her chest. Chuaner, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Her eyes were full of worry and care. The younger brother shook his head slightly. Sister, I'm fine. I can go to school tomorrow. He pretended to be strong, but he couldn't hide his weak look. When Ruoyan couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She wiped away her tears, took out a check from her bag, handed it to her mother, and said, Mom, use this 200,000 yuan to pay for Chuaner's next medical bill. The mother widened her eyes and looked at her in confusion. Yenner, where did you get so much money? And the 30 million from last time, don't do anything stupid. When Ruoyan took a deep breath and tried to make her expression look calmer. Mom, I just helped the company negotiate a 40 billion project as a member of the negotiation team. This is my bonus. I asked the company to advance the money last time. It was all obtained through formal channels. Don't worry about the money. Use it to treat Chuaner's illness. The mother took the check doubtfully and held it tightly in her hand. Yenner, thank you for your hard work. Then, when Ruoyan took out the pile of supplements. Mom, you and your two brothers should take good care of these supplements. Especially you, who work so hard every day. Don't be reluctant to eat these things. These things are very expensive. The knowledgeable mother could tell at a glance that the value of these supplements was even more than the 200,000 yuan in the check. How could the frugal daughter be willing to buy them? When Ruoyan heard the hidden meaning in her mother's words. Oh, that's the benefit our company gives to the members of the negotiation team. When Ruoyan continued to make up. After this period of adaptive training, when Ruoyan felt that she no longer felt guilty about lying. Then, she hesitated for a moment and continued. Mom, I may not come back to live here in the future. I have a paper to finish recently, and the school library has all the information, so it's more convenient there. There was a hint of disappointment on the mother's face, but she nodded. Okay, you have to take care of yourself. When Ruoyan thought that she would be living in the Gu family mansion every day in the future, with Aunt Wang taking care of her. Except for the fact that she would be easily monitored like she was last night, everything about her was good. Then, an idea suddenly occurred to her. Mom, did Dad make a batch of mini surveillance devices that haven't been put on the market yet? Yes. The mother then took Wen Ruoyan into the bedroom and found a box full of mini surveillance equipment in an exquisite wooden box in the closet. Your father personally participated in the development of this, and I kept it all. When Ruoyan quickly tested it and found that the shooting angle was wide, the image was clear, and most importantly, the size was small, so it was very easy to hide. With this magic weapon, I can be on guard against Grandma putting drugs in the soup again. Chapter 34. Do it, or say it. When Ruoyan returned to the Gu family mansion with the equipment in a sneaky manner, preparing to quietly install surveillance equipment. But as soon as I stepped through the door, my grandmother called me Ruoyan. With a kind and gentle smile, Grandma took her to sit down in the hall and asked her kindly about her return home today. Thank you, Grandma, for the gift. My family likes it very much. Grandma pretended to be embarrassed and told the truth. Actually, I didn't choose this gift. Lian Chang got up early, called Aunt Wang, and personally picked it for a long time. What? That harsh Gu Lianqing could do something so considerate? Lian Chang likes to keep all his emotions to himself and give quietly. I can see that he cares about you very much. When Ruoyan was a little moved by her grandmother's words. Would this guy really care about her, a contract girlfriend? Impossible. This must be just an excuse Grandma made up to bring the two of them together to have a baby. But when Ruoyan remembered Wang Ma's abnormal reaction when she asked her grandmother this morning. Grandma, what time did you get up this morning? It's about 9 o'clock. Why are you asking this? Nothing. When Ruoyan thought, I left at around 8 this morning. Grandma must have gotten up at 9, so the gift was definitely not chosen by Grandma, but by Gu Lianqing. But, if you are going to give it as a gift, why should it be named in Grandma's name? My eldest grandson is shy, has never been in love, and doesn't know how to please girls. You are his first girlfriend. Grandma took the initiative to say. This news was too explosive. She never believed that a handsome and wealthy eldest son of a business empire had never been in a relationship? Even if it came from her grandmother, she still couldn't believe it. So because he had no experience in love, he thought that he could only attract girls by being cool and aloof, which was the reason why he sent gifts in the name of his grandmother? Could someone really be so naive? When Ruoyan was a little confused. So, he has a lot of childish behaviors, please bear with him. Every word of Grandma's words touched her heart. Looking at Grandma's sincere and passionate eyes, when Ruoyan felt that her heart as hard as steel had melted into softness. After seeing her grandmother off, when Ruoyan returned to the room, took a quick look, and found that only the air conditioner was suitable for installation. So she stepped on a stool and tiptoed to reach the air conditioner, her linen skirt sweeping over her porcelain-like knees. Beads of sweat slid down her back. She finally put the micro camera in place and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the stool under my feet shook violently, and a feeling of weightlessness came over me. At this critical moment, Gu Lianqing happened to push the door open. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He rushed forward and steadily caught the staggering Wen Ruoyan. The cool woody scent mixed with the cedar bass note sweeps in. Gu Lianqing's arm was across her waist, and the cufflinks of his suit were digging into her waist, causing her to tremble all over. Wen Ruoyan was still in shock. She looked up and met his smiling eyes. Her irises glowed amber under the overhead light. In an instant, a blush quietly crept up Wen Ruoyan's cheeks. She avoided his gaze and quickly got up from his arms. What are you doing climbing so high? He must never know about this. When Ruoyan bit her lip, stammered, and couldn't explain it for a long time. Gu Lianqing raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and pressed forward, forcing her into a corner. His hand slowly slid down her skirt, gently stroking up her thigh, his voice ambiguous and extremely seductive. Do it, or say it, you choose one. What? He actually asked it so bluntly? when Ruoyan's back pressed against the cold wall, and his other hand unhooked a secret button on her lace waist. When Ruoyan grabbed his hand as he unbuttoned the second button of his shirt, it's clearly written in the contract that any intimate behavior must be approved by me. The last word trembled in anger. Gu Lianqing's lips curled up in a playful arc. It is also written in the contract that the final right of interpretation belongs to part.A. When Ruoyan cursed in her heart, this profiteer. It turned out that he had added that clause on purpose to tease her. She had thought that he had suddenly developed a conscience. She was so happy for nothing. Just as she was quietly greeting his ancestors in her heart, Gu Lianqing's arms had already wrapped around her waist. With a sudden force, he pulled her tightly into his arms, and their bodies were instantly tightly pressed together. When Ruoyan was frightened by his sudden action, she looked at Gu Lianqing's face so close to her, felt the hot breath coming from him, and felt very flustered. He quickly explained, I said. I installed a camera, in case Grandma drugs us again, we can be prepared. Hearing her explanation, Gu Lianqing was slightly startled, then he let go of her, turned around and sat on the sofa, pulled off his tie and threw it away. When Ruoyan looked at him in surprise, she didn't expect that he had no objection at all. The crystal chandelier cast a shadow on his brow, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down as he unbuttoned his shirt. Come here. She hesitated, stiffly moved half an inch, and asked cautiously, Are you not angry? Gu Lianqing looked calm and said calmly, What's there to be angry about? Just be at peace. When Ruoyan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Gu Lianqing grabbed her hand and pulled her to sit horizontally between his legs. His body temperature burned through her thin skirt, and the sound of metal buckles rang in her ears. He asked her what he had been holding back for a long time. It's an do you want to do it? When Ruoyan seemed to be burned. She was so scared that she tried to jump directly from his legs, but she failed and was pushed back by his big hand. Her face flushed red and she stammered, You. Gu Lianqing looked at her with a half smile, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Have you healed from your previous injury? Can we do it now? It turned out that he really was asking her if she felt any pain last night, and she wasn't hallucinating. This Gu Lianqing actually had a conscience. But the nightmare of being sent to the hospital by him is still vivid in my mind. She shook her head instinctively, her voice a little flustered. No. Not fully recovered yet. Gu Lianqing was slightly startled when he heard this, and the strength in his hands gradually loosened. I'm going downstairs to get something to drink. When Ruoyan found the right moment, broke free from his arms, jumped up like a frightened deer, turned around and ran away in a hurry. Gu Lianqing looked at her back as she ran away in embarrassment, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll just do as you say, you dead duck. Gu Lianqing thought to himself. On the other side, Linya called her son Gu Lianyan into the room. She looked around cunningly, and after making sure that no one was around, she gently closed the door and said to Gu Lianyan in a low voice. Yenner, I have an idea. Linya leaned over and whispered her plan into Gu Lianyan's ear. As Gu Lianyan listened, his brows gradually relaxed. I couldn't help but give Linya a thumbs up. Mom, you are so tall. Chapter 35, I will protect her as long as I live. Linya complained proudly. That's all because of you, a useless thing. I let you manage the investment, but when have you ever made any money? If I don't get rid of all the people who can help Gu Lianqing, how can you compete with him for the family property in the future? Oh, Mom. I'm currently working on a big project. If it can be negotiated, it will surpass all of Gu Lianqing's previous achievements. Gu Lianyan was confident. Really? Don't let yourself get hurt again. Believe me. I have made some moves in private this time. I will definitely defeat Gu Lianqing. When the time comes, you can defeat Wen Ruoyan at home, and I will beat Gu Lianqing in my career. Then the entire Gu family will belong to us, right? The mother and son looked at each other with sinister eyes and smiled, and the laughter made the teacups on the table tremble slightly. The next day, the mother and son took advantage of the opportunity when Wen Ruoyan accompanied her grandmother to the temple and sneaked towards Wen Ruoyan in Gu Lianqing's room. The two men opened the door quietly, slipped in like guilty rats and hid the things. Just when they thought they had done it without anyone noticing, Aunt Wang happened to pass by. Seeing the two people sneaking out of Gu Lianqing's room, Wang Ma was shocked, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she hid aside and observed quietly. After the two left, Wang Ma hurried into the room and looked around, but found nothing unusual. How could these two guys with bad intentions appear here out of nowhere? Mother Wang immediately called Wen Ruoyan to report the situation. Wen Ruoyan was accompanying her grandmother to worship Buddha at the moment, and her heart sank when she heard the news. She suddenly remembered the surveillance equipment she had just installed yesterday. So, she confidently comforted Wang Ma, "Don't worry, I have my own way." After Wen Ruoyan settled her grandmother down, she quickly hid in the bathroom and turned on the surveillance video on her mobile phone to check. The video clearly shows Linya and her son hiding the bracelets. Wen Ruoyan's heart was in her throat, her mind was working rapidly, and she immediately realized that they were preparing to stage a big drama of shifting the blame. Thanks to the monitoring equipment made by my father himself. Wen Ruoyan raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. Originally, this thing was used to guard against my grandmother, but by chance, it captured evidence of the two guys' crime, which helped me a lot. Based on the location in the video, Wen Ruoyan helped Wang Ma find the bracelet in the secret compartment of the closet. She breathed a sigh of relief. This should help Gu Lianqing overthrow his stepmother and brother, right? But how to play this scene specifically still needs to be considered in the long run. Wen Ruoyan immediately sent the evidence to Gu Lianqing. Gu Lianqing, who was in a meeting, saw the video. His fingers holding the phone tightened unconsciously, his eyes instantly became as sharp as a hawk, and the anger that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time grew wildly like weeds in spring. He immediately guessed Linya's intention. This mother and son were too cruel, they actually wanted to frame Wen Ruoyan in this way. In the past, every time these two mother and son used dirty tricks to harm me, I would just smile contemptuously and respond calmly. But they actually dared to frame Wen Ruoyan, which he absolutely could not tolerate. Since she dared to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gu Lianqing temporarily stopped the meeting for the first time, called Huang, and instructed him. Gu Lianyan's little trick: speed up the process. Huang's special assistant looked puzzled. Didn't you say that we should take our time and boil the frog in warm water? Gu Lianqing's sharp gaze was like an icy blade, shooting straight at assistant Huang, who was still asking questions. Huang felt a chill running up his spine, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat, leaving only a okay. Gu Lianqing then called Wen Ruoyan to tell her his next plan. Gu Lianqing hung up the phone and sat alone in the empty office. The usually calm and confident figure now looked a little uneasy. He walked to the window and leaned his hands on the windowsill, his eyes full of worry and uneasiness, his heart like a tangled mess. Wen Ruoyan, I got away with it this time, but what about next time? Was he worried about her? Was this what they called thinking about something during the day and dreaming about it at night? Had his obsession with her body spread to her as a person? He was frightened by his own condition. Over the years, no one could replace that little girl's place in his heart, not even Wen Ruoyan. However, Wen Ruoyan is just an ordinary person. She could have lived her life in peace. Why should he drag such an innocent person into the Gu family's bottomless vortex? No, as long as I live, I have to protect her. Gu Lianqing quickly picked up his suit jacket, drove home quickly, and drove into the Gu family mansion at the same time as Wen Ruoyan in her grandmother's car. When he saw that Linya and Gu Lianyan were not at home, Gu Lianqing once again confirmed his guess: the stepmother's role could only be performed in the presence of her father. Sure enough, Linya, Gu Lianyan and their father Gu Zhanghao followed into the house. Gu Lianqing, Wen Ruoyan, Grandma and Wang Ma nodded to each other, and everyone understood. Now it was time to compete in acting skills. Linya and Gu Lianyan were surprised to see Gu Lianqing and the other three sitting neatly in the living room drinking and serving tea, but they quickly calmed down at Linya's glance. Gu Zhanghao was the first to speak. He straightened his tie, his expression slightly solemn, cleared his throat and said, "Something bad happened at home. Linya's bracelet was lost. That bracelet is not an ordinary item, it is a family heirloom of our Gu family." Linya stood aside, her eyes instantly reddened. She said softly with tears in her eyes, "Sorry to bother you all. It's all my fault for losing something so important. I don't know how this could happen. I know that this bracelet is passed down from the Gu family to every daughter-in-law, and it is extremely precious. So over the years, I have always protected it like a treasure, and I would not even let anyone touch it on weekdays. I saw it was still in my room last night. How could it suddenly be lost today? I feel like a piece is missing from my heart, and I am very panicked." As she spoke, she gently pressed the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and twitched a few times. Gu Lianyan echoed from the side, "Dad, I saw Wen Ruoyan enter your room." Wen Ruoyan finally waited for him to say this. She pretended to have slightly red eyes and asked hurriedly, "When?" Gu Lianyan said nothing. "After I came back, I stayed with Grandma in the living room and never entered any room. Grandma can testify for me." Wen Ruoyan added. Linya wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and complained to Gu Zhanghao in a sobbing voice. Mom has always been very critical of me. When my elder sister was around, she favored her. Now that my elder sister is gone, she favors Ruoyan. How can I trust her words? It would have been fine if Gu Lianqing's mother was not mentioned. As soon as she was mentioned, when Ruoyan saw that Gu Lianqing's eyes had obviously turned bloodshot, and the anger in her chest could no longer be suppressed. When Ruoyan tried hard to hold his arm and stopped him from exploding by gently shaking her head and looking at him. Gu Lianqing gradually regained his senses. Chapter 36, Eaten Alive. Mom, I know that no matter how much I serve Zhanghao and honor you, I won't get any recognition from you. But this heirloom was passed down from you to me, your daughter-in-law, and it means a lot. Ruoyan, if you have it, please hand it over quickly. We won't make it difficult for you. Linya directed the blame at her grandmother and Wen Ruoyan. When Ruoyan gritted her teeth at the back of her head, this Linya actually made green tea in front of my grandma. Gu Zhanghao looked at the crying Linya and felt a surge of sympathy in his heart. He sighed softly, glanced at his grandmother but hesitated to speak. Before grandma could speak, Gu Lianyan quickly struck while the iron was hot and stepped forward and said, Dad, in this case, I suggest searching Wen Ruoyan's room. Whether we find anything or not, it will clear everyone's name. When Ruoyan imitated Linya's tea-style acting skills, widened her eyes, looked at Gu Lianyan in disbelief, and her body trembled slightly. How can you slander me like this? Brother Lianyan, why do you say that? Dad, our Gu family has never lost anything in all these years. How come this poor girl lost something right after she came? Who else could it be but her? When Ruoyan threw herself into Gu Lianqing's arms and sobbed, so you guys despise me because I'm poor. Lianqing, I've told you long ago that you and I are not a good match, but you insisted on telling me that your family is not vulgar, and that you can even accept your stepmother's identity as a hostess, so you must be able to accept me, so I agreed to date you. But deep down, you still despise me for not being worthy of you. The big news revealed by Wen Ruoyan was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Some of the servants present were secretly exchanging glances, suppressing the smiles on their lips. Gu Lianqing was impressed by her acting skills. He never dared to imagine that Wen Ruoyan, who was usually dull and straightforward, actually had such a tea-like side. He pretended to be calm and used all his acting skills to cooperate. Ruoyan, don't say that. You come from a clean family, you're just poor. That doesn't affect my love for you. The only thing missing is the transformation into a butterfly, and it would be a typical Liang Zhu story of infatuated man and resentful woman and family-oriented people. The grandma was so infected by the atmosphere that her acting skills exploded. She collapsed to the ground with a plop, waving her hands in the air. She cried and slapped the luxurious carpet that cost $800,000 per meter under her. My biological son has a wife and has forgotten his mother. I, an old woman, have to depend on my grandson who lost his mother, but the second daughter-in-law who married into the family calls me a wicked mother-in-law. Now that something is missing, they even come to search my grandson's room. Then we are treated like thieves. Do you want me, an old woman, to live? Everyone was shocked by grandma's throwing a tantrum. No one thought that the usually gentle grandma could resort to such a trick like the shrew in the market. When Ruoyan and Gu Lianqing were so shocked that they forgot to cry. They thought to themselves, isn't grandma acting too much? Oh, Mom, what are you doing? Gu Zhanghao comforted Grandma Gu who was sitting on the ground and helped her up. Lian Yan is just suggesting it. If you don't agree, forget it. How about this, we gather the servants to search everyone's room. What if they don't know where they put it and can't find it, instead of losing it? Do you think this suggestion is satisfactory? In response to this suggestion, Grandma immediately stopped, glared at me and said in a loud voice. What if I don't find it in my eldest grandson's room? Gu Zhanghao frowned slightly, his expression serious. Then I will ask Lian Yan to apologize immediately. Grandma was so angry that her body was shaking. She pointed at Gu Zhanghao and raised her voice. Just an apology? Just an apology for accusing my granddaughter-in-law of stealing? His face was full of dissatisfaction and anger towards Gu Lianyan's behavior. When Gu Zhanghao saw that his grandmother was angry again, he immediately reached out to support her and carefully calmed her down. At this time, Gu Lianyan immediately stepped forward with the attitude of the green is better than the tea and helped his father to support his grandmother. His face was full of grievances, his mouth curled, flashing with cunning, and he cried and said coquettishly, Why do you only say that I wrongly accused her? What if I found it in her room? Gu Zhenghao looked at Gu Lianyan with a warning in his eyes. So what do you want to do? Gu Lianyan straightened his back, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he said loudly. If Wen Ruoyan stole it, she will never be able to step into the Gu family's door again. A triumphant smile appeared on Wen Ruoyan's lips. She stood up straight, raised her head slightly, her eyes calm and firm, and responded without hesitation, okay, I agree. There was no fear or retreat at all. Grandma Gu glanced at everyone present, took a deep breath, and announced in an unquestionable tone. In that case, whoever's room it is found in will never be allowed to enter the Gu family again. The expression was as serious as a judge making a verdict, making the entire atmosphere solemn. No problem. Gu Lianyan looked determined to win. After his grandmother nodded in agreement, Gu Lianyan immediately perked up. He strode forward, walking towards each room first, as if he was sure that he could find evidence of the crime in some corner. He first came to Wen Ruoyan in Gu Lianqing's room, and then ordered his personal servant in a domineering manner to go and find them quickly. The servants obediently began a carpet search. Gu Lianyan also followed the servant, symbolically opened the table drawer to look around, then opened the bookshelf and looked through it, pretending to be searching. Then, he narrowed his eyes and pointed to the corner of the closet, go look there. The servant squatted down as he was told, fumbled in the corner of the closet for a while, stood up and shook his head, Master, there is nothing either. Gu Lianyan snorted impatiently, pushed the servant away, crouched down, and crawled into the closet, rummaging through the clothes with his hands, muttering, how could there be nothing? However, he searched everywhere but found nothing. He stood up, his face flushed, his heart full of anger and confusion, thinking to himself, what went wrong? This is impossible. His eyes involuntarily turned to his mother Linya. Linya had a look of disbelief on her face. Seeing the situation in front of her, she knew that she was in a difficult situation and her heart was filled with fear. Finally, she bit her lip and walked quickly to the closet where she had placed the bracelet. When she opened the closet door, her fingers trembled slightly. She searched the closet carefully, but the bracelet seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. A trace of panic flashed across Linya's eyes. She couldn't believe that the bracelet was actually missing. She searched for it again where she had put it, but still found nothing. Her lips trembled slightly, and she thought to herself, how is this possible? I clearly put it here. Reluctantly, she flipped the bedding on the bed, her movements appearing extremely flustered and helpless, completely lacking the dignity and elegance she usually pretended to be. Gu Lianyan's face was full of disbelief. He widened his eyes, veins popped out on his forehead, and he shouted angrily. Impossible. Wen Ruoyan, where did you hide the bracelet? Did your accomplice take it away when we weren't paying attention? As he spoke, he rushed towards Wen Ruoyan viciously, as if he wanted to eat her alive, and pushed her into a corner. Chapter 37 Counterattack. At this moment, Gu Lianqing rushed to Gu Lianyan in one step. While using his chest to hold Gu Lianyan back to stop him from approaching, he used his arms to tightly protect Wen Ruoyan behind him. There was an uncontrollable rage in their eyes like a flaming mountain, and it seemed like the two of them would start fighting each other in the next second. Wen Ruoyan was not afraid at all. Instead, she raised her chin and said slowly with a cold and calm look. Brother Lianyan, you keep saying that you saw me steal the bracelet with your own eyes, but now you can't find it in my room. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Or are you and Aunt Lin so sure that the bracelet is in the closet? Her voice was calm, in stark contrast to the irritable Gu Lianyan. At Wen Ruoyan's reminder, Gu Zhenghao frowned and stared at Linya and Gu Lianyan, mother and son, with sharp eyes. The mother and son lowered their heads in guilt, unable to answer. Grandma was leaning on a cane and she stepped heavily on the ground, making a dong sound. She said seriously, Lianyan, don't frame Ruoyan without evidence. This is not the family tradition of our Gu family. Grandma's sharp eyes swept over Gu Lianyan and Linya, making them feel a little guilty. When Ruoyan looked at the scene in front of her and sneered in her heart, this time, they must pay the price. Grandma raised her head slightly, and her sharp eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces one by one. Since we didn't find anything in this room, shouldn't we search other people's rooms? When Gu Zhenghao heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but he tried to keep calm. He hurried forward to support his grandmother. He advised softly, Mom, I see everyone is very tired, this is not necessary, right? He seemed to have guessed something and wanted to calm the storm. Grandma's face darkened slightly, and her eyes became as sharp as a hawk. She raised her voice and asked with a bit of majesty. Why is it unnecessary? Are you not going to look for the bracelet? Who said that everyone's room must be searched? She held the cane tightly, tapping the ground hard again and again. Gu Zhenghao was overwhelmed by his grandmother's powerful aura. His lips moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a word. Gu Lianqing, who was standing by, saw the scene and a subtle and mysterious smile appeared on his face. He put his hands behind his back, like a fox hiding in the dark, about to see its prey fall into a trap. I've already searched my eldest grandson's room, so now it's time to search my second grandson's room, right? Otherwise, if word gets out, won't everyone think that we in the Gu family are unfair? Grandma has spoken, with unquestionable determination. Gu Lianyan wanted to stop him, but Linya stopped him with her hand and shook her head slightly. Gu Lianyan also followed Linya's instructions. He thought, even if I can't find it in Gu Lianqing's room, I can't find it in my room either. Everyone followed Grandma to Gu Lianyan's room, and Grandma ordered the servants to search the room carefully. Suddenly, a servant found a small package in the secret compartment behind the wardrobe. He carefully took it out and opened it layer by layer, and the missing bracelet suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Gu Lianyan's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. He rushed forward, pointed at the bracelet and shouted. Impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be Wen Ruoyan framing me. She must have sneaked in when I wasn't paying attention. The voice was sharp and piercing. Wen Ruoyan's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible glimmer of pride, and she thought, fortunately, Gu Lianqing quickly thought of the plan on the phone to let Wang Ma put the bracelet in Gu Lianyan's room. But in a flash, Wen Ruoyan put on a pitiful look like a dramatic actress, sobbing softly. Brother Lianyan, I have always respected you, but you are still slandering me until now. I know that I am not worthy of a wealthy family like the Gu family. I will move out tomorrow to avoid causing trouble for Lian Chang. When Grandma saw this, her eyes widened in anger, and she stared at Gu Lianyan and scolded. Gu Lianyan, shut up. Even now, you still don't repent and want to frame Ruoyan. This bracelet was found in your room, what else do you have to say? Does the whole Gu family have to join you in confusing right and wrong? Grandma's chest was heaving violently, obviously she was very angry. Wen Ruoyan immediately stepped forward and supported her grandmother with great tact. Linya couldn't hold back any longer at this point. Her face turned pale and her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. She rushed forward, grabbed Gu Zhenghao's arm, and cried out in a sobbing voice. Master, this could not have been done by Lian Yan. Lian Yan has everything he needs, how could he have stolen the bracelet? As for Wen Ruoyan, we really don't want to suspect her, but we really have no other clues. As she spoke, Linya's tears fell, and she continued with sobs. Since I married into the Gu family, I have been doing the housework, serving you, and serving Grandma. I have done my best in every aspect. Lian Yan has been sensible since he was a child. When he saw me being wronged, he always wanted to win honor for me in the Gu family. But now he is being wronged like this. How can we live like this? As she cried, she covered her chest with her hands and her body swayed slightly. Gu Zhenghao seemed to have seen through everything and loudly scolded the mother and son in front of him. Shut up! Isn't this embarrassing enough? Grandma also added fuel to the fire with great tact. So what do you want to do now? Didn't you just say that whoever's room is found will never be allowed to enter the Gu family again? As the head of the Gu family, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Gu Lianyan's face turned pale in an instant, his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, his lips trembled slightly as he said. Grandma, I didn't steal it. Someone must have framed me. Linya, who was standing by, was even more panicked. She hurried forward to hold Gu Lianyan and said to Grandma Gu. Mom, Lian Yan has never left the Gu family. How will he live if he goes out? Linya's eyes were red and her voice was filled with pleading tears. Gu Zhenghao also quickly pleaded, Mom, Lian Yan has always been an honest child. There may be some misunderstanding here. Please give the child another chance. At this moment, when Ruoyan saw that something was not right and tried hard to suppress her inner pride, she bit her lip lightly and pretended to be weak before adding fuel to the fire. Grandma, this matter all started because of me, an outsider. It's all because of my poor family background and low status. Lian Yan is a member of the Gu family, how can he move out? If this gets out, I'm afraid people will laugh at me. At this time, Gu Lianqing was also infected by this acting. He walked forward, gently embraced Wen Ruoyan in his arms, and said self-reproachfully. Ruoyan, it's all because of me that you've suffered this injustice. When Ruoyan leaned in his arms, shook her head gently, and pretended to sob. Linya glared at Wen Ruoyan fiercely. She didn't expect that someone could surpass her in the face of green tea, and she didn't expect that Gu Lianqing, who was always straightforward and indifferent, would also be influenced by her. Chapter 38 I will pay with my body? Grandma Gu frowned even more tightly. She looked at Linya and Gu Jianghao, then at Wen Ruoyan, and finally fixed her gaze on Gu Lianyan, and said in a deep voice, "An agreement is an agreement. The Gu family has always been a place of rules. Otherwise, if the news gets out, where will the Gu family's face be? Lian Yan, no matter what, this bracelet appeared in your room, you must move out." Grandma Gu's eyes were as firm as a rock, without the slightest wavering. Gu Lianyan's body swayed, as if he had lost support. His eyes gradually changed from hope to despair, and tears welled up in his eyes. Linya wanted to plead for her son again, but just as she was about to open her mouth, Gu Jianghao stopped her with a helpless and admonishing look and shook his head gently. Linya was unable to say anything in the end. Linya dragged her heavy steps and returned to her room in a daze. As soon as she entered the room, she slumped down on the bed, her eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Gu Jianghao looked at her like this, sighed softly, and sat down beside her. Linya couldn't help but speak first, her voice tinged with tears and complaints. "Jianghao, look at what Mom did today. How can she be so heartless? Lian Yan is our son. Just because of a bracelet, we are going to kick him out of the Gu family. How can we mother and I put our faces aside if this gets out?" As she spoke, she wiped her tears with her hands. Gu Jianghao frowned, turned his head, stared straight at Linya, and said seriously, "Don't you know what you and Yenner did? You are too clever for your own good. How did the bracelet appear in Lian Yan's room for no reason? Do you think Mom and Lian Chang won't take advantage of your trick?" When Linya heard this, her body trembled slightly and a trace of guilt flashed across her face. She opened her mouth, but in the end no word came out. She could only lower her head and avoid Gu Jianghao's sharp eyes. Seeing her like this, Gu Jianghao softened his tone a little. "You should be thankful that there is no solid evidence. If you two don't have enough brains, then stop making trouble and stop causing me trouble." Linya rolled her eyes and started to act like a spoiled child again. She pulled Gu Jianghao's arm and shook it gently, with a look of grievance on her face. "Jianghao, I am doing this for the sake of our son. Gu Lianqing has been suppressing our Yenner, and now even when Ruoyan doesn't take us seriously. How can we survive?" She pouted, her eyes sparkling, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Gu Jianghao shook his head helplessly, raised his hand and gently patted Linya's hand, comforting her. Okay, stop crying. I will arrange a luxurious house for Yenner to live in, and I will ask Mom to let Yenner move back later." Linya then burst into laughter and leaned on Gu Jianghao's shoulder, feeling a little comforted. When Ruoyan returned to her room, and before she could close the door tightly, she threw herself on the bed and rolled over. She stared at the ceiling and said in a tender voice, "I finally got rid of my anger this time. It feels so good." Gu Lianqing stood beside the bed with a faint smile on his face. He tilted his head slightly, looked at the excited Wen Ruoyan on the bed, and teased, "When did you learn all these tea-making skills?" Wen Ruoyan rolled her eyes in front of him and said coquettishly, "Same here. Let's have tea." Gu Lianqing smiled fondly. "It was thanks to you that we were able to get Gu Lianyan to move out this time, otherwise we would have been the ones to suffer." Wen Ruoyan tilted her head slightly, with a puzzled look in her eyes. She asked with a hint of confusion, "By the way, why didn't you let me show that video to your father as evidence?" Gu Lianqing folded his hands in front of his chest, his expression solemn. He looked at Wen Ruoyan deeply and spoke slowly. "If you take it out, think about how you are going to explain the camera you installed in your room? He is always suspicious. Will he think you are a business spy for my family? Even if you take a step back, father has always favored Gu Lianyan. Even if it is proven that Linya framed you, he will definitely choose justice over them." When Ruoyan nodded slightly in sudden realization, no wonder Gu Lianqing tried his best to stop her from showing this video after receiving the call, and instead came up with this plan that she thought of in a second. The living devil is really one step ahead. Then, what should we do with this video? When Ruoyan felt a little regretful. There was a hint of deep meaning in Gu Lianqing's eyes. He raised his hand, gently patted Wen Ruoyan's shoulder, and said in a firm tone, "Keep it safe. It will be of great use to me in the future." When Ruoyan rolled her eyes playfully, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she said in a coquettish tone, "As long as it's useful. Mr. Gu, I've done something good today. Do you want to give me a bonus to show your appreciation? Gu Lianqing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile. He suddenly walked to the bed, and with both hands he gently pushed Wen Ruoyan, who was sitting, and she fell backwards onto the bed. Gu Lianqing then lowered his entire body and said jokingly, "You want a bonus? If you don't have money, I'll pay with my body?" Why does this sound so familiar? Wen Ruoyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said angrily, "Rogue! Who wants your meat? How do you know whether you want it or not if you don't check the goods?" Gu Lianqing raised his eyebrows and teased. At the same time, he straightened up slightly, unbuttoned his haute couture shirt with his hands skillfully, took it off and threw it aside. The bronze skin, strong and elastic pectoral muscles, and 8 well-defined abdominal muscles were displayed unreservedly in front of Wen Ruoyan. The sight before her made her swallow. A smirk appeared on his lips, and he grabbed her wrist with his vice-like hands, rubbing her hands back and forth on his abdominal muscles despite her resistance. Her fingertips touched his abdominal muscles, and she could clearly feel the firm and elastic skin under her hands. Each abdominal muscle was clearly defined, hard yet just the right amount of flexibility. This strange touch full of male hormones made her heart beat wildly and her cheeks quickly heated up. Her mind went blank and she felt flustered, shy, and embarrassed. Not verified. When Ruoyan turned her head away, embarrassed to look, and pulled back her hand, trying to push him away. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Lianqing suddenly lowered his head and eagerly pressed his lips against Wen Ruoyan's. This sudden deep kiss made Wen Ruoyan's eyes widen instantly and her body stiffen slightly. But his kiss seemed to have a kind of magic that made her unable to help but kiss him back. His hands unbuttoned her shirt and rubbed her neck to collarbone skillfully. Her body seemed to be gradually awakened by him. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law. Grandma held the peeled fruit in one hand, muttering something affectionately, and gently pushed open the door with the other hand. The moment the door opened, the scene inside the house came into Grandma's sight without reservation. Gu Lianqing's bronze skin and muscular body were slightly shiny under the light. Wen Ruoyan, who was standing under him, had her collar slipped to her shoulders. Her face turned red and she covered her face shyly. Chapter 39. You guys continue. Grandma was stunned where she stood, her eyes wide open like bells, her face full of surprise. However, she quickly came to her senses and an awkward yet kind smile appeared on her face. He quickly said, "Oh, I saw you two came in without closing the door tightly. Go on, go on." Then he immediately turned his back, not looking at them, and prepared to close the door and leave. Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan were also shocked by this sudden situation and didn't know what to do. Gu Lianqing quickly sat up from the bed and frantically grabbed the clothes beside him. His face was hot and his eyes were full of embarrassment and shame. He stammered, "Grandma, it's okay, we." Wen Ruoyan quickly pulled the quilt over her and wrapped herself tightly, lowering her head almost into the quilt. She kept blaming herself for being so careless that she didn't even close the door tightly. Grandma quickly left the room, carefully closed the door, and then stood at the door, muttering to herself with great joy. These two kids have such a good relationship. Young people are full of energy. But the eldest grandson has a great figure. He should be able to give me a great grandson. Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan were left in the room looking at each other. The awkward atmosphere was like a thick fog that took a long time to dissipate. When Ruoyan's cheeks were flushed red, her eyes were full of shyness and uneasiness. She bit her lower lip slightly and broke the silence first. He whispered, Grandma, did you misunderstand me again?" His fingers unconsciously tugged at the corner of his clothes. There was still some embarrassment on Gu Lianqing's face, but he soon regained his slightly playful look. He raised his eyebrows and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, I'm afraid there's no misunderstanding, right?" As he spoke, his eyes gently swept across Wen Ruoyan's slightly messy hair and slightly open neckline. When Ruoyan saw his lustful eyes, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. She covered her chest where her clothes had slipped down with all her strength, her eyes wide open. He scolded, "Gu Lianqing. You." It looked like a cute kitten that was annoyed. He tilted his head slightly, the smile on his lips becoming more obvious, and he slowly leaned forward, framing her with his hands, and approached her little by little. "Weren't you looking forward to it just now?" When Ruoyan could clearly smell the scent of perfume and red wine emanating from him, and could even feel the sound of her own heartbeat, which was particularly clear in this silent room. When Ruoyan supported her arms on his chest, turned her head away in panic, and avoided Gu Lianqing's gaze with a blushing face. She stammered and tried to change the subject, "I'm not looking forward to it. I have to think about how to explain it to Grandma tomorrow. Gu Lianqing felt Wen Ruoyan's rejection and stopped in disappointment. He had been holding back for so long and really wanted it once, but was interrupted by his grandmother, which made her defensive and nervous. He was afraid that if he forced himself, he would hurt her again. He sighed, turned around and sat on the bed, throwing down a sentence. You should first think about how to explain to Grandma that you installed a camera in your room. When Ruoyan suddenly woke up from her dream and remembered that she had secretly installed a camera, oh no! I can't just tell Grandma that this is to prevent her from adding ingredients to the soup and sending someone to monitor me, right? The next morning, when Ruoyan prepared to find her grandmother to explain the matter of the camera, with a lame excuse that she had been thinking of all night. Hey, my dear child, you must have been exhausted last night. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Come, finish this bowl of soup. Grandma's eyes were immediately filled with concern. She hurried forward, took Wen Ruoyan's hand, and handed her a bowl of steaming soup. Ha! When Ruoyan took out her phone and took a picture of her face. The big dark circles under her eyes were indeed like panda eyes hanging on her fair face, which was particularly eye-catching. When I looked more closely, I saw that it was a bowl of Angelica and astragalus chicken soup, which is a nourishing and chi-boosting soup. My heart suddenly skipped a beat and I felt sick. I was speechless. She secretly complained in her heart, Grandma must have misunderstood again. But thinking about it carefully, the confused and passionate situation last night was indeed as Gu Lianqing said, and it didn't seem to be a misunderstanding. It was all her fault. Why couldn't she resist the temptation of Gu Lianqing? Thinking about it, she even wanted to slap herself twice. When Ruoyan took a deep breath, made up her mind, and thought that at worst she could tell the truth. Grandma, I'm here to explain the matter of the camera. With a hint of determination to face death. Grandma just waved her hand gently, with a kind smile on her face, and said disapprovingly. No need to explain to me, I'm not an old-fashioned person. I won't make a fuss. You young people want to have some fun and excitement, and I understand. As Grandma spoke, she blinked at Wen Ruoyan, her eyes full of the meaningfulness of someone who has been through it all. Wen Ruoyan thought for a while. Could it be that her grandma thought that she and Gu Lianqing were going to record some actual combat training videos for everyone to watch? Grandma really misunderstood again. Wen Ruoyan cried out in despair. At this moment, she felt that she could not wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Ever since I first met my grandma in Africa, it seems like every time I fall into a quagmire that gets darker and darker, and no matter how hard I struggle I can't get out. Her face had turned red and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Gu Lianyan's messy room. Linya was busy in front of the wardrobe with a worried look on her face. There were items scattered all over the floor and a dozen open suitcases next to her. Gu Lianyan stood aside and watched his mother's actions. He frowned and finally asked angrily. Mom, what's going on? The bracelet was clearly placed in Gu Lianqing's room, how come it appeared in my room out of nowhere? His tone was full of doubt and unwillingness. Linya's hand paused, and the shirt she was folding in her hand became slightly wrinkled. She looked around and confirmed that there was no one around, then said softly, Your father Gu Jianghao said that it might be Grandma's doing. When Gu Lianyan heard this, he was stunned at first, then shook his head vigorously and said excitedly. Impossible. Although Grandma is strict, she doesn't have the brains to come up with such a detailed plan in such a short time. It must be Wen Ruoyan and Gu Lianqing who were the masterminds, and Grandma cooperated with them. He paced back and forth in the room as he spoke. Linya raised her head slightly, and said slowly with reluctance and helplessness. That's what I thought, but we've already lost this round. Besides, your father has seen the truth, and he came to warn us not to cause any trouble. Linya paused, a hint of relief appeared in her eyes. But fortunately, your father is on our side. This is a blessing in disguise. She took Gu Lianyan's arm and comforted him gently. Gu Lianyan's originally frowned brows relaxed a little when he heard the second half of his mother's words, and his worried mood also eased a little. Chapter 40 Japanese Action Video. He gritted his teeth and said, But Mom, they schemed against me like this, I must avenge them. He clenched his fists, and the veins on his arms bulged. Linya looked at her son's excited expression, and immediately stepped forward and held Gu Lianyan's fist. Mom knows. It's all our fault that we underestimated Wen Ruoyan before. We have to plan carefully from now on and make them pay a heavy price for what they did today. There was a fierce gleam in her eyes, like a female leopard about to attack. Mom, I've never left home. I don't know anything about the outside world. I'm sure I'll suffer. Gu Lianyan threw himself into Linya's arms like a helpless child and acted coquettishly and complained. Linya hugged Gu Lianyan's head distressfully, stroked his hair gently, and comforted him softly. Don't be afraid, son. Your dad has promised me that he will ask grandma to let you come back after a while. During this time, I will also arrange a luxurious house for you to live in. For now, you just need to work hard and try to make achievements that surpass Gu Liancheng. Gu Lianyan nodded fiercely, with strong hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. He secretly planned to advance his plan. In the office of the president of Gu Group, Gu Liancheng was sitting on a large chair made of top-grade walnut wood, assigning a task to Special Assistant Huang: notify Vicky to return home tomorrow. His voice was deep and commanding, echoing throughout the spacious office. Assistant Huang was slightly startled and asked softly, "Are you in such a hurry?" Gu Lianyan's lips curled up in a meaningful arc, and his eyes slowly fell on the stack of photos taken by the private detective on the table. Isn't Gu Lianyan also anxious to bribe the other party? And since he moved out of the Gu family today, he will definitely speed up his actions. Why don't I give him a push? Special Assistant Huang nodded slightly and said, Assistant 1 is the hero who made Gu Lianyan move out this time. He did not hide his admiration for Wen Ruoyan at all. When Assistant 1 was mentioned, Gu Liancheng's mouth corners unconsciously lifted, and his stern face softened a bit. Yes, this girl is really better than I expected. She is smart and capable. She always helps me a lot without realizing it. This time when Vicky comes back to form a team, I also want to ask her to join. When Special Assistant Huang saw Gu Liancheng in front of him, he was filled with thoughts. Over the years, few people could make his cold and fierce face smile sincerely, except for the girl 17 years ago. Assistant Huang rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, Then, are you still looking for that little girl from 17 years ago? As he spoke, he added with a smile, I see that you admire Assistant Wen so much. Why don't you try to develop a relationship with her? Gu Liancheng's face was instantly covered with dark clouds, and his gentle eyes suddenly became sharp. He raised his voice and said, Of course I will look for you. As if defending the most sacred territory in one's heart. Special Assistant Huang was frightened by the sudden scolding, and quickly responded with okay, then turned around and hurried away. Gu Liancheng picked up his coffee, slowly stood up, and walked to the window with heavy steps. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows gave him a panoramic view of the bustling city, but his mind was not here at all. Wen Ruoyan's shadow once again involuntarily lingered in his mind. Recently, he found that every time he returned home, he couldn't help but look forward to seeing her as soon as possible. Seeing her lively eyes and playful smile, an inexplicable joy would surge in my heart, and I would even want to make her laugh and see her angry look. However, the token of trust that the little girl gave him 17 years ago, which he once carried with him, was forgotten in his study, and he had not looked at it for a long time. However, his future wife can only be the little girl from 17 years ago. And she is just his capable assistant and harmonious bed partner. In the future, when I find that little girl and give Wen Ruoyan enough money, she will naturally leave contentedly. After all, she agreed to have sex with me just for the money. Thinking of this, his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making him feel so uncomfortable that he could hardly breathe. The moonlight enveloped the earth, and Gu Liancheng finished his work and returned to the familiar Gu family mansion. With Gu Lianyan's departure, he felt that the entire mansion exuded an unprecedented tranquility and security, which made him feel extremely comfortable. When he opened the door, he saw Wen Ruoyan sitting at the table, eating fruit happily. She was wearing a silk suspender pajamas that was as soft and smooth as moonlight. Although she was conservatively wearing a loose silk coat on the outside, it also set off her exquisite and graceful figure clearly and charmingly. Her skin was whiter than snow, and it shone with a soft luster under the light. Gu Liancheng's eyes unconsciously wandered over her body, and his throat rolled slightly involuntarily. He was bewitched by her happiness, and his steps involuntarily moved closer, his voice carrying a hint of doting that he himself had not noticed. Are you in a good mood today? When Wen Ruoyan heard his voice, she immediately took the fruit in her hand, gave him a toothpick, and motioned for Gu Liancheng to eat it too. Yes, you didn't see it today. When Gu Lianyan moved out, that scene was so satisfying. Her big watery eyes sparkled with excitement, and she waved her arms excitedly as she described the scene. Gu Liancheng's lips curled up into an appreciative smile. He took out a check from his trouser pocket with his slender fingers and handed it to her in a cool manner. This 500,000 is your reward. He locked his eyes with hers and pretended to be relaxed. After all, the key to this achievement is you. When Ruoyan took the check and was extremely surprised. She had only mentioned it briefly, but she didn't expect that this man who was so thrifty would be so generous today. If I could get a few more bonuses like this, I could raise enough money for my brother to go to Country M for heart surgery. Before Wen Ruoyan could thank him, Gu Lianqing's deep voice sounded in her ears again. By the way, how did you explain the camera thing to Grandma? Wen Ruoyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said softly with a bit of shyness and embarrassment, Grandma mistakenly thought that we were here to take that photo. Gu Lianqing looked at her shy appearance, thought for a while, and immediately reacted. He felt an urge to tease her, so he pretended to be confused and asked, which one? Wen Ruoyan's face instantly turned redder, spreading from under her eyes to her ears. She bit her lip and said in a voice as small as a mosquito. It's just shooting, the kind of action videos that Japan has. I watch them after I finish recording them. Gu Lianqing looked at her shy appearance and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Wen Ruoyan was both embarrassed and annoyed, her pink cheeks were like ripe peaches, and she stomped her feet hard. Gu Lianqing, you ask questions even though you already know the answer. He pretended to hit him. He moved his body, and in an instant, he grabbed her hand that was waving in the air. Chapter 41. Go to the balcony. He lowered his head slightly and pulled her into his arms. I'm not pretending. I really didn't understand just now. But, do you understand it very well? His voice sounded in my ears, with a hint of warmth. It tickled her ears. No, we can't let him get the upper hand every time. She suddenly remembered what her grandmother had said. She rolled her eyes and decided to take the opportunity to get back at the enemy and confirm her guess. That's true. After all, you don't have much experience. Grandma told me in person that you have never been in love. I believe you don't understand. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she looked as proud as a little mouse who had stolen oil. Gu Lianqing's face froze, and a feeling of defeat came over him. I have no experience? Ha! There was a hint of obvious displeasure in the sound that came out of his nasal cavity. These words are undoubtedly a provocation and questioning of his ability. He stared at her fiercely, his eyes unconsciously sliding down, and what came into his sight was her soft breasts that were about to burst out from under her pajamas and her slender waist that could be held in one hand. He stroked her face gently. Would you like to try it? I can record it and show it to Grandma. There was a hint of danger in his eyes. After saying that, he stretched out his other hand, and his slender fingers firmly grasped her waist, and with a little force, he pulled her in front of him. He lowered his head without hesitation and thrust his face in front of hers, lightly touching her nose, wanting to kiss her. Wen Ruoyan's face instantly turned red like a burning flame. She instinctively dodged backwards, trying to break free from his arms and avoid his kiss, but he held her tightly and she couldn't move at all. She pushed him away with all her strength, put her hands on his chest, and apologized loudly in panic. No try. No record. I was wrong. Regret it? It's too late. Gu Lianqing's voice was low and full of irresistible toughness. He turned around, pressed her against the wall, and slowly moved closer to her face. The camera is still on. Wen Ruoyan struggled in panic. He pressed his forehead against hers, forcing her to look him in the eye. I don't want to be recorded, his voice sounded slowly, with a hint of amusement. Then, he slowly leaned close to her ear, his hot breath spraying on her ear. Then let's go to the balcony, and do. The voice was like the call of a devil, full of temptation and danger. Then, regardless of her struggles, he firmly grasped her hips with both hands and quickly carried her to the balcony in a bear hug. On the balcony, the moonlight is like water, hazy and ambiguous. The graceful girl was held tightly in Gu Lianqing's arms. She tried to push him away with her hands and kicked with her legs. Her heart was filled with regret. She had only wanted to counterattack and tease him once, but she had not expected to end up in such a situation. Her eyes darted around frantically, trying to find a way to escape. Gu Lianqing had just put her down and immediately locked the balcony door. The crisp click sound was particularly clear in the silent night, completely cutting off her retreat. Gu Lianqing in front of him stood tall and his muscular body showed his abundant strength. He pulled hard, opening the collar of his shirt, and several buttons fell off. His chest was open, revealing his strong shoulders, sexy collarbones, solid pectoral muscles, neatly arranged abdominal muscles, and clear mermaid line, all faintly visible in the bright moonlight. Her body trembled slightly, and she pressed her hands hard against Gu Lianqing's broad and solid chest, trying to push him away. However, her struggle seemed so powerless in front of him. Let me go, Gu Lianqing. Wen Ruoyan was both angry and anxious, and shouted in a low voice. Gu Lianqing simply ignored her resistance. His eyes were burning and aggressive, as if he wanted to devour her completely. I won't make fun of you anymore. When Ruoyan finally gave in and apologized. Although she was reluctant, the few words she managed to squeeze out from between her teeth sounded particularly clear in the silent night. Don't make any noise, the servants might hear you. Gu Lianqing warned her vaguely against her lips. Then he pushed her onto the balcony. She turned her head away in fear, trying to avoid his kiss. But he quickly held the back of her head with his hands and applied a little force, making her unable to move. His lips pressed down heavily, kissing her deeply with dominance and desire, instantly blocking her mouth and strangling all her cries in her throat. It was as if he wanted to devour her soul. She waved her arms and hit his chest hard, trying to push him away. During the struggle, her silk pajamas slipped gently onto her smooth white shoulders. This scene was as stimulating to him as an antelope to a hungry tiger. His kiss took her breath away. Then, he took possession of her mercilessly. Her lips trembled slightly and she couldn't help wanting to scream out. However, Gu Lianqing quickly stretched out a finger, put it in front of her lips, and made a hush gesture, with a playful warning in his eyes. Only then did she notice the environment. Her nerves were tense and she looked around vigilantly with her peripheral vision. Her heart seemed to be in her throat and she breathed carefully, for fear of being seen by anyone downstairs. The night is getting darker, like a huge piece of black silk, gently wrapping the whole world. The breeze gently caresses the green plants outside the balcony, and the branches and leaves are rustling, as if whispering unspeakable secrets. He finally opened the balcony door. She walked into the house like an exhausted deer. Her clothes were all wrinkled and her hair was a little messy, with a few strands of hair sticking to her blushing cheeks, and her neck and chest were also red. Gu Lianqing, you bastard! When Ruoyan raised her hand with all her strength and hit him on the chest with anger, but the force was like an ant trying to shake a tree and it had no effect. Gu Lianqing's lips curled up into a playful smile, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. It seems that you still have a lot of energy. After saying that, he suddenly bent down, grabbed her legs and back with both hands, picked her up easily like a dish, and then threw her hard, and when Ruoyan was thrown onto the bed, he completely took off his already open shirt, and his healthy wheat-colored skin gleamed under the light in sweat beads. His chest was broad and solid, like two small hills, and with every breath, one could feel the powerful force surging in it. He didn't seem to want to end it yet. When Ruoyan saw this scene, her body trembled uncontrollably. I was wrong, she begged in a trembling voice. I really can't do it anymore, please let me go. Subconsciously, she grabbed his arms with both hands and raised her head, looking at him with pitiful eyes like a fawn, which were full of helplessness and pleading. Gu Lianqing raised a wicked smile. Didn't you just complain that I was inexperienced? Chapter 42, Enjoyable. He scanned her with eyes as greedy as a hungry tiger, and his gaze seemed to want to eat her alive, which made her feel creepy. No, no. When Ruoyan waved her hands like a rattle. Really? Gu Lianqing bent down and put his face close to Ruoyan. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stared at her closely, as if he wanted to find even the slightest trace of a lie in her eyes. When Ruoyan nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. She was filled with fear, fearing that he would do something that she would be unable to cope with. Gu Lianqing then slowly put on his pajamas. When Ruoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, she raised her hand and patted her chest gently, secretly thanking her luck for having escaped the disaster for the time being. Tomorrow, come to work with me. Gu Lianqing threw down a sentence. Really? A look of surprise flashed in Ruoyan's eyes, and her originally dim eyes instantly brightened up. Finally, I have the opportunity to make money by performing. She didn't want to be a canary in the Gu family mansion all the time, trapped in this gorgeous yet depressing cage full of intrigue, and forced to exercise by this extremely energetic man. Gu Lianqing thought, why does this woman always question me? He frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure appearing on his face. Am I really not keeping my word? Gu Lianqing turned his head to the side, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. The smile on the corner of his mouth disappeared, and his expression became serious. No, no. I'm just too happy. Hearing her say this, Gu Lianqing didn't respond, but turned and walked towards the bathroom. When Ruoyan looked at his departing back, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes, and she pouted and muttered softly. It's clearly written in the contract that every time from now on, I'll have to get my consent, but you still have the nerve to ask someone else if they keep their word? Unexpectedly, Gu Lianqing, who had excellent hearing, still heard it. He turned back, his steps were steady but with a hint of oppression, his eyes burning with anger. You seem very unhappy with me? After saying that, he began to untie the knot on the belt of his pajamas, and every movement revealed a dangerous aura. Huh? He heard it even though it was so quiet? Does this guy have super hearing? When Ruoyan was shocked, her eyes widened instantly, and her face was full of fear. No. No dissatisfaction. When Ruoyan raised her arms tremblingly and covered her face with them. She was so scared that she curled up her legs and backed away repeatedly until she reached the head of the bed, her body leaning against it. You were on the balcony just now, that's not the case. Gu Lianqing whispered in her ear again, an ambiguous breath sprayed on her earlobe, with a hint of pride and teasing in his eyes. When Ruoyan's cheeks instantly turned red with shame, like ripe apples, and her heart was beating like a drum. Maybe there was a moment just now when he saw it, but she absolutely could not admit it. She was speechless for a moment, too guilty to dare to look at Gu Lianqing. She just lowered her head and waved her hands vigorously, trying to push him back to the bathroom. Seeing Wen Ruoyan being humiliated and wronged, he finally returned to the bathroom with satisfaction. The water in the bathroom made a splashing sound. He tilted his head back slightly, closed his eyes, and let the water flow along his razor-like jawline. He couldn't help but recall the exhilarating experience he had just had. When Ruoyan's charming appearance kept appearing in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. This woman seemed to have some kind of magic that could give him a different experience every time, making him addicted and unable to quit. The next day, when Ruoyan stepped into the towering Gu Group headquarters again with satisfaction. Special Assistant Huang politely took Wen Ruoyan to her workstation and introduced to her what she needed to do next: join the real estate bidding project team of W Group. This is a project of great strategic significance to the Gu Group. Many companies are vying for this popular opportunity, including Gu Lianyan's company. When Ruoyan couldn't help but feel nervous, as she had experienced Gu Lianyan's methods before. He couldn't do serious things, but he was good at doing tricks behind people's backs. What's more, he had just been driven out of the Gu family by himself, and he must be trying his best to take revenge. So, be careful and cautious. Later, during the project team meeting, she saw a familiar figure: Vicky. Didn't she just betray Gu Lianqing and was instigated by him? How could she be transferred back to China so quickly and officially put into use? Vicky also saw Wen Ruoyan and greeted her as if nothing had happened. After the meeting, full of doubts, she quickly walked into the president's office to find Gu Lianqing. I couldn't wait to blurt out, didn't Vicky betray you before? How can you let her join this negotiation team? When Gu Lianqing heard her question, he felt a little proud and thought to himself, this woman really cares about me. Should I pretend to be cool in front of her? He straightened his back and walked towards Wen Ruoyan with steady and slightly deliberate steps. With a hint of mystery, he gently raised his hand and slowly patted her shoulder. Then he said in a magnetic yet somewhat funny bubbling voice, I always doubt people when I employ them, and I employ people I doubt. It was as if he was showing off his unique way of controlling people. Wen Ruoyan was speechless and rolled her eyes unconsciously. Then she responded mercilessly, I also know that our ancestors have a saying, it is easy to change the country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. He knew very well that he could not reveal too much inside information about Vicky and could not drag Wen Ruoyan into this bloody storm. So I could only swallow my breath and comfort her, don't worry too much, I have my own arrangements. But if she turns against you, it will give Gu Lianyan the opportunity to replace you, and you will most likely lose your father's approval and everything he has worked so hard to build. Wen Ruoyan frowned and stared at Gu Lianqing with worry in her eyes. Gu Lianqing once again showed his mysterious Mona Lisa smile, and his figure was as fast as lightning, and he slid in front of her. He gently shook his black and shiny hair, letting it draw a graceful arc in the air, then he raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of teasing, Are you worried about me? When Ruoyan blushed and stammered, Who's worried about you? Gu Lianqing had a playful smile on his face. He leaned forward, slowly approached her, and moved his face closer and closer. His eyes were fixed on her face, and his voice was low and bewitching, Are you blushing? You still don't admit that you are worried about me? No. When Ruoyan suddenly raised her head, her eyes widened, her eyelashes trembling slightly uncontrollably, and she looked back at him with pretended determination. Seeing this, Gu Lianqing simply stretched out his arm, put his arm around her waist, and held her tightly against his chest. Their chests were pressed against each other, and they could clearly feel each other's rapid heartbeats. Chapter 43 Mr. Gu, please respect yourself. He spoke mercilessly, with a hint of smirk in his voice, You look exactly like you did in bed last night. As soon as these words came out, when Ruoyan felt a surge of heat rushing up her cheeks, burning her ears red. Her heart was beating wildly. She struggled in panic, trying to push him away with both hands, but no matter how hard she pushed, Gu Lianqing's arms were like iron hoops and did not move at all. She felt embarrassed and annoyed, and her voice was filled with anger. "Mr. Gu, please respect yourself." Gu Lianqing raised his lips with an evil smile, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "I tried it on the balcony last night, and I'll try it in the office today. How is it?" When Ruoyan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She looked around vigilantly and lowered her voice. "What are you talking about? Don't." Gu Lianqing felt very satisfied when he saw her like this. His thoughts could not help but drift back to last night when she was on the balcony, with her shy, nervous, humiliated, forbearing and slightly excited expression. This made him want to relive it again in this taboo environment. His hand slowly rubbed upward from her thigh, his movements gentle but aggressive, and he continued to seduce her in her ear. "Try it, I will definitely make you more satisfied than last night." When Ruoyan's mind was filled with the scenes of last night that emerged uncontrollably. Although, maybe, she did have a moment, a little bit, of enjoyment, but at this moment, she was filled with shame and indignation. Doesn't Gu Lianqing understand what it means to see everything but not speak it out? His eyes became more and more fiery, and he used force again to hold her in his arms. His kiss gently fell on her small earlobe and slowly moved down along her fair neck. Each kiss carried his hot breath, making her already panicked heartbeat even faster. She only felt that all the nerves in her body were ignited instantly, and a tingling sensation quickly spread throughout her body. This is an office. She tried desperately to pry his hand open with both hands, but failed. She gritted her teeth, made up her mind, clenched her fists, and hit the back of his hand with all her strength. "Ah!" A scream broke the silence of the office. Gu Lianqing felt pain and subconsciously pulled back his hand, shaking it hard on the spot. When Ruoyan knew that the little strength she had just used was negligible to Gu Lianqing. He must be pretending to be so. She quickly said, "Mr. Gu, don't be angry. I know I can't really hurt you. With your body, if you can't even withstand this little force, how can you do anything else?" This woman really knows how to flatter others. But since she mentioned body and other things, he had to accept the compliment. What's more, it must be because she was extremely impressed with his body last night that she said that. Thinking of this, a sly and complacent smile appeared on Gu Lianqing's face again. Shouldn't I continue to pretend to be cool? He once again greasy-lookingly tossed the strands of hair on his forehead to the other side, and walked in front of her with a confident step. He lowered his head and made a pretentious gesture of holding his forehead with his hand, and said, "Of course." When Ruoyan glanced at him with disdain and muttered greasy under her breath. I thought the sound was quiet enough, but he still heard it. He was shocked and angry. He had been enjoying the title of cold-faced boss for so many years, and this was the first time someone said he was greasy. He was so angry that he forgot the pain on the back of his hand and was about to battle with her about why she said he was greasy. When Ruoyan suddenly raised her voice, "Boss Gu, you misunderstood. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about my project bonus." Gu Lianqing suppressed his anger and carefully observed her expression again. This time, her eyes were firm, without the evasiveness she showed in bed last night. It really didn't seem like she was saying one thing and thinking another. He secretly complained, "This woman, all she thinks about all day is money. Hasn't the 30 million already been repaid? Why is she asking for more money? I don't know where she spent it?" His face instantly became like an enraged pufferfish, his cheeks puffed up, and he held it in for a long time before squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. "Just do your job well and don't worry about anything else." When Ruoyan looked at Gu Lianqing's stubborn appearance and knew that it was useless to say more, so she turned and left. As she walked, she thought, "I will pay extra attention to help you successfully win this project." Gu Lianqing kept thinking back to when Ruoyan's greasy comment, and the anger in his heart was like a flame fanned by a strong wind. He slammed the table so hard that the documents on it trembled. Then, he called Assistant Huang with a quick ring. Assistant Huang rushed over upon hearing the noise, bowed deeply, and asked softly with a flattering smile on his face, "Boss Gu, what's the matter?" Gu Lianqing frowned, gritted his teeth, and said viciously, "Am I greasy?" The voice was full of grievance and unwillingness. "What? That little girl actually said I was greasy. I, Gu Lianqing, am handsome, have a good figure, and strong abilities. How could I be greasy?" Gu Lianqing stood up suddenly, pointed at himself, and turned around in front of Special Assistant Huang, as if trying hard to prove his excellence and innocence. Special Assistant Huang was both angry and amused, and could only shake his head helplessly. But he was also secretly glad in his heart. This Gu Lianqing was really in love. Only love could make people so naive. I really hope that Wen Ruoyan can turn him into a humane Gu Lianqing. Wen Ruoyan devoted herself to the work of the new team. However, when the African country Jay was preparing for negotiations, the shadow of the traitor Vicky still lingered in her mind. Although Gu Lianqing, this conceited guy, believed that Vicky was on his side, she didn't believe it. In the days that followed, when Ruoyan devoted herself to teamwork while also paying extra attention to Vicky's every move. Sure enough, as time went by, when Ruoyan became more and more aware of Vicky's abnormality. Almost every day, Vicky would hide in the emergency passage and make secretive phone calls. As the bidding deadline drew closer, when Ruoyan saw an even more shocking scene. Vicky was lurking around the copy machine. Her already slightly nervous expression became even more tense, and her eyes looked around vigilantly from time to time. After making sure that no one was paying attention, she avoided all cameras and quickly copied a stack of documents. Then, he hurriedly sorted out the documents and stuffed them into his backpack at lightning speed. He also carefully deleted the print records in the printer. Chapter 44, A Hero Saves a Beauty. When Ruoyan thought to herself, is this going to be a face-to-face transaction with that mysterious person? Isn't the evidence I've been waiting for finally here? So, she decided to follow Vicky without hesitation. Vicky hurriedly shuttled through the bustling streets, sometimes being submerged in the crowd, sometimes flashing in the gaps. She looked back from time to time, but she never noticed Wen Ruoyan following her like a shadow. Finally, Vicky turned into a secluded alley. The whole alley was filled with a smell of oldness and decay, and the mottled and dangerous walls looked like they would fall down at the slightest breeze. When Ruoyan crouched down, walked slowly along the wall, hid in the corner, and only poked out half of her head to peek. I saw a mysterious man standing in the shadows, wrapped in a loose black windbreaker, with the brim of his hat pulled down so low that his face could not be seen clearly. Vicky walked quickly forward, took out the stack of copies from her backpack and handed them to the mysterious man. The mysterious man took the copy and flipped through it quickly. He nodded to confirm that it was correct, then took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Vicky. When Ruoyan saw this and felt nervous, this should be a real deal, right? She took out her phone with trembling hands, quietly pointed it at the two of them, and pressed the capture button. Just then, there was a slight noise at the door. When Ruoyan's heart tightened and she turned around, only to see two ferocious-looking men walking towards her. It seems that they are accomplices of the mysterious man and have been watching at the door. What are you doing? One of the big men roared, and his voice echoed in the alley like thunder. When Vicky heard the shout, her face turned pale instantly. In panic, she looked at the terrified Wen Ruoyan. Wen Ruoyan seemed to see the complicated expression in her eyes. Then, under the pushing and guidance of the mysterious man, she quickly evacuated the place. Two big men walked up to Wen Ruoyan, one of them grabbed her wrist tightly like an iron clamp, and the other one roughly snatched her cell phone. He threw his phone hard to the ground, and the screen shattered instantly, just like Wen Ruoyan's broken heart. Then, they swung their fists and punched Wen Ruoyan in the abdomen. Wen Ruoyan only felt a sharp pain, and her body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. You are committing a crime. Wen Ruoyan shouted loudly, her eyes filled with fear and anger. But the two big men showed no intention of stopping. They continued to punch and kick with enough force to be fatal. Wen Ruoyan could only curl up on the ground, protecting her head with her arms. She shouted with all her strength, "Help, help me." However, this place was so deserted that not only did she not find anyone, she was quickly beaten to the point where she couldn't even shout, and her vision gradually became blurred. At this critical moment, Gu Lianqing came hurriedly like a ray of light breaking through the darkness. When he saw Wen Ruoyan was beaten all over, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. Stop! He roared and rushed towards the two big men. However, the two big men were already bloodthirsty. They let Wen Ruoyan go and instead poured all their anger and violence on Gu Lianqing. Gu Lianqing showed no fear. He faced the opponent's attacks and used his body to block wave after wave of beatings for her. Fists rained down on him, each blow accompanied by the dull sound of bones. Blood gradually seeped from the corners of his mouth, but he still clenched his teeth, his eyes as firm as a rock, staring at the two men, refusing to retreat even a single step. When Ruoyan witnessed all this, she stepped forward again and again to try to pull the two thugs apart, but was thrown a meter away by them again and again. Her voice was hoarse from crying, and only desperate sobs could come out of her throat. She never gave in and could only kneel down and kowtow in despair while shouting, "Stop beating me, please. But the two big men still did not stop. Their attacks became more and more fierce, and every move was full of ruthlessness to kill the person. Until finally, Gu Lianqing could not bear the burden and fell slowly like a statue, his eyes closed and he was unconscious. When Ruoyan rushed to Gu Lianqing like a madman, her hands trembling as she tried to wake him up. But Gu Lianqing didn't react at all, and her world seemed to collapse at this moment. Afterwards, Special Assistant Huan rushed over with the police, and Gu Lianqing was rushed to a luxurious private hospital. The doctor diagnosed both of them separately. Although when Ruoyan had bruises and scars all over her body, they were all minor skin injuries under Gu Lianqing's protection. Every day after that, when Ruoyan endured the burning pain on her skin and stayed by Gu Lianqing's bedside, she carefully wiped Gu Lianqing's body and whispered words of encouragement in his ear, hoping that he would wake up soon. The doctor advised her earnestly to rest more and give her body enough time to recover, but she was stubborn and refused to listen. When the Gu family heard about this, they all rushed over. When Grandma Gu saw Ruoyan's scarred and haggard appearance, her eyes welled up with heartache. She walked tremblingly to Ruoyan, gently held her hand, her voice full of love and concern. "My child, your appearance makes Grandma sad, go and have a rest." However, when Ruoyan just shook her head slightly, her eyes firmly saying, "Gu Lianqing was injured because of me. I must stay here." She looked at the unconscious Gu Lianqing in front of her, her eyes full of guilt and worry, and the scene of Gu Lianqing being beaten kept replaying in her mind. The doctor gave Gu Lianqing another detailed examination, then shook his head helplessly and replied weakly, "When he wakes up depends on God's will. We have tried our best." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, and Grandma Gu and Ruoyan's legs went weak and they were almost unable to stand. Linya and Gu Lianyan, who were standing nearby, jumped at the sound, the gloating smiles on their faces almost uncontrollable. Linya took the lead and said in a sarcastic tone, "I really didn't realize that this young master of our Gu family, who usually looks like a beautiful lady, is actually a romantic man. For a woman, he has tortured himself into this state." Gu Lianyan was not to be outdone and continued, "Isn't it? I thought I was Ultraman, a hero saving the beauty." At this time, a child of the attending doctor came over to play. She blinked her big eyes curiously and said in a baby voice, "There's no Ultraman hero saving the beauty, right?" Gu Lianyan glanced at the child impatiently and scolded, "Little brat, what do you know? If not Ultraman, then who is it?" The child was frightened by the sudden ferocious look and started crying and ran out. "That's enough. Is that the point? You're ignorant and you just talk nonsense all day long, while your brother is still lying here." Grandma Gu was so angry that she was shaking all over, and the cane in her hand kept hitting the ground, making a dull sound. Chapter 45 Comforting Sister-in-Law's Lonely Heart. "Mom, how can we blame our Yenner for this? It's obviously her." Linya stretched out her finger and pointed at Ruoyan viciously. "It's this jinx. If it weren't for her, how could Lian Chang become like this now, lying here unconscious?" Gu Lianyan also fanned the flames. "That's right. It's all her fault. If my brother hadn't been so determined to be a hero and save this poor girl, she wouldn't be lying here, hanging in the balance." Ruoyan was like a puppet with her soul taken away, and she made no response to the verbal abuse from the mother and son. Her eyes were empty and dull, and she just stared straight ahead, as if everything in front of her had nothing to do with her. Grandma Gu roared angrily, "What do you mean by life or death? Your brother is just unconscious. Don't curse your brother here." Before he could finish his words, a violent coughing fit came like a tide, accompanied by heavy breathing, as if he was going to cough out his heart and lungs. "Lian Yan, shut up." A low but unquestionable majestic voice was heard, and Gu Jianghao, who had been silent on the side, spoke. He quickly stepped over to Grandma Gu, patted her back gently, and helped her calm down. "Mom, don't get yourself sick from being angry. And don't worry about Lian Chang. This kid is lucky and will wake up." Gu Lianyan showed a hint of displeasure when he was yelled at by Gu Jianghao, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Linya quietly pulled the corner of Gu Lianyan's clothes, signaling him not to anger Gu Jianghao at this time. Gu Jianghao supported Grandma Gu and advised carefully. "Mom, the air here is bad and it's noisy, which is not good for your health. I'll take you home to rest first. Don't worry, I'll make proper arrangements for Liancheng." Grandma Gu looked at the still unconscious Gu Lianqing and the listless Ruoyan, then looked at Gu Lianyan and Linya, who were full of indignation. She sighed helplessly and slowly walked out of the ward with the support of Gu Jianghao. After Grandma Gu and Gu Jianghao left, the atmosphere in the ward became increasingly gloomy. Linya glanced at Wen Ruoyan standing in the corner with disdain on her face. You are such a tactless girl. We have been here for such a long time, but you didn't even bother to wash some fruit or pour us a cup of tea. You really don't know how to entertain guests. When Ruoyan raised her head, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip and responded. I'm here to serve Gu Lianqing, not you. When Linya heard this, she immediately raised her voice, crossed her arms over her chest, and began to take advantage of her age. Oh, you really have a bad temper and a bad fate. If it weren't for you, would Lianqing become like this? I am Lianqing's elder after all. Didn't your mother teach you to talk to your elders like this? Although when Ruoyan was filled with resentment and clenched her fists, she suppressed her anger when she thought of Gu Lianqing's unconscious state. She took a deep breath, slowly loosened her clenched fists, and said, Okay, I'll go. Watching Wen Ruoyan leave, the ecstatic mother and son danced with joy. Linya couldn't wait to whisper to Gu Lianyan. Yenner, this is such a pleasant surprise. We originally just wanted to find the person who ruined the plan, but who would have thought it would be Wen Ruoyan? Yeah, I never thought that my eldest brother would risk his life to save her. Now that my eldest brother is gone, the situation in the Gu family is going to change. Gu Lianyan opened his arms, looked up at the sky, and laughed triumphantly with a bit of arrogance. Linya looked around, quickly made a hush gesture, and jumped up to remind him, keep your voice down. Then, she frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Don't be too happy too soon. Just now, your grandmother, Gu Lianqing, is in a state of uncertainty about her life or death, but she still refuses to acknowledge you as her grandson. Gu Lianyan waved his hand disdainfully, with greed flashing in his eyes. Mom, what are you afraid of? As long as Gu Lianqing doesn't wake up, even if grandma is unwilling, she will have to acknowledge me as her only grandson. Then everything in the Gu family will belong to us. It was as if he had already seen everything in the Gu family fall into his pocket. The mother and son turned their eyes to the unconscious Gu Lianqing, and Linya did not hide the malice in her eyes. Gu Lianqing, since you insist on being a hero and saving the beauty, then we have no choice but to oblige you. I have waited for so many years, and finally today is here. Then she laughed wildly. Gu Lianyan also became arrogant. He rubbed his hands excitedly, and the rustling sound of his palms rubbing against each other was particularly clear in the silent ward. His feet kept tapping the ground alternately, and his body swayed slightly as if it was equipped with a spring. Not only will you not be able to attend the bidding this time, but you don't even know how long it will take for you to wake up. Let Wen Ruoyan be a widow forever. Afterwards, he walked around Gu Lianqing's bed in a proud manner. Once I win this bidding, all the Gu family's assets and money will belong to me, including my sister-in-law. I can even comfort her lonely heart on your behalf. After all, there is an idiom that goes brother's death is the brother's death. He let out a high-pitched, piercing laugh, like the roar of a demon. At this moment, Gu Lianqing, who had been unconscious, moved his fingers slightly, as if he was stimulated by these vicious words. Wen Ruoyan, who was standing at the door, heard it all clearly. Her eyes were burning with anger and her fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. She resisted the urge to rush in and beat people up, and secretly swore in her heart, this vicious mother and son must pay the price, and their conspiracy must not be allowed to succeed. Wen Ruoyan tried hard to keep her expression calm and pretended that she didn't hear anything. She suppressed her inner humiliation and anger, pushed open the door, and stuffed the washed fruits and brewed tea into their hands with both hands. When Linya and Gu Lianyan saw what Wen Ruoyan handed over, they both showed disdain on their faces. Their eyes were full of contempt, and they snorted softly. The mother and son wanted to continue to find fault, but they found that no matter what sarcastic words they said, Wen Ruoyan seemed to be unable to hear them and continued to ignore them. The mother and son didn't want to embarrass themselves, so they swaggered out of the ward with arrogant steps. After finally getting rid of the mother and son, Wen Ruoyan seemed to have all her strength drained away and collapsed beside Gu Lianqing's bed. Her eyes fell on Gu Lianqing's scarred face. She slowly lifted his hand and carefully placed it on her cheek, stroking it gently and feeling the faint warmth. Her eyes gradually turned red, her voice began to choke, and she spoke to the still unconscious Gu Lianqing with great emotion. Lianqing, did you hear that? What they just said was all part of their conspiracy. It's a pity that I was so stupid that I didn't bring my phone with me, otherwise I could have recorded it for you as evidence. Am I really that useless? Chapter 46. Do you have evidence? At this point, Wen Ruoyan could no longer hold back her tears, which burst out like a flood. It continued to flow along Gu Lianqing's hand, slid over his arm, and dripped onto the white bed sheets, leaving a small dark mark. At this moment, Gu Lianqing's eyelids seemed to sense something and trembled slightly a few times, as if trying to respond to Wen Ruoyan's call. "Lianchang, you're awake, aren't you?" Wen Ruoyan's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. She rushed over to him, grabbed his shoulders tightly, and tried to shake him awake. However, Gu Lianqing still showed no reaction, and only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. Just then, Special Assistant Huang hurried into the ward carrying a pile of information. As soon as he saw Wen Ruoyan's actions, his face suddenly changed and he hurried forward to stop her. "Assistant Wen, stop shaking!" Special Assistant Huang shouted loudly, trying his best to stop Wen Ruoyan's impulsive behavior. Wen Ruoyan seemed to have suddenly lost all her strength. Her body swayed slightly and she slowly stood up. Her eyes inadvertently fell on the dark mark on the white bedsheet that was wet by tears, which was like a sword piercing straight into her heart. Her eyes suddenly became crazy and persistent, and she wanted to change Gu Lianqing's bed sheets. She tried to lift Gu Lianqing with both hands to change the bedsheet under him, but her haggard and weak body could not lift Gu Lianqing. "Assistant Huang, come and help me, his sheets are dirty." Wen Ruoyan called out to Assistant Huang anxiously. Huang was anxious and angry, and finally couldn't help but yelled. "Assistant Wen! Wake up! Mr. Gu can't wake up for the time being." Hearing this, Wen Ruoyan's body shook violently. She stood there blankly, her eyes losing all their luster. Huang continued to provoke. "You have just seen how arrogant Linya and Gu Lianyan are. Do you want them to succeed and take over this project?" Wen Ruoyan's eyes gradually regained some clarity. The complacent looks of Linya and Gu Lianyan appeared in her mind involuntarily, and a strong sense of unwillingness and anger surged in her heart. Assistant Huang saw that she was gradually calming down and continued. "The moment Mr. Gu informed me to call the police, he knew that they were the ones who did it, and their purpose was to prevent our team from showing up at the bidding meeting in an orderly manner. Now that he has fallen, can you take Mr. Gu's place?" When Ruoyan's eyes widened, her face full of shock and fear. "How can I, with my abilities, undertake such an important task?" Assistant Huang looked at her deeply and asked. "Who else?" When Ruoyan then remembered the matter of the team, and she hurriedly told Assistant Huang. "Oh, Vicky, she's a traitor. I saw with my own eyes that she handed our plan to a mysterious person, and she even allowed them to beat Lianchang like this. We can't let her appear in the team again." Special Assistant Huang frowned and asked seriously. "Do you have any evidence?" When Ruoyan finally woke up from her dream, she frantically touched her pocket and remembered that her phone had been destroyed by them. She bit her lips in despair and regret, tears pouring out like a flood. "You have been taking care of Mr. Gu these days and are not in the team. You are the only one who was not affected by the previous plan and can report another plan on behalf of Mr. Gu. Moreover, if you believe that Vicky is a traitor, you are the only one who can catch her off guard." When Ruoyan was in a state of confusion, Assistant Huang seemed to see through her worries and added earnestly. "This is also what Mr. Gu meant." When Ruoyan looked at Assistant Huang in shock again, her heart full of confusion and emotion. "Gu Lianqing, he actually trusts me so much?" "Yes, that's what he said in the phone call when he asked me to call the police." When Ruoyan then realized, it turns out that he knew that saving her would hurt himself, but he still chose to save her without hesitation and even arranged a job opportunity for her. When Ruoyan slowly turned her head and looked at Gu Lianqing lying on the hospital bed with deep affection, and every moment she spent with him emerged in her mind. Then she closed her eyes again, recalling the arrogant faces of the mother and son, Grandma Gu's helpless expression and the expectant eyes of the entire negotiation team. She slowly closed her eyes and let the tears flow down her face. Then she nodded and agreed to Special Assistant Huang. At this time, there were only 2 days left before the negotiation. Special Assistant Huang handed a thick document to Wen Ruoyan, which was the latest plan. When Ruoyan took the plan, opened it, and was immediately confused. "What's going on?" "I saw that the content of the plan was completely different from the final draft on the night of the accident, and it was much better than the previous one." A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Huang's face, and he stammered to her. "This is what Mr. Gu originally intended to use for his own report." When Ruoyan was slightly stunned, and then suddenly understood, so Gu Lianqing deliberately let Vicky, a double agent, leak the plan discussed by everyone to the mysterious person to confuse the opponent and prepare another plan early. If he hadn't been injured because of saving himself, he should be using this plan to prepare for the report in person. So whether Vicky sold the proposal to a commercial rival or not would not affect the result of the tender. When Royan looked up at Special Assistant Huang with a hint of confirmation in her eyes. Special Assistant Huang nodded silently, agreeing with her inference. When Royan was very upset, no wonder Gu Lianqing was trying to stop her from investigating Vicky. If she hadn't been so smart and rash, ruining his plan, Gu Lianqing wouldn't be lying here just to save her. However, time no longer allowed her to wallow in regret. When Royan forced herself to be alert and quickly began preparations for the war without sleep or food. She imitated Gu Lianqing, from his steady steps to his confident demeanor, from his rhythmic tone to his well-placed gestures. She demonstrated the report over and over again, and then constantly revised the PPT to adjust her state. The night before the bidding, when Royan carefully selected a black OL suit. The slim fit showed off her tall and straight figure. The collar of her white shirt was tied with a men's suit pocket handkerchief, which was often used by Gu Lianqing. With the sound of her high heels clicking, she slowly walked towards Gu Lianqing's bed. Each step she took was firm and heavy. She turned on the projector, played the PPT, and looked at Gu Lianqing again. His pale face made her heart suddenly tighten. But she quickly adjusted her mood and treated the unconscious Gu Lianqing as the only listener in the world at that moment. She straightened her back, cleared her throat, and began the debriefing exercise. Dear leaders and judges, hello. Today I am here to report on this project on behalf of our company. After finishing the report, she calmed herself down, slowly walked to the bed, and gently sat down next to Gu Lianqing. Chapter 47 Traitor. She carefully held his slightly cold hand again, gently placed it against her cheek, and murmured. Lianqing, what do you think of my report just now? Is there anything you think needs to be improved? It would be great if you could sit here soberly as usual and give me some suggestions. At this point, her voice trembled slightly and a mist appeared in her eyes. She turned her head away, trying hard to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. After a moment, she turned around, her eyes firm and her tone steady as she spoke to him. Tomorrow I will go to the battlefield in your place. Although I don't know if I can win, I will definitely try my best. No matter when you wake up, I will be with you and do my best to protect everything you have. When Royan's hand gently stroked Gu Lianqing's face, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, when Royan was not paying attention, Gu Lianqing's eyelashes trembled slightly. The next day, the team led by Gu Lianyan entered the bidding site with confident steps, like a group of proud peacocks. They were dressed in neat suits, their leather shoes made crisp sounds as they stepped on the smooth floor, and their faces were filled with arrogant expressions. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3, whispering to each other from time to time. Look at Gu Lianqing's team. There are only 3 of them. That's right. Gu Lianqing, the team leader, is nowhere to be seen. Who will go up to report later? I heard that he was beaten and hospitalized. We don't know if he can wake up yet. At this rate, won't we win this project without even fighting? Gu Lianyan raised his chin slightly, cleared his throat, and put on a high-sounding sermon. Everyone, we must not underestimate the enemy. We still have to perform normally. No matter what, we have to give face to the organizer. When we win this project, I will invite everyone to the most expensive restaurant in the city to celebrate. His eyes swept across the faces of the team members one by one, as if seeking approval. Upon hearing this, the employees immediately began to flatter. Thank you, Mr. Gu. With your wise leadership, we will definitely be able to win the game smoothly. There is no doubt that this result will be ours. Boss Gu is so generous. We are so lucky to follow you. At this time, everyone in Gu Lianqing's team looked at each other with grim expressions. Ever since Gu Lianqing entered the hospital, the entire team seemed to have lost its backbone, and there was not even anyone who could stand on the stage to make a report. The curtain of the bidding meeting slowly opened, and the atmosphere in the venue instantly became tense and solemn. The reporter from Gu Lianyan's team walked onto the stage and began to report in an orderly manner according to the plan that Vicky had deliberately revealed to them before. Gu Lianqing's team looked at his report and were all horrified. How come he reported our plan? We have a traitor among us. Who is the traitor? Seeing that Gu Lianqing's team was in chaos, Gu Lianyan smiled cunningly in his seat. At the end of the report, the whole audience burst into warm applause, and the applause was as loud as thunder. As the reporter stepped down from the stage, members of Gu Lianyan's team immediately surrounded him, praising him one after another. This report is so wonderful, it is absolutely impeccable. We are sure to win this time. Let's see how other teams can compete with us. They were all beaming with joy, with a look of confidence on their faces. At the same time, he did not forget to ridicule Gu Lianqing's team with a victorious attitude. Humph, those few of them are just here to make up the numbers. Just wait and see, there will be something interesting to watch. Gu Lianqing is still lying in the hospital. Who else can they send to embarrass themselves? At this moment, the host's clear and loud voice rang out in the venue. Please welcome Gu Lianqing's team. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the venue slowly opened, and a bright light shone in, outlining a slender and tall figure. When Ruoyan, wearing a simple yet elegant professional suit, walked in with light but firm steps. Although the bruises on her delicate face were cleverly covered with concealer, the fatigue and confidence in her eyes could not be concealed. She walked straight towards the reporting desk without looking around, making the originally noisy meeting place quiet in an instant. Gu Lianyan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Why is this poor girl here? Shouldn't she be in the hospital, serving Gu Lianqing in a daze? The rest of Gu Lianyan's team was also confused. Why is she here to be the reporter? Is she the one who caused Gu Lianqing to be beaten? Could this be some deliberate trick by Gu Lianqing's team? Various questions arose in their minds, and their eyes were full of confusion and anxiety. Gu Lianqing's team was also confused. They didn't know why Assistant Wen suddenly appeared after disappearing for such a long time. When Ruoyan stood at the reporting desk, she took a deep breath and then began her report with confidence. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and her content was clear, logical, and innovative. As she spoke, Gu Lianyan's team gradually discovered that her reporting plan was completely different from the one provided by Vicky. Her proposal accurately predicted the loopholes in Gu Lianyan's proposal and carried out targeted upgrades and improvements. Each point of view was novel and unique, and each piece of data was detailed and powerful. The judges and the audience couldn't help but look at it sideways. Gu Lianyan was so angry that his face turned blue and he stared at Vicky with eyes spitting fire. Vicky spread her hands with an innocent look, telling him with her eyes and actions that it had nothing to do with her. At the end of the report, Gu Lianqing's team represented by Wen Ruoyan received the warmest and most prolonged applause from the audience, which seemed to drown out the entire venue. Afterwards, the judges began to score and count the results nervously. The atmosphere in the venue became extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, staring at the judges, their hearts filled with anticipation and anxiety about the final result. Finally, the head of W Group slowly stood up with the final result in his hand. He cleared his throat, and his loud voice rang out in the silent meeting room. After strict review by the judges, Gu Lianqing's team won the final victory in this bidding. Before he finished speaking, members of Gu Lianqing's team cheered and jumped for joy. They hugged each other excitedly, and cheers and laughter intertwined and resounded throughout the venue. At the corner of the slightly dim corridor at the bidding site, Gu Lianyan took advantage of the fact that no one was around and suddenly reached out and pulled Vicky to a more secluded corner. He clasped Vicky's arm tightly with his fingers, and asked her in panic and anger. Why is the information you stole and gave me different from the plan Wen Ruoyan reported today? Chapter 48, Just Kissing the Hand, So Gentlemanly? Vicky was slightly startled by this sudden action. After she recovered from her shock, she showed a trace of innocence and confusion on her face, and answered without hesitation. How should I know? Gu Lianyan quickly thought of various possibilities in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Did you collude and deliberately give me a plan with loopholes, and then let Wen Ruoyan specifically propose this upgraded plan? Vicky's eyes widened immediately, as if she had been greatly wronged, and her voice unconsciously rose a few notches. You're crazy. What good will this do me? She didn't even see me when I gave you the information, so how could she make a new plan for our own team? Besides, you only asked me to steal the plan for you. How would I know that you would just use ours without changing anything? Gu Lianyan knew he was in the wrong, but he still asked the question. Where did Wen Ruoyan get the plan she reported today? Vicky shook off Gu Lianyan's arm, patted his arm, and said disapprovingly. How would I know? She's been in the hospital taking care of Gu Lianqing these days. Maybe she figured it out herself during these few days. Gu Lianyan crossed his arms over his chest, his face full of distrust. How could she come up with such a completely different and perfect plan in just 2 days? I saw her looking listless the past few days. Then why don't you keep an eye on Wen Ruoyan and let her stay in the hospital? You only asked me to help you monitor Gu Lianqing, but I have no obligation to help you keep an eye on Wen Ruoyan. Vicky took a small step forward, looked directly into Gu Lianyan's eyes, and questioned him in return. Gu Lianyan was speechless for a moment after hearing her words, and his face was filled with embarrassment. He knew very well that he had indeed been negligent in this matter, so he could only make up his mind and say, "You'd better not have any second thoughts, or your family will suffer." After saying that, he shook his sleeves and walked away. Vicky looked at his pretending to be tough but slightly embarrassed back, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. She slowly took out the recorder from her pocket, slid her finger lightly, and pressed the button to end the recording. Then, she pretended to lift her hair, looked around vigilantly, and returned to the bidding site. Colleagues in the team are brainstorming and preparing for the celebration banquet. When Ruoyan stood in the corner, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and confusion. Her mind was completely on Gu Liancheng, who was unconscious in the hospital. She just wanted to find an excuse to escape from here and run to his side to share this joy with him. However, she didn't want to spoil everyone's fun, so she was dragged to the celebration party by her enthusiastic colleagues. "Assistant 1, thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't have anyone to take over. You're awesome." A colleague raised his glass with a smile on his face and toasted Wen Ruoyan. People around echoed and praised one after another. At this time, a careful colleague raised his doubts. "However, why is your proposal completely different from what we discussed before? Did you make two on purpose?" Wen Ruoyan didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Who cares? Assistant 1 must have come up with a better one these few days." Vicky immediately responded and helped Wen Ruoyan out of the situation. Looking at the meaningful look from Vicky, Wen Ruoyan was in a trance for a moment. So which side was Vicky, the double agent, on? Wen Ruoyan couldn't figure it out. If Gu Liancheng were here, he would be able to tell the difference. A few more colleagues came to toast her. Wen Ruoyan responded with a professional smile, but she felt mixed emotions in her heart. She greeted everyone perfunctorily, and looking at the lively scene in front of her, she felt extremely alienated. She ate mechanically, but the food tasted like wax and she felt uneasy every minute and every second. Finally, after a long and tormenting time, the celebration party gradually came to an end. Wen Ruoyan felt relieved. She hurriedly said goodbye to her colleagues who were still in high spirits and rushed to the hospital impatiently. The hospital corridor was quiet and deserted when Ruoyan's footsteps echoed in the empty space, sounding particularly clear. She gently pushed open the door of the ward and saw Gu Liancheng still lying quietly on the bed, and her heart ached. She slowly walked to the bed, sat down, and held Gu Liancheng's hand. The familiar touch made her eyes red. "Liancheng, I don't want to go to today's celebration party at all. I just want to be with you," Wen Ruoyan said softly, with a hint of trembling in her voice. "I have personally won this project for you and returned triumphantly. Can you open your eyes and look at me, please?" Her tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the back of Gu Liancheng's hand. She looked at Gu Liancheng with tearful eyes, and through the mist of tears, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint trace of a smile at the corner of Gu Liancheng's mouth. When Ruoyan's heart suddenly tightened, she was not sure if this was her illusion. She wiped away her tears, rubbed her eyes, and looked carefully. It was indeed Gu Liancheng who was laughing. She was surprised and patted Gu Liancheng's face with her trembling hands and shouted, "Gu Liancheng! Are you awake?" The voice seemed to carry the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Seeing that he was discovered, Gu Liancheng stopped pretending. He quickly reached out his hand and used his long and powerful fingers to firmly hold down her hand that was still slapping his face. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said with a hint of laziness and pampering, Okay, stop fighting." Then, he gently brought her hand to his mouth, and his lips lightly touched the back of her hand, like a soft feather falling, leaving a gentle kiss. He actually kissed her hand? When did he become such a gentleman? When Ruoyan's anger, which had been rising to the sky, was mostly eliminated by his kiss. While wiping the tears from her face with her other hand, she broke free from his hand and punched him hard on the shoulder. "You dead guy, why didn't you tell me even though you woke up?" Gu Liancheng immediately propped himself up and sat up, with a bright smile on his face, and said in a teasing and gentle voice, "Actually, I woke up this morning." "Ah? So early? Then why didn't you let me know immediately when you woke up?" Wen Ruoyan reacted immediately. As she spoke, she quickly pressed the call button on the bedside, preparing to ring the bell to call the doctor to examine Gu Liancheng. However, Gu Liancheng was quick to block her hand. He told her, "Don't ring the bell. I've had the doctor check me out and I'm healthy. I don't even need to rest." Wen Ruoyan obviously didn't believe it. How is that possible? Gu Lianqing seemed to be well prepared. With a smile on his face, he calmly took out a stack of reports from the bedside. Wen Ruoyan hurriedly took the report and carefully checked the data and indicators on each report. In the end, I can only admit, his health is just as he said, all indicators are normal. Then why were you unconscious for so long? Wen Ruoyan held up the stack of reports and questioned Gu Lianqing. Chapter 49. This is a hospital. Gu Lianqing casually glanced around the ward slowly, then his eyes stopped on Wen Ruoyan, and he said in a joking tone, "Maybe it's because of my natural talent." Seeing that Wen Ruoyan still didn't believe it, he added, "That may be because he was in a coma for a long time, so he recovered well. You know, sleeping is the best way to recuperate." Wen Ruoyan didn't believe it, but she had to accept this explanation. But, after a moment, she suddenly woke up from a dream and blurted out, "Since you are so full of energy, why don't you go to the bidding site to report in person?" Gu Lianqing tilted his head slightly, his eyes full of pampering and teasing. "If I go, will you still have the opportunity to shine? I listened to your presentation last night very carefully. It felt better than if I had gone there in person to give the presentation." When Ruoyan's face suddenly turned red, and she asked in panic, "You heard it last night? What about what I said to you these days?" Her voice became smaller and smaller, her heart was filled with embarrassment, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan, who was as shy as a child, and teased her deliberately. "I heard everything. I heard everything you said these days clearly." His tone rose slightly, with a barely perceptible smirk. She didn't expect that he heard all those emotional words. If she had known that he could hear them while he was unconscious, she would never have said it. Her face grew hotter and hotter, she lowered her head deeply, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes. She had to think of some reason to ease the embarrassment. Then, she thought of a solution in a hurry, forced a smile, and said in a casual manner, "Boss Gu, I have made great contributions today. How are you going to reward me?" "Rewards, I've prepared them a long time ago." A meaningful light flashed in Gu Lianqing's deep eyes, and he used his eyes to signal the direction of her bedside table. When Ruoyan followed his gaze and opened the bedside table in confusion, and there was a check inside. She picked it up carefully and took a closer look, and it turned out to be 1 million. How come this guy is becoming more and more generous? My brother's surgery fee is getting more and more likely to be paid for. When Ruoyan could no longer suppress her inner ecstasy, and suddenly hugged Gu Lianqing, pressing her face tightly against his chest. She could clearly feel his strong heartbeat and shouted thank you several times. Gu Lianqing snorted lightly and said sarcastically, "You little money grubber." However, that voice was full of affection. "If you say so, then so be it." When Ruoyan rubbed her face against his chest like a coquettish kitten, and the soft touch made Gu Lianqing's heart tremble slightly. He looked down at Wen Ruoyan in his arms, and his gaze seemed to melt her. He kissed her hair gently, as gentle as a spring breeze. Then, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and he deliberately whispered into her ear, "You've already received my reward, so you should give me something in return." These sudden words made Wen Ruoyan's heart tighten suddenly. She subconsciously let go of her arms around him and slowly raised her head with a puzzled look on her face. She wondered to herself, what could she possibly have that was worth giving him? Gu Lianqing looked into her clear eyes, and an irresistible impulse surged in his heart. He lifted her chin with a wicked smile, slowly moved closer to her ear, and whispered in that magnetic voice, "Give you to me." These 4 simple words hit Wen Ruoyan's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her whole body to tremble. This Gu Lianqing is really lawless. She subconsciously wanted to avoid Gu Lianqing's fiery gaze. But he seemed to do it on purpose, as he reached out a hand and elegantly unbuttoned his hospital gown. After a while, the strong and well-defined muscles gradually appeared in front of Wen Ruoyan. The moonlight shone through the window onto his body, casting a layer of golden glow on his wheat-colored skin. Broad shoulders, strong chest, tight abdominal muscles, clear mermaid lines. This guy is still in such good shape even after being hospitalized for a few days. He is really gifted. When Ruoyan's cheeks instantly flushed with shyness, and her heart seemed to be gently pulled by an invisible hand. She turned around and tried to escape from this scene that made her heart flutter. However, Gu Lianqing's precise hands like pliers instantly grasped her slender wrist, and with a little force, he pulled her onto the bed and let her sit steadily on his legs. His eyes kept scanning her. She has an upright figure, a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and long legs that appear straighter and sexier against the backdrop of high heels. Every curve exudes the softness and tenacity of a woman. It turns out that clothes that fit you well suit you. His ambiguous voice sounded in my ears. Wen Ruoyan's heart suddenly trembled. She recalled the little thought of deliberately wearing clothes one size larger in the past and felt embarrassed. Gu Lianqing seemed to be a worm in her stomach. He leaned close to her ear and whispered teasingly. Even if you always wore a size bigger before, I can see through you. Gu Lianqing. You. Wen Ruoyan raised her hand with a red face, but because of her concern for his condition, she couldn't bear to continue fighting. Gu Lianqing felt that she was very attractive and cute as she blushed with anger. He put one arm through her armpit and used this hand to hold the back of her neck, pushing his head in front of her. Suddenly, a handsome face appeared in front of Wen Ruoyan's eyes, so close that she could breathe in his breath directly through her nose. She was startled and dodged quickly, trying to push him away, but she was no match for his hand that was pressing on the back of her neck. She looked around with wide eyes and asked, "This is a hospital." "I know." He had a wicked smile on his face, and his eyes revealed a hint of fearlessness and unruliness. "This person really is Gu Lianqing." "No." Wen Ruoyan frowned. The corner of his mouth curled up in a strange arc, and he turned over, using his tall body to frame her between the bed and him. "So you like it this way?" Gu Lianqing murmured, stroking her cheek. Wen Ruoyan's cheeks had already turned red enough to look like they could bleed. She shook her head vigorously and denied it hastily with a guilty voice, "No. You say one thing and mean another." There were surging tides in his deep eyes. He no longer gave her any chance to explain. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her heavily with his domineering lips. Wen Ruoyan seemed a little overwhelmed by this passionate kiss. Having followed him for so long, he knew her too well. As she was distracted by passion, a trace of worry suddenly flashed through her mind. She pressed her hands hard against Gu Lianqing's chest, pushed him away, and asked with concern in her eyes, "You just recovered from a serious illness. Are you okay? Chapter 50 Is my body still okay?" Gu Lianqing frowned slightly, gently pinched her chin, and snorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Just don't beg me to let you go later." Wen Ruoyan blushed and turned her neck away from him. His eyes fell on the pocket square he always wore around her neck. "Do you like my taste?" Gu Lianqing's ambiguous words rang in her ears. Wen Ruoyan was puzzled. She followed his gaze and suddenly her face turned red to her ears. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. At that time, she just wanted to bring one of Gu Lianqing's items to the stage for her report to cheer her up, but she didn't expect that it would become his handle now. He gently took off the pocket square from her neck and whispered in her ear, "Then wear it, and do." He then covered her eyes with the pocket handkerchief. Her world fell into darkness and confusion, but her other senses suddenly became extremely sharp. She could clearly hear his heavy breathing, his pounding heartbeat, and even feel his suppressed desire. Her body unconsciously tensed slightly. He slowly lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against hers. At first, the touch was feather-light and a little tentative. Gradually, his kiss became passionate and affectionate, as if he wanted to devour her whole body. Her breathing became rapid and disordered, and her hands unconsciously grasped his arms, her fingertips digging deep into his muscles. He felt her body language and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His hand quietly touched her hair, and his fingers inserted into the soft hair. He applied a little force, pulling her closer and deepening the kiss. His kiss passed across the corner of her mouth. She couldn't see anything, and didn't dare to make any sound. In the quiet ward, she could only feel her hot face and her heartbeat that was about to jump out. The cold moonlight shyly squeezed in through the cracks in the ward window, casting mottled shadows on the ground, and the curtains swayed in the breeze. The faint light of morning sun shone on the two faces on the hospital beds. Wen Ruoyan woke up feeling a bit hazy and sleepy. She slowly opened her eyes and glanced at the messy ground. She frowned slightly, sat up, and looked tired. I secretly complained in my heart, didn't this guy just recover from a serious illness? How come he is still so powerful, as if he had never been injured? At this time, Gu Lianqing happened to wake up from his sleep. He also stood up and hugged Wen Ruoyan from behind. He stared at Wen Ruoyan in his arms with his deep eyes, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he asked softly, "Is my body okay?" Wen Ruoyan's cheeks turned red instantly, as beautiful and juicy as a ripe cherry. She turned her head away shyly, avoiding his passionate and teasing gaze, pursed her lips, and refused to respond. Gu Lianqing looked at her shy appearance and wanted to tease her a few more times. "Mr. Gu, let's do a discharge check for you." The nurse's clear and professional voice came from outside the door. Wen Ruoyan's face suddenly turned pale. What would I do if someone found me climbing onto a wounded person's bed? She was extremely anxious and without thinking, she wanted to get dressed quickly and escape from this embarrassing situation. However, just as her hand touched the clothes, Gu Lianqing quickly made a move, grabbed her slender wrist, and imprisoned her in his arms again, making her unable to move. He ignored the knocks on the door, still staring at Wen Ruoyan persistently, and moved closer to her face again, asking ambiguously, "Is my body okay?" The nurse's voice sounded again, "Boss Gu, are you there?" Wen Ruoyan was so frightened that she dared not utter a word, and could only give him a fierce look with an anxious look. However, the more scared Wen Ruoyan was, the more rampant Gu Lianqing became. He whispered in her ear, "Is it exciting to listen to this sound? Do you want to do it again?" Being pressed so tightly by him, Wen Ruoyan groaned in pain in her heart. In desperation, she could only mutter in a low voice, "No, no. You are not feeling well." When Gu Lianqing heard this satisfactory answer, the smile on his face became even more intense. He raised his head slightly and shouted loudly toward the door, "I understand. Come back in half an hour." It was not until she heard the footsteps at the door gradually fading away until there was no sound at all that she let out a sigh of relief. Her chest rose and fell slightly, the tension still not completely leaving her body. Gu Lianqing looked at her like this, and his evil taste was aroused again, and he continued to tease. "Why, are you scared? You were very brave last night." When Ruoyan blushed and gave him a fierce look. She ignored his teasing and quickly put on her clothes. Then, she asked the question that had troubled her for a long time. "Did you arrange for Vicky to reveal the first version of the plan to Gu Lianyan? How can you be sure that Gu Lianyan will use this plan?" Gu Lianqing's fingers trembled slightly, and then he put on a cynical attitude. He gently lifted her chin. "Asking this kind of question at this time makes me feel that I haven't fed you enough." After saying that, his lips were ready to kiss her again. When Ruoyan was startled and quickly dodged to the side, turned and walked away. In the study room of the Gu family mansion, Assistant Huang walked into the study with steady steps, handed over a small recording device, and said respectfully to Gu Lianqing, "This is the conversation Vicky recorded." Gu Lianqing sat behind the large mahogany desk, raised his head slightly, took the recording device, and as the conversation played, he shook his head slightly, his tone flat. "Not enough. Giving these to Mr. Gu is not enough to prove Gu Lianyan's guilt?" Gu Lianqing put down the recording device, crossed his hands over his chest, leaned back in his chair, and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. "These evidences can only cause them a little harm. With my father's usual style of doting on them, he will definitely make a big deal out of it. I have to play the long game and catch the big fish." Assistant Huang Te sighed, and then praised Wen Ruoyan without reservation. "Although we can't defeat them in one blow this time, it's a pleasant surprise that Vicky can continue to stay in Gu Group. But this time, we have to thank Assistant One for saving Vicky." Gu Lianqing glanced sideways, and when Ruoyan's image appeared in his mind, with the same rare admiring look in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Special Assistant Huang asked tentatively, "So, you can't tell her the truth yet?" "No." Gu Lianqing said firmly. "Okay." Special Assistant Huang turned around and left the study room disappointedly. Gu Lianqing couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, walked slowly to the window, put his hands behind his back, and stared at the courtyard view outside the window. But his heart was filled with worry for Wen Ruoyan. "This struggle is too bloody, don't blame me for not telling you, I just wanted to protect you." The tall and upright figure looked particularly lonely in the dim light. Chapter 51. I want to be in front of the mirror. The dim light flickered in the room. Gu Lianyan's face was flushed, his eyes were filled with drunkenness and anger, and he staggered around the living room. Suddenly, he swung his arm and smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. With a crash, glass fragments flew everywhere. Then, he picked up a wine bottle and smashed it hard against the wall. The wine mixed with the glass fragments flowed out. Linya heard the noise and hurried over. Seeing the mess in front of her, her brows furrowed. When Gu Lianyan saw her coming, he felt as if he had found a life-saving straw. "Mom, it's all because of Wen Ruoyan who showed up and caused me to lose another project." Linya sighed lightly, walked forward to support Gu Lianyan, and also cursed. "My dear son, I don't blame you. It's all Wen Ruoyan's fault. She's such a jinx." Gu Lianyan leaned against his mother, calmed down a little, and asked, "Mom, I clearly have a sure win this time, but why can't I beat that Gu Lianqing? Is Dad disappointed in me?" Will I have no share in the Gu family's assets in the future? Don't worry, son. Mom won't let you lose to Gu Lianqing, and she won't let you lose everything. While Linya was comforting Gu Lianyan, she was thinking in her mind. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in her eyes, and she decided to use her trump card. She took out her cell phone and called Qi Yenru, who was far away in country M. Yenru, you have to go back to the country right away. There is a woman named Wen Ruoyan who needs to be dealt with. The corner of her mouth curled up into a sinister smile, as if she had already seen Wen Ruoyan's embarrassed appearance. Gu family dinner. The crystal chandelier casts brilliant light, making the magnificent Gu family look like a dream. Gu Lianqing was wearing a neat suit and had a warm smile on his face as he chatted with relatives and friends around him. We have recovered really quickly, so we have potential. It even won a bid. It's really a good leadership. He is truly the pillar of our Gu family. Relatives kept praising Gu Lianqing for his deeds during this period. Gu Lianyan and Linya stood aside, feeling as if a thorn was on their backs. The awkward atmosphere completely submerged them like a tide. They were at a loss as to what to do and dared not make the slightest sound. At this time, Qi Yenru walked in with confident steps. She was wearing a fiery red off-shoulder dress, the hem of which swayed like flames as she walked, a sparkling diamond necklace around her neck, and ruby earrings on her ears. Her heavily made-up face was inlaid with a pair of seductive eyes, and her lips were painted with bright red lipstick. His flamboyant charm attracted the attention of everyone present. Linya took Qi Yenru by the arm and brought her to Gu Lianqing, introducing her. Lianqing, this is your childhood sweetheart Qi Yenru. Now she has returned to help the Qi family run the business. You two can talk more later. Gu Lianqing just glanced at Qi Yenru indifferently, with obvious impatience on his face. Seeing this, Linya calmly gave Gu Zhenghao, who was standing beside her, a meaningful look. Gu Zhenghao understood what he meant, cleared his throat immediately, and stepped forward to smooth things over. Yes, Lianqing, the Qi family is one of the top 3 families in the country. In terms of financial resources, connections, and background, they are the leaders in the industry. There will be many areas where our two families need to cooperate in the future. You have to communicate with Yenru. Then he left with Linya to create some space for them to be alone. Gu Lianqing certainly knew what the two were up to. They were trying to bring him and Qi Yenru together. Qi Yenru saw the right moment and gently took Gu Lianqing's arm, staring at him intently, leaning forward slightly, half exposing her breasts, and said coquettishly, "Brother Lianqing, long time no see. I've missed you for a long time." Her voice was so sweet that it seemed like honey could drip out. Gu Lianqing was slightly startled, and subconsciously wanted to pull his arm back, with a hint of indifference and embarrassment on his face. "Miss Qi, please respect yourself during today's family dinner." Qi Yenru was unwilling to give up, her eyes moved, and she continued to act coquettishly towards Gu Lianqing. "Brother Lianqing, why are you so cold to me? I have loved playing with you since I was a child." Gu Lianqing certainly knew what she meant, and interrupted her without hesitation. "Miss Qi, I'm sure you've heard that I have a girlfriend." When Qi Yenru heard this, her face darkened instantly, jealousy flared up in her heart, and she said angrily, "I heard that the woman is neither a lady from a noble family nor a peerless beauty. What do you like about her? The two of us together are a strong combination." Gu Lianqing looked calm and spoke in a firm tone. "I'm not looking for a girlfriend to be with, I just want her to be good. Miss Qi, excuse me, I'll go and ask her to come down." Having said that, he turned and left. Qi Yenru was left stamping her feet in anger. She couldn't suppress the doubts in her heart. "I want to see with my own eyes what kind of woman you are." Gu Lianqing came upstairs, and when Ruoyan was standing in front of the mirror in the fitting room. She was wearing a light blue cheongsam and was trying hard to zip up the back, but she couldn't. Seeing this, Gu Lianqing took the initiative to help. After gently zipping up her clothes, he put his arms around her waist, put his head close to her ear, and said softly and apologetically, "There will be a Qi Yenru at the banquet later. She is a big trouble. She will definitely speak rudely to you later. Please don't mind it." When Ruoyan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said in a light-hearted manner, "Do you need my help in dealing with Master Gu's affair? That will cost you extra money." Upon hearing this, Gu Lianqing pretended to be angry and pinched Wen Ruoyan's waist gently, causing her to tremble coquettishly. He turned her over and explained seriously, "You little unreliable kid, there is no affair between her and me. It's just that my father has been trying to bring us together for the cooperation between our two families." When Ruoyan nodded slightly, and took the initiative to put her hands on his neck, her eyes as gentle as water. I know. I'll see what happens. Gu Lianqing stared at her back in the mirror. The light blue cheongsam made her curvy figure look even more graceful. Combined with her beautiful and elegant face, she was so beautiful that he could hardly control himself. He stroked her slender waist, his hands slowly moving upwards disobediently. He leaned close to her ear, his hot breath spraying on her ear, his voice low and full of temptation. I want to do it with you in front of this mirror, and appreciate your expression. When Ruoyan's cheeks suddenly turned red, like a ripe peach. This Gu Lianqing wants it again. She shrugged vigorously, put her hands on his chest, and said shyly, there is no time. I'm still waiting downstairs. You agree? Then, we'll make it up. Gu Lianqing's eyes flashed with anticipation. You. When Ruoyan rolled her eyes at him. I secretly scolded myself, this guy is really possessed by teddy bear, his head is full of indecent thoughts. When Ruoyan took Gu Lianqing's arm and went downstairs, and sat down under the gaze of the guests. Chapter 52, Dogs are the only ones who know their bloodline. She sat quietly beside Gu Lianqing. She was wearing a light blue cheongsam, had a good figure and elegant makeup, like a fresh orchid. After everyone had taken their seats, Shi Yenru sat opposite Gu Lianqing, her eyes drifting towards him from time to time. Shi Yenru snorted, picked up the wineglass, gently shook the red wine inside, and said in a sarcastic tone. Some people, without even considering their own status, try to climb the ladder of power. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Wen Ruoyan. Wen Ruoyan frowned slightly, then raised her head slightly, her eyes calm and firm, a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and said calmly. Status? I only know that nobility in this world is never judged by birth. There is a saying that goes people should be judged by their character, and dogs by their bloodline. When Shi Yenru heard Wen Ruoyan's words, her face instantly turned red, as if she had been slapped in the face. She stood up suddenly, her hands clenched into fists, her eyes full of anger and disbelief. She shouted angrily. You! How dare you humiliate me like this? The people around were stunned at first, and then began to whisper. How can this young lady of the Qi family be so uneducated? I haven't got a brain yet, and my mouth can't keep up. Gu Lianqing looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with pride. Grandma Gu also watched all this calmly. At this moment, she coughed lightly, stood up with the help of her crutches, and said slowly. Our Gu family is a traditional old family with a history of hundreds of years. The family tradition that the Gu family upholds is to regard morality as the criterion, and never judge heroes by their family background. We despise those who look down on others the most. Grandma's words were powerful, and her eyes moved along the way, glancing at Shi Yenru with undisguised contempt. Then, Grandma Gu smiled and took off the pearl necklace that she never took off from her neck. The pearl necklace shone with a warm luster under the light. She handed the necklace to Wen Ruoyan herself and said gently. Ruoyan, this necklace is a treasure passed down from my mother's family. It has been with me since I got married. Today I give it to you. In my heart, you are the granddaughter-in-law of my Gu family. When you officially marry into the family, I will let Linya officially hand over the Gu family's heirloom bracelet to you. When Ruoyan's eyes were filled with emotion and surprise, her eyes slightly reddened, and she said softly. Grandma, this is too expensive, Grandma Gu interrupted her. Silly boy, no one deserves it more than you. Gu Lianqing looked at this scene, felt relieved, and his face was full of relief and satisfaction. He looked at his grandmother gratefully, then nodded gently to Wen Ruoyan, indicating that she should accept it. Shi Yenru, who was standing by, turned pale and blue in the face, and the wineglass in her hand almost slipped. She bit her lower lip, her eyes full of shame, anger, and jealousy. She stood up suddenly and angrily said, I have something to do. I won't eat anymore. Then he hurried away amid everyone's various gazes, leaving behind only an embarrassed back. Seeing this, Linya hurriedly followed, grabbed Shi Yenru's arm, and whispered to comfort her. Yenru, don't be angry. We have a long way to go. There's no need to rush. Shi Yenru's face was filled with anger, and her delicate makeup was almost ruined by anger. She stamped her feet hard and complained. Look at Grandma's attitude. She said in front of everyone that she only recognized Wen Ruoyan. Isn't this deliberately embarrassing me? Linya patted the back of her hand gently, with a look of determination and comfort in her eyes. What's the point of Grandma recognizing her? She's already so old, maybe one day. Dad Gu, I, and Yenner will only recognize you. Shi Yenru frowned even more tightly, tears in her eyes, and said aggrievedly. But brother Lian Chang only has eyes for her. I don't understand, why am I inferior to Wen Ruoyan? Lin Ye raised her head slightly, her eyes flashing with cunning and calculation. She moved closer to Qi Yenru and said in a low voice. Wen Ruoyan is the only one who has the advantage of being close to him. Don't worry, you will see him every day. How can he ignore a rich and beautiful woman like you? Father Gu and I have arranged everything. Then, she whispered to Qi Yenru for a while. After hearing this, Qi Yenru burst into laughter instantly, with longing and pride flashing in her eyes. The next day, Gu Group. Qi Yenru stood in the office area, her eyes revealing unquestionable determination. She ordered her subordinates around. Hurry up and move all these things to Gu Lianqing's office next door. If anything goes wrong, you will all be in trouble. The subordinates began to move the things in a hurry. For a while, people were coming and going in the corridor, and the noise of moving things attracted the attention of the employees of Gu Group, who began to gossip among themselves in private. Who is she? A new employee asked curiously. An old employee who was well informed answered in a mysterious and low voice. This is the eldest daughter of the Qi family. It is said that she is here to pursue our President Gu under the guise of cooperating with us. But doesn't Mr. Gu have a girlfriend named Assistant One? Hey, that's hard to say. I'm afraid Assistant One won't be able to win against this domineering daughter. Everyone was talking at once. Shi Yenru ignored the rumors and carefully tidied up her makeup and clothes. She was wearing a black tight dress and a pair of high heels. She walked as she twisted her body under the gaze of everyone, and every step made a crisp sound, as if declaring her sovereignty. She held a stack of documents in her hand, gently pushed open Gu Lianqing's office door, and said coquettishly, Brother Lianqing, this is the cooperation agreement between our two families signed by my father and your father. From now on, I will sit next to you, and we have to get closer. As he spoke, he put his hand on Gu Lianqing's hand. Gu Lianqing was upset by the sudden sound and figure, but his good upbringing still allowed him to remain calm on the surface. He just quickly pulled back his hand and responded coldly. I understand. You can go out first. Trying to end this awkward meeting as quickly as possible. Shi Yenru refused to give up. She walked to Gu Lianqing's desk, boldly raised one leg, and sat on Gu Lianqing's desk in a graceful manner. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes full of seduction and teasing. Brother Lianqing, can't you spend more time with me? When Ruoyan came to report on work matters, and the moment she pushed the door open, she saw the entire scene. Her heart tightened, and she subconsciously prepared to say excuse me and turned to leave. However, Qi Yenru was not embarrassed by this. She still sat there motionless, and even glanced at Wen Ruoyan provocatively. Stop! Gu Lianqing's majestic voice suddenly sounded. Come in and report your work. The work cannot be delayed. This reason was so logical and reasonable that Qi Yenru, who was about to explode, was unable to refute it for a moment. When Ruoyan stood there in a daze. She had no idea what Gu Lianqing was up to, but she slowly turned around and walked towards the desk. Chapter 53, The Office is More Exciting. Come closer. Gu Lianqing stared at Wen Ruoyan closely, and there seemed to be some deep meaning in his eyes. Wen Ruoyan followed his instructions and walked forward a few steps until she stood in front of the desk. Not enough. The corners of Gu Lianqing's mouth rose slightly, as if he was planning something. When Wen Ruoyan walked to the table, Gu Lianqing suddenly stood up, quickly carried her to the table, and sat her side by side with Qi Yenru. When Ruoyan finally understood Gu Lianqing's intention, he wanted to slap Qi Yenru in the face. She didn't dare to look up at Qi Yenru and could only lower her head in embarrassment and relief. Gu Lianqing said seriously. Okay, now we can talk. Which of you two will go first? When Qi Yenru saw this scene, she became so angry that her face turned red. She cursed, why should she sit with me? She glared at Wen Ruoyan fiercely, and that look seemed to be able to cut her into pieces. Then he looked at Gu Lianqing again, but found that his gaze was always gently fixed on Wen Ruoyan, as if he didn't hear her scolding. She bit her lip, snorted coldly, jumped off the table in frustration, and turned away. When Ruoyan watched her slam the door and leave, and prepared to get down from the table. Gu Lianqing quickly took a step forward and gently pressed his chest against her. When Ruoyan's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes were full of shyness and anger, and she turned her head away slightly. He whispered, What are you doing? Let me go. Gu Lianqing raised his wicked smile and whispered in her ear with a warm and teasing voice. Why, are you shy already? Didn't you enjoy watching the face slapping just now? Wen Ruoyan's face turned even redder. She stretched out her hand and gently pushed Gu Lianqing's chest, but found that she couldn't move it at all. I can only say coquettishly. Don't make trouble, this is in the office. Gu Lianqing didn't think so. He gently placed his hand on Wen Ruoyan's waist and used his fingers to apply a little force to pull her closer to him. He teased, isn't the office more exciting? His hand slowly moved down, his fingertips gently caressing her slender waist. The gentle touch was like an electric current, instantly making Wen Ruoyan's body slightly tense. Wen Ruoyan's breathing was rapid. She struggled to grab Gu Lianqing's wanton hand, her voice filled with a hint of shame and anger. Be serious, or someone will see you. Gu Lianqing raised his eyebrows, and the smile in his eyes became even stronger. To be honest, were you a little jealous just now? Wen Ruoyan snorted. I didn't, stop being so conceited. Gu Lianqing gently pinched her chin, forcing her to turn her head and look at him, his eyes full of affection and playfulness. You little liar, just keep talking tough. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly leaned forward and kissed her in a decisive yet gentle manner. Wen Ruoyan's body stiffened slightly at first, and her hands subconsciously rested on his chest. His hands also slid to the back of her head and used a little force to hold her head in place. Suddenly, the sudden ring of a cell phone broke the sweetness. Wen Ruoyan woke up as if from a dream. This was her mother's exclusive ringtone. Her heart suddenly tightened and she pushed Gu Lianqing away in panic, an ominous premonition coming to her mind. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? Wen Ruoyan asked with a slightly trembling voice. On the other end of the phone, my mother was already sobbing. Ruoyan, your brother, he had a heart attack. The doctor said the situation is very critical and asked you to come to the hospital immediately. Wen Ruoyan felt a buzzing sound in her head and her face turned pale in an instant. She didn't have time to explain to Gu Lianqing and hurriedly asked for leave from him. Lianqing, I have to ask for leave and go to the hospital right away. Gu Lianqing didn't react. He just said and stood there in a daze. Wen Ruoyan rushed to the hospital in a hurry. In the ward, my brother's face was as pale as paper, lying quietly on the bed, and various medical instruments beside him made monotonous sounds. When Wen Ruoyan's mother saw Wen Ruoyan coming, she rushed over as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Wen Ruoyan glanced at her brother, turned around, grabbed the doctor's arm and asked, Doctor, how is my brother? The doctor shook his head helplessly, his expression solemn. Your brother's condition is very serious. He needs to go to Country M for surgery immediately. They have more advanced technology and equipment. This is his only chance of survival. She immediately used her mobile phone to check the balance on her card again, which was far from the cost of surgery in Country M. She originally wanted to save up enough bonus money to treat her brother's illness, but her brother couldn't wait any longer. How could she have so much money now? Wen Ruoyan felt her legs go limp and she squatted down helplessly. She covered her face with her hands, unable to hold back her tears any longer, her sobs echoing in the silent corridor. At this moment, Wen Ruoyan suddenly felt a pair of familiar feet appear in front of her. She looked up with tears on her face and saw a familiar face, Gu Lianqing. He gently helped her up, and seeing her tear-stained face, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Just now, Gu Lianqing was puzzled when he saw Wen Ruoyan running out in such a hurry. Wen Ruoyan never asked for leave for the perfect attendance award. What could make her take the initiative to ask for leave? Gu Lianqing couldn't suppress his curiosity and followed Wen Ruoyan to the hospital worriedly. It was not until he talked with the doctor that Gu Lianqing finally understood why Wen Ruoyan had always been so obsessed with money. I always feel that no matter how much money I give her, it is not enough for her to support the family. It turns out that it is because of this sick brother. When I investigated her, I didn't investigate her completely. Gu Lianqing instantly felt an infinite love for Wen Ruoyan in front of him. Don't cry, I'm here. Gu Lianqing took out a small handkerchief from his suit pocket and gently wiped her tears. Wen Ruoyan cried like a pear blossom in the rain, and the crystal tears were still rolling in her red eyes. She was like a stray cat that was ravaged by the wind and rain and could not take care of itself. Gu Lianqing hugged her tightly in his arms and said firmly, I know everything. I have arranged for your brother's surgery abroad. Everything will be fine. Don't worry. Wen Ruoyan felt herself surrounded by warmth, and she smelled a faint woody cedar scent on him, a smell very similar to the one she smelled when she was in her father's arms when she was a child. She raised her head in a daze, her red and swollen eyes filled with gratitude and emotion. The mother, who had been immersed in grief, also came out of the ward and saw the two people hugging and crying in the corridor. She looked at Wen Ruoyan in confusion, not daring to get too close, until she vaguely heard the second half of Gu Lianqing's words in the distance. Then she slowly walked closer and looked hesitantly at the young man who suddenly appeared. When Wen Ruoyan saw her mother suddenly appear, she immediately broke free from Gu Lianqing's arms, quickly wiped away her tears, and kept a safe distance from him. The mother gently pulled the corner of Wen Ruoyan's clothes and asked in a low voice, "Ruoyan, this is..." Wen Ruoyan hurriedly introduced. "Mom, this is Gu Lianqing, he is my..." She was a little hesitant, not knowing what the relationship between the two was now. At this moment, she suddenly inexplicably longed to be able to say the word boyfriend calmly, but Gu Lianqing's previous evasive attitude made her confused. Chapter 54, Fake Becomes Real. Seeing this, Gu Lianqing immediately went forward, took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands, and calmly responded to Wen Ruoyan's words. "I'm Wen Ruoyan's boss." When Wen Ruoyan heard this, her heart sank and she looked up at him. Her eyes dimmed instantly, and an indescribable disappointment surged in her heart. It turned out that he did not recognize his own identity and was just delusional. A glimmer of hope flashed in the mother's eyes. Although she was still a little reserved, she still said to Gu Lianqing, "Mr. Gu, this is too much trouble for you. The surgery fee is not a small amount. How can we..." Gu Lianqing took a step forward and said politely and gently, "Auntie, please don't say that. Assistant 1 is very capable and has helped me a lot. In return, I should help you. The most important thing now is to get my brother treated as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the money." When Ruoyan stood silently by the side, a bitter smile on her lips, her eyes full of self-mockery and loss. It turns out that he did this just because his contract girlfriend was competent at her job. He was not into the role, but just turned his fake into real. She took a long breath and secretly warned herself in her heart, "Wen Ruoyan, you have to put yourself in the right place." Then, she came to her senses from her gratitude and emotion. She looked straight at Gu Lianqing calmly, her tone calm but with a hint of alienation. "Mr. Gu, don't worry. Consider this as a loan from me. When you go back, you can give me a repayment contract and I will definitely sign it and return it to you." Gu Lianqing was puzzled. How could she suddenly become a different person? He had never considered the question of whether to return the money or not. He just wanted to help her. But now her cold attitude made him feel a little overwhelmed. When Ruoyan's mother also had a confused look on her face. Before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Assistant Huan, who rushed in with a pile of documents. "Mom Ruoyan, these are the discharge procedures for you and your brother. I have already completed them for you. You will leave for Country M tomorrow afternoon. I have already made the arrangements. After you arrive in Country M, someone will pick you up at the airport and take you through the follow-up matters. This is my contact information. You can contact me directly for follow-up matters." When Ruoyan was once again shocked by the efficiency of the Gu group represented by Special Assistant Wang. Her gaze involuntarily turned to Gu Lianqing, and at this moment Gu Lianqing just happened to meet her passionate gaze with some complicated emotions. At this slightly subtle moment, the ringing of Gu Lianqing's cell phone suddenly broke the silence. He picked up the phone, and instantly heard Qi Yanru's sweet and coquettish voice. When Ruoyan heard the voice, she was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to her senses and her face regained its calm. He said to Gu Lianqing calmly, "Boss Gu, if you have something to do, please leave first." Gu Lianqing looked helpless, because Qi Yanru said on the phone that there was an important cooperation project to enter the fashion circle that needed to be discussed with him now. He had to leave now. He looked at Wen Ruoyan deeply, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Before turning around and leaving, he left her a message. "I'll give you 2 days off today and tomorrow. Go and see your mother and brother off." Afterwards, he hurriedly said goodbye to Wen Ruoyan's mother. Wen Ruoyan looked at his receding back, and her cold eyes instantly became lonely. But she quickly recovered and said to her mother, "Mom, I'll go home with you and pack your things." After returning home, Wen Ruoyan helped her mother pack her luggage. While the mother carefully folded the clothes and put them into the suitcase, she tentatively asked Wen Ruoyan, "Yenner, your boss seems to be very nice to you." Wen Ruoyan knew the deep meaning of her mother's words, so she quickly replied in a disguising manner, "I helped him win several projects worth tens of billions, so he valued me very much." Moreover, he needed to compete with his half-brother for the family property, so he needed some confidants, and I was one of them. She tried to make her reasons sound more logical so as to avoid her mother's suspicion. So he also borrowed the 30 million before? The mother keenly noticed the key point and stared at Wen Ruoyan. Wen Ruoyan dodged her gaze slightly, avoiding her mother's sight, and said, "Yes, because I made great contributions right after I joined the company, and my bonus was several million, which offset part of it." In order to divert her mother's attention, Wen Ruoyan deliberately pointed to an exquisite wooden box in the cabinet and asked, "Mom, what is this?" When Wen Ruoyan's mother heard her words, she looked over, a smile appeared on her face, and she walked over and gently opened the box. Said, "All of these are your father's relics and your childhood things. This is your first swaddling clothes. This is your first toy." My mother took out the things inside one by one and showed them to them. She was affectionate about each item and introduced them as if they were her own treasures. "This bag is so exquisite," Wen Ruoyan said, pointing to a small pink bag. "This is the first high-end custom bag from the French brand H that we bought you when you were 5 years old. Look, your name is engraved inside." The mother took out the leather tag inside and showed it to her, with a look of nostalgia in her eyes. "It's a pity that you only carried it once." Wen Ruoyan's thoughts drifted back to the scene at that time as her mother spoke. She said slowly, "I remember now. That was when I was 5 years old. It was also the only time we returned home before Dad got into trouble." The mother nodded slightly and said softly, "From now on, you will keep these things well." The next day, when Ruoyan brought her mother and younger brother to the airport. Before boarding the plane, the mother's eyes were red, and she held Wen Ruoyan's hand, her voice choking. "Child, if you have any grievances, tell your mother, don't bear it yourself." Wen Ruoyan tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes and nodded repeatedly. The mother then pulled Wen Ruoyan aside and told her alone, "Don't do something that goes against your inner feelings just for us or for money." When Wen Ruoyan heard this, her heart suddenly tightened, and she couldn't help but think to herself, could it be that my mother has seen through something? So she quickly changed the subject, "You should check your tickets." He pushed his mother to his brother's side and held out his hand to signal them to come forward. Then she leaned over and told her brother, "Take good care of Mom." The three of them hugged each other affectionately with tears in their eyes. The mother and brother looked back every step of the way, their eyes full of reluctance and worry. When Ruoyan stood there, waving goodbye to them, until their figures gradually disappeared at the ticket gate, when Ruoyan could no longer suppress her emotions, and tears poured down like a flood. She raised her head, trying to stop her tears from flowing, but all that came to her mind was Gu Lianqing's figure. She thought that they were in love from the time he risked his life to save her. But in his eyes, it was not the case. Chapter 55, Little White-Eyed Wolf. When Ruoyan sent her mother back to the company. Seeing Qi Yanru approaching Gu Lianqing again with perseverance, she said sweetly, "Brother Lianqing, my dad asked you to have dinner at my house tonight." Gu Lianqing frowned slightly, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He then called Wen Ruoyan over and said in front of Qi Yanru, "I've made an appointment with my girlfriend to have dinner together." When Ruoyan heard this, she felt as if something had stabbed her in the heart, and instantly remembered her embarrassing identity as a contract girlfriend. It turned out that in Gu Lianqing's world, her existence was just an excuse for him to reject Qi Yanru. She felt a surge of anger in her heart, and she deliberately kept her distance from Gu Lianqing, and rejected him unhappily. "Bosku, I just asked for leave and was delayed from work. I have to work overtime tonight and can't have dinner with you." Gu Lianqing's face suddenly darkened, and his heart was full of doubts. He grabbed Wen Ruoyan's arm and dragged her to a more secluded corner. He lowered his voice, questioned her with a bit of anger in his eyes. "Why did you change your expression so quickly? Weren't you fine before?" Wen Ruoyan replied angrily, "Because there is no such obligation in the contract. I am just following the contract." When Gu Lianqing heard this, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. He held her wrist tightly and raised his voice slightly. "You little ungrateful bastard, now you are actually arguing with me about the contract word for word? Is our relationship just a contract?" When Ruoyan looked him straight in the eyes without fear and asked, "What else? Do you think I'm your real girlfriend?" This sudden question left Gu Lianqing speechless for a moment, and he felt guilty. He suddenly understood why she was angry he had not acknowledged her identity in front of her mother just now. He couldn't help but reflect in his heart, it was indeed because of the knot in his heart about that little girl 17 years ago that he hesitated and didn't acknowledge her just now. But now, he had to admit that deep in his heart he did have different feelings for Wen Ruoyan. Seeing that he was too guilty to speak, Wen Ruoyan struggled to free herself from his hand. Gu Lianqing felt mixed emotions. At this time, Shi Yenru took Gu Lianqing's arm with a smile on her face, wanting to pull him away. Gu Lianqing was held by Shi Yenru and moved his steps mechanically. Shi Yenru did not forget to glance triumphantly at Wen Ruoyan, her eyes full of provocation and joy of victory. Wen Ruoyan pretended not to see Shi Yenru's smug look and let her walk away with Gu Lianqing. After leaving the company, Gu Lianqing seemed to suddenly wake up from a trance. He shook off Shi Yenru's hand and said in a cold tone, "I have other things to do, so I won't go today." After saying that, he quickly walked towards his car and drove away in a cloud of dust. Shi Yenru stood there blankly, realizing that she had become part of Gu Lianqing and Wen Ruoyan's play. The pride on her face instantly turned into anger and unwillingness. She stamped her feet in anger and swore secretly in her heart, "Wen Ruoyan, I will make you pay." Then, she took out her cell phone and made a call, saying viciously to the person on the other end of the line, "Tell them to act tonight." After saying this, a smug sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth again. 6 o'clock in the evening, Gu Group. Colleagues in the company left work one after another, and everyone said goodbye to Wen Ruoyan enthusiastically. Assistant 1, don't tire yourself out. Assistant 1, see you tomorrow. Wen Ruoyan responded one by one, and after her colleagues left, she continued to work. She was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, stretched her body, picked up her bag, and walked towards the elevator. But when she pressed the elevator button, there was no movement. When Ruoyan frowned, her heart full of doubts, why did the elevator suddenly lose power? This has never happened before. She dialed the property management phone number skillfully, but no one answered the call. When Ruoyan shook her head helplessly and muttered softly, "Forget it, let's take the stairs. I've climbed the 43rd floor in Africa, and it's only the 36th floor. What's the big deal?" She turned and walked towards the stairwell without hesitation. There were only a few emergency lights in the stairwell, emitting dim light, barely illuminating the path under your feet. When Ruoyan carefully held the handrail of the stairs and walked down slowly step by step. The sound of her high heels hitting the stairs made a crisp sound, which echoed in the quiet stairwell, and her heartbeat unconsciously quickened a few beats. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of men's footsteps and heavy breathing came from the quiet downstairs. Then, 5 figures gradually appeared under the dim emergency light. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes were tattered, and they had greedy and obscene expressions on their faces. When Ruoyan's pupils contracted instantly, and fear surged into her heart like a tide. She turned around and wanted to run upstairs, but found that her retreat had been blocked by one of the men. "Where are you going, little beauty?" One of the men showed a mouthful of yellow teeth and had a hoarse, raspy voice. "Don't come over here." When Ruoyan shouted loudly, her voice trembling obviously. She tried to make her voice sound more intimidating, "I'll call the police." "Call the police? There's no one here. Do you think there will be any police?" Another bald man sneered and approached her step by step. When Ruoyan hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag, quickly found Gu Lianqing's number and dialed it. At this time, Gu Lianqing was sitting in the study, holding the well-preserved pink bear doll, carefully stroking the crooked words "happy every day" embroidered on it, his thoughts drifting away. The cell phone rang suddenly. Gu Lianqing was slightly startled. When he saw that it was Wen Ruoyan calling, a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. He quickly picked up the phone, but before he could open his mouth, he heard a chaotic sound coming from the other end of the line. "Baby, don't run." A man's evil words came. "Help, Gu Lianqing." When Ruoyan's desperate cry made Gu Lianqing's heart suddenly tighten. Then there was the sound of a cell phone being slammed to the ground, and the call ended abruptly. Gu Lianqing's face turned pale in an instant. He stood up suddenly and rushed towards the garage like a gust of wind. Gu Lianqing held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, speeding through the rainy night. His cold eyes were fixed on the road ahead, with only one thought in his mind: he must get to Wen Ruoyan as soon as possible. Grandma Gu was sipping tea in the hall and looked at Gu Lianqing running out like mad with a confused look on her face. She went upstairs to the study and her eyes immediately fell on the pink bear doll on the table. She picked up the doll and sighed. After 17 years, he still hasn't let go of this girl. At the same time, in the stairwell of Gu Group, Wen Ruoyan was struggling desperately. The 5 men had pushed her into a corner. Her clothes were torn into a mess, and her arms were left with several red marks from their rough hands. Chapter 56. I know your body like the back of my hand. What you are doing is illegal, and you will go to jail. When Royan shouted loudly while resisting. Humph, go to jail? After we have our fun, who will know it was us who did it? A man reached out to touch Royan's face while smiling. Royan turned her head suddenly and bit his hand. The man cursed. How dare you bite me, bitch? He raised his hand to hit her. At this critical moment, Gu Lianqing appeared panting. His eyes were burning with rage, and without saying a word, he rushed towards the 5 men. He kicked the man who was about to attack Royan in the stomach. The man screamed and flew backwards like a torn bag. Then he threw a right hook, hitting the other man's chin hard, knocking out one of his teeth and causing blood to flow. Who are you? How dare you ruin our good thing? Seeing this, the remaining men rushed towards Gu Lianqing. Gu Lianqing dodged their attacks flexibly and then quickly counterattacked. Every move was clean and neat, full of skill and strength. Who dares to touch her while I'm here? Gu Lianqing roared. After a while, the 5 men were all knocked to the ground by Gu Lianqing, groaning in pain. Gu Lianqing stood there, breathing slightly. His clothes were a little messy, but there was not a single scar on his body. When Royan leaned against the wall, her body still shaking. She looked at Gu Lianqing in front of her with puzzled eyes. How could he be so good at fighting? The last time he tracked Vicky, he was beaten so badly by those 2 people. Gu Lianqing walked up to her, gently took off his coat, and put it on her shivering body, his eyes full of tenderness and pity. I'll take you home, Gu Lianqing said softly. Then he firmly yet gently picked up her delicate body. Royan subconsciously put her arms around Gu Lianqing's neck. She looked at Gu Lianqing with melancholy. Her heart was in turmoil. But his steady heartbeat and familiar woody perfume gave her a sense of security. After carrying Royan into the car, his eyes were burning with anger, and he dialed Assistant Huang's number without hesitation. His voice trembled slightly with anger. Help me call the police and find out who is behind those 5 people. The key is to find evidence and not let go of even a single piece of it. Royan rarely saw Gu Lianqing so cold and almost out of control, like an enraged lion. The car sped all the way and soon returned to the Gu family mansion. Gu Lianqing hurriedly got out of the car, then quickly walked around to the other door and carefully carried Royan out of the car. When they got to the room, he gently placed Royan on the bed and took off her coat. His eyes fell on her wound, his eyes full of worry and anxiety. He reached out to remove her sling and check her injuries. However, Royan was like a frightened deer, pressing her chest vigilantly and refusing to let go. Gu Lianqing looked at her like this, sighed helplessly, and his voice softened unconsciously. I know your body very well, and you won't let me take it off? Royan frowned. What time is it now? Still want to. Gu Lianqing thought that she might have misunderstood, and quickly added. I just want to check your wound, I don't want you to. Well, this is not the right time. Royan's frown gradually relaxed, and her hands that were tightly grasping her clothes slowly loosened. Gu Lianqing gently took off her suspenders and saw that her body was covered with bruises and cracks. His heart suddenly tightened and he couldn't help but gasp. He stood up and prepared to call the doctor, but at this moment, Royan suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Her eyes were filled with tears, her look was full of pleading, and she shook her head gently. Probably he didn't want anyone to know about this. Gu Lianqing looked at her pitiful appearance and guessed what she meant. He slowly squatted down, looked at her straight in the eyes, and comforted her gently. It's just some external injuries. Let the doctor take care of it and it will heal faster. No one will spread it. Royan was still wrapped in her clothes, shaking her head desperately, tears welling up in her eyes. Gu Lianqing knew very well that he couldn't convince her at the moment, so he had no choice but to get up and quickly walk to the storage room to get the medicine box. He half knelt beside Royan again, gently opened the medicine box, and took out disinfectant and ointment. He whispered to Royan, bear with it. He then removed her sling and carefully applied the medicine to her. Although Royan was in unbearable pain, she refused to say a word. Gu Lianqing looked at her slightly trembling body and the familiar stubborn look in her eyes, feeling both pity and anger. Gu Lianqing really wanted to ask her why she insisted on working overtime after get off work today and why she didn't go with him. But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. He felt so guilty that he couldn't ask. He had no choice but to gently put clothes on her. He slowly hugged her from behind and coaxed her to sleep. Wen Ruoyan gradually relaxed in his arms and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, moonlight poured into the room like water, but Gu Lianqing had no desire to sleep. His gaze lingered on Wen Ruoyan's peaceful sleeping face for a long time. His heart was extremely conflicted, but he finally got up quietly and walked to the study. He sat at his desk, picked up the pink bear doll that had been on the table, and fell into deep thought. After an unknown amount of time, the silence was broken by the sound of a cane tapping the ground. Grandma Gu slowly walked into the study, her eyes moving between Gu Lianqing and the doll, and then she gently closed the study door. "Grandma, why are you here so late?" Gu Lianqing came back to his senses and asked in surprise. Grandma Gu did not answer directly, but just looked at the doll on the table and said softly, "You are reminded of someone again, right?" Gu Lianqing was slightly startled, and opened his mouth, but only uttered one word, "I." He could no longer speak. Grandma Gu sighed, slowly walked over, and sat down beside her, her eyes full of love and concern. "My eldest grandson, Grandma knows that this girl is your eternal love, but you have been looking for her for so many years and still can't find her. It's time for you to let go." Gu Lianqing held the doll tightly, a hint of stubbornness flashing in his eyes. "Grandma, I know, but I believe I will find it in the future." Grandma shook her head helplessly and said earnestly, "Child, you have to know what it means to cherish the one in front of you. Ruoyan is such a good girl, you should not give up on her for a girl you have never heard from before. Even if you find this girl by searching for a needle in a haystack, you too may not be as suitable as you and Ruoyan. But, Grandma, I have made up my mind since I was a child that my wife can only be this girl." Although Gu Lianqing's voice was firm, another voice was quietly ringing in his heart. He found that he seemed to have really fallen in love with her, when Ruoyan who was always by his side and shared his joys and sorrows. At this time, when Ruoyan was standing at the door of the study and heard this conversation clearly. Every word he uttered was like a sharp knife, cutting into her heart. Chapter 57 Like a corpse. No wonder Gu Lianqing has a reputation for being abstinent, no wonder he has never had any beautiful women around him, and no wonder he refuses to admit his identity in front of his mother. It turns out that it is because there has always been a beloved white moonlight living in his heart that he cannot have. She couldn't listen any longer, so she turned around and left quietly with endless melancholy and loss. When Ruoyan was originally awakened by the sound of her grandmother's crutches. When she found that Gu Lianqing was not around, she felt uneasy and followed him to the door. But she accidentally heard this heartbreaking conversation. But it was also good, because it finally revealed the answer to the mystery that had puzzled her for a long time. She returned to bed, her thoughts flooding in like a tide, and she couldn't help but recall every moment she spent with Gu Lianqing. She suddenly remembered the time when Gu Lianqing was drugged by her grandmother. That was the first time he was so gentle to her, and she even asked him to give birth to a child. It turned out that he was so infatuated with her that he treated her as his white moonlight. Those moments that I once thought were the beginning of love now seem to be nothing more than my wishful thinking. She told herself that it was time to wake up. From now on, she was just a contract girlfriend and she only needed to actively cooperate with the needs of the sponsor. This sponsor was really generous. Not only did he give her money and a house, he also tried his best to treat her sick brother. When Ruoyan counted the good things about Gu Lianqing in the darkness, but her tears could not stop flowing. She thought she could treat the identity of contract girlfriend rationally, but since she had gone through so many hardships with him, every time they communicated, he would drill into her heart like a snake and then spread to every part of her body. She told herself that she must find a way to stop this love from growing before she fell deeper and deeper. The next morning, when Ruoyan slowly opened her eyes and felt pain from the wounds all over her body. Those 5 gangsters really should be cut into pieces. She gritted her teeth, endured the pain, put on her clothes, and prepared to go to work. Gu Lianqing had just walked out of the bathroom and saw her actions, so he hurried forward to stop her. "From today on, I'll give you a few days off until you recover from your injury before going back to work." There was unmistakable concern in his tone. When Ruoyan turned her head slightly, her tone cold and distant. "No need, Mr. Gu, my injury is nothing. I am very grateful that you can cure my brother's illness. I will naturally work hard to repay you." This sudden change startled Gu Lianqing. He frowned, his face full of confusion. He was about to speak to dissuade her again, but before he could finish his words, when Ruoyan interrupted him swiftly. "Mr. Gu, I am taking money to help others get rid of disasters. I will fulfill all the terms in the contract. For those that are not in the contract, such as helping you to avoid bad luck like Miss Chi, I will also do what you ask until you are satisfied, as a reward for saving my brother." Gu Lianqing couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what happened to Wen Ruoyan? Why did she seem to be a completely different person after last night? The address that had long been changed in the past had now returned to the stiff Mr. Gu, and he kept mentioning the contract. Was this some weird cosplay? The spirit of not wanting to admit defeat in Gu Lianqing's heart was instantly aroused, and a bad idea surged into his mind. Since you want to play cosplay, I will cooperate with you. He suddenly grabbed Wen Ruoyan's hand and pushed her down on the bed. He imitated the way they had done in the past, slowly unbuttoning his pajamas, revealing his strong abdominal muscles and perfect mermaid line. His wheat-colored skin glowed charmingly in the sun. He leaned forward slightly, and his warm breath gradually approached her. Normally in this situation, she would be shy and beg for mercy, but to his surprise, she didn't even blush or feel her heart beating like before. She just glanced at him indifferently, and then looked at the ceiling with a fearless expression, without any body language reaction, as if she didn't care about his actions at all. Gu Lianqing was suddenly panicked, but he pretended to be calm. He supported his body on both sides of her with his hands, narrowed his eyes slightly, lowered his voice, clamped his throat, and deliberately whispered in her ear with his magnetic subwoofer. His warm breath brushed her skin and ruffled her hair. I want you now. Then, he kissed her from her forehead. However, when Ruoyan remained motionless, her body like a cold corpse, without any reaction. Gu Lianqing's hand gradually stopped, his heart full of doubts and confusion. When Ruoyan took the initiative to continue to anger him. Boss Gu, is it over? I'll get up when it's over. Having said that, he stood up and calmly buttoned his clothes. Gu Lianqing could no longer suppress his confusion, stared at her and asked. Why? What the hell is wrong with you? When Ruoyan replied expressionlessly. As party A, you are exercising your rights, and as party B, I cooperate with you. This is only natural. Of course, if you are not satisfied with my service, you can also raise it, and I will cooperate until you are satisfied. Gu Lianqing was furious after hearing her words. His self-esteem seemed to be greatly challenged. He tore her clothes off again, wanting to punish her for her indifference. But at this moment, he saw the wounds all over her body, and the bruises and scars were particularly glaring on her fair skin. His heart was instantly struck by something, and a feeling of pity and love surged in his heart. He slowly sat beside her, and his voice unconsciously became gentle. Are you angry about what happened yesterday? I've sent someone to check it out and they'll be able to find out soon. When Ruoyan snorted and laughed at herself in her heart, he really didn't understand, how could I have such a big change because of that little thing yesterday? But besides his white moonlight, who else is worthy of his careful treatment? Gu Lianqing's eyes followed Wen Ruoyan's lonely back as she walked away. He thought, she must have been frightened by what happened yesterday. After this period of time, those terrible memories will slowly fade away, and her mentality should be able to recover. She will become the smart and brilliant Wen Ruoyan who talks and laughs, cries and makes troubles beside him. In the president's office of Gu Group. Gu Lianqing's thoughts were in a mess, his heart was in turmoil, and he had no intention of working. He stood up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the city view, then paced back and forth in the room, and then peeked at Wen Ruoyan outside the door. Wen Ruoyan outside the door was like a robot, with a cold and calm face. She stared intently at the computer screen, her fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard, handling various matters in an orderly manner, and ignoring everything around her. Her indifferent look was like adding fuel to Gu Lianqing's already irritable mood, and his inner anger was almost out of control. After a long time, Assistant Huang Te hurried into the president's office, holding a document tightly in his hand. Chapter 58, Make Her Jealous? His expression was slightly solemn. Mr. Gu, this is the result of the investigation into the 5 people yesterday. They have been arrested, but they firmly deny that anyone instructed them. You useless bastard, how could you be without anyone's orders? Gu Lianqing angrily threw the document in his hand to the ground. The papers scattered all over the floor in an instant. His voice, filled with suppressed anger, echoed in the office. Assistant Huang lowered his head slightly and explained helplessly. I know, but they refused to give a confession as evidence, and the surveillance was deliberately destroyed so it can't serve as evidence. Although we all know who the instigator is, we just can't find evidence. Gu Lianqing covered his head with his hands, looking painful. Then what do you think? Should we send someone to investigate privately? Special Assistant Huang asked cautiously. Yes. Gu Lianqing almost squeezed out the word from between his teeth. He was so angry that he gestured vigorously in the air with his arms. Hire the best private detective to investigate me, no matter how much it costs. Huang couldn't help but wonder, no matter what kind of storms he encountered before, Gu Lianqing could always deal with them calmly and steadily. But why did Gu Lianqing lose control so much this time when Wen Ruoyan didn't suffer any serious bodily harm? By the way, call Yi Yinzhu back. Gu Lianqing calmed down a little and spoke in a firm tone. Ah. Assistant Huang was stunned for a moment, and the surprise in his voice could not be concealed at all. Didn't you say that the French branch was short of a confidant and that's why you left her there? Why did you suddenly? Yi Yinzhu has a good relationship with Wen Ruoyan. Transfer her back to accompany her so that she won't be lonely. As for the French company, just send someone you trust. There was a hint of pity and concern in Gu Lianqing's eyes, and this subtle emotional change was keenly captured by Special Assistant Huang. Okay. Assistant Huang agreed, thinking to himself, Gu Lianqing has really changed. He used to be such a cold, shrewd, profit-seeking businessman, but now he actually cares about other people's emotional needs. Is this the so-called power of love? In the office next door, which was decorated as luxuriously as the backstage of a fashion show, Qi Yanru was sitting at the table holding her mobile phone, anxiously waiting for the progress of the investigation. She was anxious and angry, and cursed countless times in her heart. You were so good, Wen Ruoyan, you were saved by Gu Lianqing again this time, you won't be so lucky next time. A cell phone rang like a sharp alarm, and she immediately pressed the answer button. Hello? How's it going? There was a hint of urgency in Qi Yanru's voice. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, Miss Qi, the 5 people we arranged are very stubborn and have not said a word about you. The surveillance has also been cleaned up. There will definitely be no evidence pointing to you. Qi Yanru's face instantly blossomed with a smug look, and she giggled, they are sensible. Then his eyes drifted to the beautifully shaped cake on the table. She hung up the phone, walked to the French window, and said to herself, Wen Ruoyan, you are such an ignorant little girl, you are too young to fight with me. After saying that, she stood up suddenly like a smug peacock, picked up the cake on the table, twisted her waist into an exaggerated and provocative S-shape, and walked towards the door in her high heels. Arriving at the door of the president's office, Qi Yanru saw Wen Ruoyan typing attentively on the computer keyboard. A trace of jealousy and resentment flashed in her eyes. She spat lightly. Why are you pretending to be noble, poor girl? Then he held his head high and pushed the door open. Gu Lianben was frowning over a document, and when he saw Qi Yanru coming in, his annoyance was evident. Just as he was about to scold her, he caught a glimpse of Wen Ruoyan's sidelong glance at him from the door. He changed his mind and decided to change his strategy and provoke Wen Ruoyan. For the first time ever, he did not chase her away. Instead, he pretended to follow her closely. Qi Yanru thought that Gu Lianqing was attracted by her charm and became more and more flirtatious. She twisted to Gu Lianqing's desk, turned gracefully, and slowly raised one of her long white legs. After drawing an arc in the air, she stepped steadily onto Gu Lianqing's desk again. Her thigh was like an offering placed in front of the shrine during the new year. Then, she opened the cake box on the table with her orchid finger, and the rich aroma of cream filled the air instantly. She gently scooped up a piece of cake with a spoon, pouted her lips, and said in a tender voice, Brother Lianqing, I spent the whole morning making this cake for you. Can you just have a small bite? Gu Lianqing suppressed his inner discomfort and forced a smile on his face, but his eyes secretly glanced at the door. Oh? Then I must try it. Qi Yanru passed the spoon to Gu Lianqing's mouth. Gu Lianqing opened his mouth and ate it, chewing loudly on purpose, and exclaimed exaggeratedly, Wow, your cake is delicious. Qi Yanru was overjoyed when she heard this. She scooped another spoonful and her voice became even sweeter. Brother Lianqing, take another bite. This one will definitely be sweeter. Gu Lianqing responded loudly while cooperating with Qi Yanru's performance. Delicious, delicious, feed me another bite. These words of praise and coquettishness were like sharp thorns, piercing straight at Wen Ruoyan, who was outside the door. However, when Ruoyan only raised her eyes slightly, then lowered her head to continue working, her expression as calm as a bottomless lake. How could she be so calm? Gu Lianqing was in a state of confusion. At this moment, Qi Yanru said coquettishly in a voice as sweet as honey, Lianqing, I've been busy for so long, I'm hungry, can you accompany me to have dinner? As he spoke, he gently shook Gu Lianqing's arm. Gu Lianqing frowned slightly and was about to refuse, but the image of Wen Ruoyan at the door flashed through his mind. He had an idea and thought that maybe he could use this opportunity to make her jealous? Seeing that Gu Lianqing was a little hesitant and was about to add fuel to the fire, Shi Yanru said aggrievedly. Last time my dad invited me to dinner, you stood me up and I didn't go. This time we're having dinner together, you can't do that again. Gu Lianqing glanced at Wen Ruoyan outside the door again, then looked at Shi Yanru. A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he nodded in response. Okay, let's eat together as an apology. Shi Yanru affectionately took Gu Lianqing's arm and walked towards the door. When passing by Wen Ruoyan's workstation, Shi Yanru suddenly whispered, "Wait," and then stopped in front of Wen Ruoyan's workstation. Shi Yanru tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of coquettishness, and said to Gu Lianqing coquettishly, "Dear, let assistant Wen go too." Gu Lianqing's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want Shi Yanru to take this opportunity to embarrass Wen Ruoyan, so he quickly declined. She's just an assistant. Don't let her disturb our meal. Shi Yanru refused to give in, with a stubborn smile on her lips, and continued. It would be great if assistant Wen could come along, so she can serve us while we eat. Chapter 59 Initiative. Gu Lianqing had no choice but to wink at Wen Ruoyan and asked in a disdainful manner. Miss Qi is asking you a question. Don't you still have a lot of work to do? Do you have time to go? Wen Ruoyan raised her head slightly, her eyes revealing a familiar stubbornness, and said deliberately. I am an employee of Party B, and you are Party A, Mr. Gu. Whether I go or not depends on your request. He cleverly kicked the question back to Gu Lianqing. Gu Lianqing suddenly felt annoyed. When Ruoyan mentioned the contract again, how could the relationship between her and me be just a contractual one? His face darkened, and he spoke with a bit of anger. You, come with us. When Shi Yanru heard this, she immediately smiled and held Gu Lianqing's arm even tighter. When Ruoyan replied with a firm okay and followed them silently. All the way out of the company, the employees of Gu Group cast curious glances at them, and gossip was heard one after another. Why is Shi Yanru holding onto Mr. Gu's arm? Didn't they say that Mr. Gu's girlfriend is assistant one? Alas, it seems that the Qi family still has the means. They are going to win. Inside the restaurant's private room. As a worker, Wen Ruoyan was very tactful and took the initiative to stand aside, ready to be ordered at any time. Gu Lianqing was slightly startled when he saw her like this, with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and waved it gently, using his eyes and gestures to signal Wen Ruoyan to sit down with him. However, Shi Yanru's sharp eyes immediately captured this subtle interaction. A trace of displeasure flashed across her eyes, and then a seemingly harmless but sharp smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She looked at Wen Ruoyan and said, Assistant 1, what are you doing standing there? It's as if we are bullying you. Wen Ruoyan was about to respond, but Shi Yanru immediately said, Oh, I almost forgot. You are an assistant. Maybe your job is to serve us meals. How can you have the right to sit on the same level with us? As she spoke, she looked at Wen Ruoyan with a provocative look and deliberately and affectionately put her arm around Gu Lianqing, as if to assert her sovereignty. Gu Lianqing frowned and said softly to Shi Yanru, Don't say that. We're just sitting down together to have a meal. Shi Yanru pouted and pretended to be wronged and acted coquettishly to Gu Lianqing. Lianshang, I'm not deliberately making things difficult for you, but the rules can't be broken, don't you think? As he spoke, he continued to stare at Wen Ruoyan, waiting for her response. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became subtle and tense. Wen Ruoyan raised her eyes slightly, her expression calm, and responded in a cold voice. Miss Qi, you are joking. Employees receive salaries from their bosses, so it is their duty to serve their bosses. Gu Lianqing looked at Wen Ruoyan like this, and gnashed his teeth in anger. This woman, bringing up this again to spoil the mood. It would be better to let her suffer a little. Gu Lianqing didn't say anything for her and let her stand aside and serve him and Shi Yanru tea and water and food. During the meal, Shi Yanru would occasionally show affection to Gu Lianqing, sometimes feeding him food, sometimes whispering to him with a sweet smile, and Gu Lianqing did not refuse. But his eyes would always drift towards Wen Ruoyan, intentionally or unintentionally, hoping to see even a hint of jealousy or loss of composure on her face. However, Wen Ruoyan seemed to turn a blind eye to Shi Yanru's provocation, which made Gu Lianqing very disappointed. Shi Yanru looked at Wen Ruoyan's indifferent expression and felt like she was punching cotton with no force at all. Finally, she came up with a plan. Shi Yanru pretended to casually reach for the kettle on the table, but her eyes secretly glanced at Wen Ruoyan. Just when Wen Ruoyan was caught off guard, she stood up suddenly, tilted the kettle in her hand, and splashed it in Wen Ruoyan's direction. The hot water drew an arc in the air and was about to pour onto Wen Ruoyan. In a flash, Gu Lianqing rushed over, without hesitation, used his body to block Wen Ruoyan, and hugged her tightly in his arms. The hot water poured down, most of it splashing onto Gu Lianqing's back and arms. He groaned, his brows instantly furrowed, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Wen Ruoyan was shocked by this sudden change and her eyes widened. With fear and worry, she asked in a trembling voice. Lianchang, how are you? Gu Lianqing noticed this name and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He was in a trance for a while, and then he realized the pain in his body. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain of the burn, and whispered. I'm fine. Shi Yenru seemed to be frightened by this scene. The kettle in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Her face turned pale in an instant and she stammered. Brother Lianqing, I didn't mean to do that. My hand just slipped and I didn't expect to burn you. Gu Lianqing turned his head and looked at Shi Yenru coldly, with unprecedented anger in his eyes. So, who were you planning to burn when your hand slipped? Shi Yenru's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to explain but didn't know where to start. At this time, the waiter in the restaurant heard the noise and hurried over, and was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Wen Ruoyan was so anxious that she didn't care about anything else and hurriedly said to the waiter. Quick, go get some ice. He turned to Gu Lianqing and said. I'll take you home right away. Gu Lianqing waved his hand and said. Don't make a fuss, it's just a minor injury. But Wen Ruoyan refused to listen to him and insisted on taking him to treat his wound. She held Gu Lianqing's arm and walked out carefully. Shi Yenru also wanted to go forward to help, but was rejected by Gu Lianqing's sharp eyes and withdrawn arm. She could only stand there, watching their departing backs. The regret in her heart turned into hatred towards Wen Ruoyan. Her eyes were burning with jealousy. She clenched her fists and secretly made up her mind, Wen Ruoyan, I will never let you go. After returning to the Gu family mansion, Wen Ruoyan was extremely anxious and hurriedly took out her cell phone to call the Gu family's private doctor. However, Gu Lianqing quickly reached out to stop her, his eyes revealing an unquestionable determination. Just let me handle it. Wen Ruoyan instinctively wanted to shirk her responsibilities, as she was afraid that she could not bear such a responsibility. But Gu Lianqing's next sentence, do you want to announce this to the world? Made her movements freeze instantly. Wen Ruoyan knew very well that if people knew that Gu Lianqing was scalded because of her, there would be an uproar in the Gu family, especially Linya and Gu Lianyan. They would definitely ridicule her and add insult to injury, causing a huge uproar in the city. She sighed, knowing she had no choice. With trembling fingers, she unbuttoned his shirt one by one, gradually revealing his solid and strong chest, which rose and fell with his heavy breathing. This was the first time she took the initiative to undress him. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily and her heartbeat began to speed up. Chapter 60 The Time I Owed You. She tried to calm herself down. However, on his broad and thick back and muscular arms, a large area of burned skin had become red and swollen, with blisters in some places, which contrasted sharply with the healthy bronze color of the surrounding area. Wen Ruoyan couldn't help but feel pity when she saw this shocking scene, and she focused on disinfecting and applying medicine to him. When the potion touched the wound, Gu Lianban trembled instinctively, but he forced himself not to make a sound. The pitiful look of him trying hard to suppress the pain made Wen Ruoyan feel guilty and pity. Her movements became gentler and gentler, and she pursed her lips slightly unconsciously, blowing gently on the wound while applying medicine, hoping to relieve his pain. Gu Lianqing looked at her serious expression affectionately with his deep eyes, frowned slightly, and said in a low voice. You were told not to listen, and now you know you were wrong? Wen Ruoyan felt nervous when she heard this. Her thoughts instantly went back to the past. Gu Lianqing had clearly hinted to her not to go, but she insisted on going because of a fit of anger, which led to the accident. But she remained stubborn. Then I helped you get the project last time, and you saved me this time, so we're even now. Gu Lianqing was immediately furious. He pulled her over, tightly grasped her slender arms with both hands, and angrily asked. Wen Ruoyan. You come to me again and talk about fairness. How can you be fair to me? Wen Ruoyan raised her head stubbornly and looked him straight in the eyes, with a hint of concealment in her eyes. I know that the money and price Mr. Gu paid are higher than what I can give, so I am trying my best to repay according to the standard that exceeds the contract. When Gu Lianqing heard her distant name, his anger grew even stronger, and he unconsciously increased the strength in his hands. Boss Gu? You called me Boss Gu again? Why did you call me Lianchang when I was burned just now? When Ruoyan was shocked, her face turned red instantly, and a trace of panic and shyness flashed in her eyes. She tried hard to recall the scene at that time. She was indeed too nervous and worried at that time, so she called out his name without thinking, completely losing her usual disguise and restraint. Although she was already panicking inside, she still gritted her teeth and pretended to be calm and said, "That doesn't prove anything." She tried to hide her guilty conscience with a tough tone. Gu Lianqing's face suddenly darkened, and anger burned in his eyes. "It can't prove anything. It can't, ha!" He sneered, his voice trembling slightly. He took a step forward and grasped her shoulders with his hands like iron pliers, staring into her eyes with anger and disappointment. "Doesn't this prove that you care about me very much, but you deliberately pretend not to know me well?" She turned her head away unconfidently, deliberately avoiding Gu Lianqing's fiery and angry gaze, gritted her teeth, and spoke word by word. "Mr. Gu, you worry too much. I have never cared about you." Her tone was cold and resolute, as if she wanted to completely sever the vague feelings between the two of them. Gu Lianqing's hand stiffened slightly, as if he was stabbed hard by her words. There was a flash of pain and uncontrollable anger in his eyes. He suddenly pulled Wen Ruoyan in front of the mirror, stood closely behind her with his tall body, and pinched her waist with his powerful hands. His face was almost close to her ear, and his voice was low and dangerous. "Look in the mirror. Look at my face and your own face and say you care about me." Wen Ruoyan was flustered, but she pretended to be calm and said to his face in the mirror in a calm voice, "I don't care about you." Gu Lianqing was completely enraged by her words, and the emotions in his heart were like a flood that broke through a dam. "Say you care about me." His voice sounded again. "I won't." Wen Ruoyan still responded stubbornly. In a fit of rage, he bit her ear hard from behind. Wen Ruoyan only felt a sharp pain and let out a scream of awe. Then, he began to lick her gently, like an ambiguous flirtation. Then, regardless of her stubborn refusal, he pushed forward forcefully. She pushed him hard, but her arm was firmly restrained by Gu Lianqing's hand and she could not move. She looked at herself in the mirror, feeling so embarrassed and ashamed that she felt powerless. "Don't look at the mirror, okay?" She couldn't bear to look at herself in the mirror, so she turned sideways, turned her head, and asked him as a subordinate. "This is the time you owe me." Gu Lianqing's gnashing teeth came from behind. She finally remembered what she had blurted out in a hurry in front of the mirror in the dressing room of the family banquet a few days ago. "I thought it was just a joke at the time, but I never expected him to take it so seriously. So, he is here to fulfill his promise." She knew she was in the wrong and could only passively endure his possession. When Ruoyan looked at herself in the mirror and felt like her heart was about to jump out. The redness on her face had spread to her entire body. Gu Lianqing behind her was still persistently asking her whether she cared or not, and she was also stubbornly replying no repeatedly. Every no from her would trigger his anger and strength. This seemed like a fierce contest, and he would not stop until he got the answer he wanted. The two seemed to be caught in an emotional whirlpool. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. I don't know how much time passed until he asked again, and she was too tired to answer. The struggle had exhausted all her energy. She finally couldn't hold on any longer, and all her strength collapsed at this moment. Weakness and fatigue were like a surging tide, completely drowning her. Her knees went weak and she slowly sat down on the ground. He lowered his eyes slightly and stared quietly at her who had finally stopped being stubborn, his heart overflowing with pity. Without any hesitation, he leaned down slightly, gently passed one arm through her knees, and firmly wrapped the other arm around her back, gently picking her up. Her body looked so small and fragile in his arms, like a light feather. As soon as she touched the bed, she turned over quickly with all her stubbornness, lying on her side with her back to him, trying to hide her inner panic and fragility in this way. He sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness on his face, but he slowly lay down beside her, carefully stretched out his arms, and gently hugged her from behind. She could clearly feel the warmth of his chest on her back. He lowered his head slightly and rested his chin gently on her shoulder. He caught a glimpse of her slightly red eyes, and the pity she felt deeply hurt his heart. He asked her softly with a tangled and hoarse voice, "Why won't you tell the truth and admit that you care about me?" When Ruoyan turned her head away to avoid the burning gaze, but her heart was beating like a drum. "Is there any need to ask this? It's because he only has the missing by Yue Guang in his heart." But she didn't dare to admit it, because she overheard the conversation between him and his grandmother and learned the secret of Bai Yue Guang that was buried deep in his heart.